Exactly 93 days, 4 hours, and 38 minutes have passed since I posted my first Minecraft video on the channel, and I have since posted 8 more in this world, surviving over 1,000 days. My obsession in this world is building. I love building, and that's all I've really been doing. And this video is everything I have ever done or built in this world, so leave this on in the background, fall asleep, whatever you do, as I go through not only this Minecraft journey, but also this YouTube journey. This is just the first milestone on this channel and world, and I hope to accomplish much more, but I've yapped long enough. This video is almost 5 hours long. Welcome to my new Hardcore Minecraft series, episode 1 in the 1.21 Tricky Trials update. My main goal in this series is to build castles, cities, and epic structures and civilizations all on one life in Hardcore Minecraft. Oh, and by the way, my name's Wombaat. Yep. The only data packs I have are the mini block data pack, which just makes it so you can have mini blocks in the game with the stonecutter, and then anti-enderman grief because I do not want them stealing blocks from my builds. And then I also changed the fire tick and turned it off so I don't have builds catching on fire. That's pretty simple, but that's really all I've changed. This will be a purely vanilla series. I've handpicked a seed. This is the seed if you want to play on the world. I'm going to load into the world and you guys will see it for yourself. This is an incredible seed. And it's slowly going to load in, but I promise it looks better than what is happening right now. I mean, the seed is pretty incredible. There's a lot of mountains. I'm just going to go into free cam real quick. Not show much, but I mean, look at it. It looks so good. And there's a ton of pigs that spawn, I guess, as well. Like any regular Minecraft series, we're going to break our first tree and craft our first crafting table, which means we can make our first wooden pickaxe and get our first stone in the world. And this is enough stone to make our first stone tools in this world. And I will not be making a sword because it's useless at this point to make a sword because stone swords are just bad. A stone axe with 9 attack damage is very good early game, so I'm just going to stick with that. But now we've made our way over to the village. We'll see what they have for us. Just a lot of bread and food, which I will take. We definitely need to get a food source early game. Definitely one of the things I'm going to be looking to do in this episode is get a food source. Hey, what's up, guy? What's up, bruh? Oh my god, he just jumped so high. Okay, I'm gonna have to leave that guy. I don't know what he's doing in there. And they have some wheat, and I'm gonna take all of this. This is gonna be very helpful for us early game. And I'm just gonna go through, just steal all these chests. That's a lot of armor. That's a little bit helpful. It's just leather armor. It gives us barely any armor. That's crazy, but I'll take it. It's free. It's free. These hardworking people, they're giving us stuff for free. I really appreciate this. And I ended up borrowing some things from these guys. This is what we ended up getting. Not much, but we did get a smithing table. We got 2 blast furnaces, which is very helpful. And we still have the iron that we got. There is a mountain up here. It goes very high up, which means we can get a lot of iron if we just go up here. There should be some for us. This is a very good way to get resources early game. Just go up into the highest points of the world that you can find. Just do not fall if you're in hardcore, which I am. I'm gonna have to be careful. Coal is a resource that it's such a boring thing to mine, but iron, it's a little bit more fun. Get some armor. We already have 12. We have the blast furnace. We can actually just cook up some iron while we're up here, and I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and that should give us some early game armor and a shield, which is gonna be pretty good. And it is already nighttime, so I'm gonna go ahead and sleep. This is this first day in hardcore. Didn't really seem very long. Maybe because I've been messing with my recording settings for a while, but we have some iron and we have more that we need to smelt. I mean, that's 12 already. Don't have enough wood to make a crafting table. What am I doing? So I'll wait for this to smelt, then I'll go back down there by the village and craft some armor and a shield, maybe an iron axe or pickaxe. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with all this yet, but pretty good start right now, and then we can start exploring the world. But priority number 1 is a shield, and we need a little bit more wood. I'm just going to break down their holy tree right here. I don't know what this thing's what the purpose is. This is where they meet. They must love this tree, but too bad. I'm just going to destroy it. I don't know if anybody's ever just come into a village to destroy that tree, but I just did. Eventually I'm going to break this whole thing anyway, so it's fine. But now we can make our first shield, just 1 iron. Pretty cheap, but it will save your life in hardcore Minecraft. And I'll make a chest plate, so I guess I'll just make boots. And, you know, I'll just make some leggings as well. So that's most of our armor, or all of our armor, I guess, already equipped. Mostly iron armor right now. But I'm going to pack my things, and I'm going to head in one of these directions to see what this world has in it, because I haven't really explored much in the seed. I just know the base layout of all these mountains, and it's just so beautiful. And there's another village over there, so I guess we're going to be making our way that way. And we've made our way over to the village, and this is a pretty cool cave we have right here. It's like a natural bridge into the landscape. Gonna be careful though, because I do not want to fall down there. That is a pretty deep cave, but there's a lot of caves in this little valley region that we're in that we can explore whenever we really want to. But I won't be doing that yet because I do not want to die just yet, or at all, for that matter. I don't want to die. That's the whole point of this world. Not dying. And I used to have a hardcore world. I didn't record. I didn't make YouTube videos at the time. And I died at about 950 days. So the main goal in this world is to survive past that to make it to about 1,000 days. So it's a tough challenge. I've obviously never gotten to 1,000 days, but that's going to be the main goal in this video, or not this video, that'd be ridiculous, but in this world is to make it to 1,000 days. And if you're wondering how I died in that world, there's this thing in the game called a creeper, and there's this thing in the game called a desert temple. So you can try to really put those pieces together as you will, and determine what happened to me in that world, because it was very sad. I cried. No, I didn't actually cry, but it was pretty rough. But, I mean, these villages seem like they have absolutely nothing in them. These people own nothing. This guy is locked in the pig pen, and the pigs have locked him out. I mean, this is very telling. I mean, this village is just... It's not good. It's not ran very well. They don't have any resources. Well, there's a blacksmith I missed. Okay. Maybe I should stop speaking and go down to the blacksmith. And if we have 17 emeralds, we can get a sharpness 2 iron sword. Maybe we can go back and get that. And there's iron armor, which I already crafted. Well, that would have saved me a lot of iron. I'm gonna get this wheat and probably be on my way out of this village. And I don't know if I just missed this. I was looking in this direction. There is another village. There's no way this is the same village. It's so far away. This is another one. This is 3 villages within like a few hundred block radius of spawn. So if we need to get villagers, we have them. We have them everywhere, and we might not even. Wow, that's beautiful. That is so beautiful. This would be a decent place to set up, to be honest. But I still want a body of water. That's what I'm going to be searching for. Where is the rest of this village at? Is this all the village is these 3 buildings? What are these villages? These are so bad. There's a librarian though and some books, which is helpful. And I'm just going to take these books, steal all these villagers' resources, just take them for what they're worth, which is not much. I won't be chopping their tree down because I feel bad. There are only 3 houses. That means there's like 3 or 4 villagers in this entire space. You can combine these 2 villages and it would still seem like a normal sized village. So maybe they just decided to move over here. Like they were a part of that village initially and they were just like, nah, I don't like the way you guys are running things over there. Just gonna move by this beautiful waterfall and by these goats. And this area still looks very nice. So this could be where we set up as well. I mean, there's really no bad places in this seed within spawn. It looks so good. But this area is very flat. We wouldn't have to do much terraforming up here. And I'm just doing a little bit of exploring to find this ocean, and I almost fell into this thing. What? This just scared me so bad. I feel bad for those goats, because what are they doing? Oh, okay. Well, I feel bad for the goats, because they're just going to be trapped down there for all of eternity. And I hate this snow. I hate it so much. I hate it. I hate it. I don't really understand the purpose of it, other than just it being annoying. And I just did a loop around this mountain, and there's another village. This is 4 villages. This one's massive, too. And so far this video has just been gathering hay bales in Village Simulator, but I promise we're going to find a spot, we're going to settle down. I already have an idea for a starter house, but I'm excited to build it. It will take a lot of materials, so... And there's something right ahead of us. I've just looped back around to the second village that we found, and... just guess what's across this little valley right here. It's another village so far, but this area looks very nice. This might be where I set up. It's about 500 or 600 blocks away from spawn, which really isn't that bad, but this area looks very, very nice. That mountain range is beautiful. That one's pretty nice. That one's very nice. There's this small one right here, but there's like 4 mountains in between this little region. And again, there's a village nearby where we can just steal them or borrow them or relocate them, whatever you want to say. And I almost hate myself for choosing this seed because it is so beautiful and these mountain ranges are so massive. I just am so indecisive of where I should set up, but I promise the next frame will be me choosing a location to set up a base. And I think I found the spot right up here where the sun is setting in between these 2 mountains. There's this one right here. There's an amazing view on that side. There's an ocean just across these mountains. Another mountain range, and I like that this area is, you know, it's a very big bowl shape, which is what I like. You know, I like the land kind of going down, not being super flat. Means we can build with a little bit more creativity over here. But I think this is the area that I'm going to be building in. And I'll just go in the free camp to show you guys what this area looks like. And this is where I was just at, and this is the village that I was facing. So it's just across from here. It's a little bit far away from spawn, but it's not super far. It will just take a little bit to travel on foot because of how many mountains there are. But once we get into Elytra, this area will seem really small. But this is where the ocean is. It's not loading in, but the ocean's over here. And eventually, I mean, this is a plan that's going to happen very far down the line, but I want to maybe remove this whole land, or at least make it easily accessible to that ocean right there, so we can build over there, because I do like building by a body of water. I think that's one of the main things in Minecraft that I enjoy, and that's really the worst thing about this area in particular, is there's no water other than these waterfalls that are everywhere. Enough yapping. Gonna set up a little base right here with some chests, and this is where we're going to call home. But for the build that I'm planning, these are the blocks that I need. Jungle wood, I need birch wood, need a lot of materials, and that means I'm going to have to explore to find a jungle biome, and also some dark oak wood, which I think there's some dark oak nearby. I'm not sure if there's a jungle nearby, though. That's really the only problem I have with the build right now in terms of materials that I have to get. So it seems like I'm going to have to explore for a while to find a jungle biome. But before we do anything, I'm going to make some food. Some people don't like smokers. I disagree. I think they're a great block. They not only look way better than just a normal furnace, but look how fast it's cooking. I mean, it already has 2 in just the time that I've been talking. There is so many sheep in this area. Oh my god. How many sheep? Like, do we have to name this area after sheep? Because look how many there is. I don't understand. Sheep Valley, something like that. There's just so many sheep. And now our journey begins on finding a jungle biome. We also need some dark oak. And in general, we just need to explore the world to find other trees. I mean, I'm fine with finding acacia and everything like that. And I think I'm going to go that direction because it's by that ocean. And I think I'm going to use the ocean to explore. It's just a much easier way to navigate in the world and safer. But I'll probably just cut to when we find a jungle biome. And not only did I find a jungle biome, but I also found a treasure map, and the treasure map led me right to it, so the X marking the spot marked a jungle biome. But this map was weird. We started off as a tiny dot, which just means we're really far away, so I've had to travel by ocean for a hot minute just to find this. Bad news is the treasure is all the way down towards the ocean floor. Oh, we're actually right on top of it. That's perfect. I didn't mean to do that. We pretty much just have to drop down right where we are. Wow, I mean, that is perfect. The boat moved, okay? It's trying to make it look not as perfect. I don't know why it did that. And we find our first diamonds, but I'm going to get some more air first before I get them. But wow, that was perfectly calculated by me. I'm just going to break the chest, get everything we have inside of it. And too much stuff, I guess. And what was that noise? It made such a weird noise when I broke it. Throw some of this junk out. XP bottle. They're not really rare. I'm just going to use it. And now we have our first diamonds. It's 2. But I'll take it. And there's also a savanna biome, so we're going to get acacia wood and jungle wood while we're here. And I went to go throw these prismarine crystals out of my inventory just to save space, and it's making some crazy noises. I don't know if this is an actual game mechanic, but when it's unsubmerged or submerged in water, it makes a noise. I don't know, that was a pretty interesting thing. I don't know if that's a part of the game. You guys have to let me know, but it kind of spooked me there. I was like, what is happening? Am I dying? No, I don't think I had that reaction, but it was definitely pretty crazy. But we're here just gathering some acacia, and I don't really have much room. I'm going to throw the jungle log out. The big thing we need is saplings so we can get these trees back at home so we don't have to travel over here. But we still need to find a dark oak biome. And there is a shipwreck over there along with an ocean monument, and the shipwrecks just kind of make me sad in this game because they could totally make like functioning looking ships in this game just out in the middle of the ocean to make them seem like, because there's only shipwrecks in the Minecraft world. Like every single boat in existence is just dead. Like there's no actual working boats. Did you ever think about that? Like it's just, they're all shipwrecks. There's no like functioning boats. They just don't know how to make them properly, I guess, in Minecraft because they're all just at the bottom of the ocean. Or sometimes they're on land, or sometimes they're in weird spots, or sometimes they're just on top of water, but they're still shipwrecks. They're not good at making ships in Minecraft is my point. Now we can explore and try to find a dark oak biome. And it didn't really take long for me to find one. It was just a little bit inland, like 400 or 500 blocks going in this direction. I mean, this is literally every single wood type we need in just this little section right here, so I'm happy about that. And some bamboo. which is something that I definitely want to get. And it would be nice to find a lush cave or something to get some moss. What is that? Oh my god. That is crazy. I didn't even know what I was looking at first. The most insane bamboo generation I've ever seen. It's like Avatar up there, just a slightly smaller scale. But here we are, just gonna get some of these saplings and be on our way. Get some of that. Maybe find a lush cave if we can. I'll do a little bit of exploring, but these are some dangerous biomes because so many mobs can spawn. And this world almost just ended. It almost just ended. This guy, this is what I'm talking about. This is why this biome is dangerous. Because guys like this lurk in the shadows and try to sneak up on you while you're just peacefully gathering wood. Like, where did this guy spawn? Just in the trees. They're just spawning in the trees. That's how they like to get you. That's like, I don't know. That just scared me so bad. That's exactly why you need a shield early game too. If that guy exploded, maybe I would have survived, but yeah, I mean, this place it's freaking me out. It's a little dangerous over here. I gotta watch my back. And this has been a very efficient adventure that we're on. We found a mangrove, and sometimes that takes hours to find. So we've gotten pretty lucky with this seed right now, having all of these tree types in this little region. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty wonderful. The only thing that I'm looking for now is moss, because moss, you know, we could find it pretty easily. It just really depends on your seed, I guess. Sometimes it spawns in boat chests, so maybe we should check out that boat that I was looking at earlier. Now we know where we can find a bunch of mud, so I might end up collecting some of that as well. I just don't have any inventory space. But I'm not even going to worry about collecting any of the mangrove wood. I'm just going to collect these propagules so we can plant it at the base. And that creeper attack has me so on edge right now. My shovel broke, and it just jump scared me so bad. That's what hardcore is right now. That's the experience, just being jump scared by broken tools. I'm gonna make myself an iron shovel and get out of here. Unless we can find a lush cave nearby, I think that's really all we can do. Currently on my way back home, and there is 2 ocean monuments next to each other with 2 shipwrecks that I'm gonna loot. I'm gonna try to find moss. I've already looked through 2 shipwrecks in this ocean. Haven't found any yet. But, oh, there's 3 shipwrecks. So we should be able to find moss in one of these. We could do something with these ocean monuments. I think they're both facing the exact same direction as well. Any ideas for that would be appreciated. I don't really know what to do with ocean monuments. I've never really done anything with them. But let's see if we can find some moss down here. I found so many coast armor trims already. It's pretty crazy. And this is a new buried treasure map. And there is no moss. So that's unfortunate. The good news is we have 2 more shipwrecks. The only thing I'm worried about is getting mining fatigue, or just straight up dying to one of these things. I hope we can avoid them. Seems like we're going to be able to, though. But we have this shipwreck, and then we have one over there, and then I think that's going to be it. Oh, there's another dark oak forest. That's nice. If we can't find moss, then we are just unlucky. And there is moss. That's good. See about this buried treasure map. I didn't even notice I was drowning. So we have to go... Oh my, it is so far away. This is what I'm talking about. This is what happened with the buried treasure map earlier. And look what I found, another shipwreck. And the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure it's right on top of the buried treasure, because that's exactly where we have to go. And it is seriously like right next to it. It's not directly on top of it, but it's close enough. Hopefully we can find another diamond while doing this. And it should be right here, or somewhere around here. It's right here. And there is another couple diamonds and a water breathing potion right now. Maybe this leather tunic. I'll take the water breathing. The water breathing potion. Oh my god, that scared me. And it just got so dark as we popped up. That was terrifying, dude. Like, I just got transferred into the upside down in Stranger Things. Just like, I don't know, man. That was pretty scary. I'm gonna go back home now. I'm a little frightened. And it feels like it's been forever, but I'm finally back home. And I forgot how beautiful this place looks. Like, it already feels so comfortable. Like, I love this area so much. I'm glad I set up here. There's so many places set up in this world because it's just all beautiful. But I think I chose the right spot. But there's still a lot to do. There's still a lot of resources I have to gather. And a lot of those resources are in caves, which is just terrifying to think about at this point in the video, going into a really spooky place. But I haven't gone into a cave in this video yet, so I guess it's time to do that. I got everything I needed to go on a mining adventure, and there's a skeleton down here. This is next to the house. This thing goes so far down. It's really scary. I do have a water bucket, though. That is terrifying. That is so scary. But this is really the safest way to travel. As long as no skeletons snipe me out of the air and make me fall to my death, I should be okay to come down here. And there's a zombie villager and a couple skeletons. So I have to get rid of these guys. I need to get rid of these guys, though. I'm not really going to save this zombie villager. Shouldn't really have to. as there is so many villagers around. I have to be careful in this cave. I'm gonna be extra safe and light this thing up as well as I can, because I'm scared a creeper is just gonna spawn and ruin my entire day. There's another one. Okay. Did the village get raided or something? Why are there so many zombie villagers down here? Well, I guess I don't need to go down here, but there's tough. And really, that's about it. It's not really even going to be mining down here. It's just going to be me mining. It's not actually going to be a mining adventure. It's just going to be boring, break, deep slate, and tough. That's really about it. It's going to take so long. So I'll just see you guys. It's going to be so boring. And as I was boringly mining, I just decided to go down to find diamonds, and I found diamonds. Decided not to mine up there because it wasn't on diamond level or at an efficient diamond level, and I found a pretty big vein of them, so we're getting rich. I have all the diamonds on me right now, and we are up to 11, now 12 diamonds after that, which is pretty good considering this is the first mining we've even done. But you know what, since this is a pretty big milestone in this world, I will show me making our first diamond pickaxe. And now we will continue mining. I just don't feel like dealing with iron tools right now. Our first iron pickaxe is almost broken. I want to preserve it. But now we'll get back to the mining. So I got done mining, and now I'm here back at the base, or whatever you want to call this right now. And right now I am just organizing the material list and just gathering as many materials that I have for the starter base. Planting trees, I got some spruce. I don't want it to get podzol everywhere, so I elevated that land a little bit. Got some spruce and birch and oak from over there, those little forests. Plan for this build, I'll go into free cam, is to put a house here, obviously, right? So the main house building will be right here, but there is going to be a tower extended over here, and it'll be right there. So eventually, I'm going to have a path that probably winds up here. It seems like a pretty good area to have a winding path up here. And then there's going to be a little archway through the tower and the building that are connected. And it'll be my house and my door and everything. But it's a pretty simple house design in general. It's just pretty much a square, but there is a tower attached to it and some jut-off bits. But I think it'll look really cool, especially with the tower. I like adding towers and stuff to builds just to make a little bit more shape, you know, shape the build a little bit more. It just looks better on the eyes, in my opinion, but it's going to take forever to gather materials. I thought I have enough deep slate and cobblestone, but I just don't. So I have the material list. I showed you guys that, and I just need to gather more of those. But I'll be back, and then we'll get started on the build. And you know what? It's so crazy. I was just wondering when I would see a pink sheep in this world. I was like, you know, how many days is it going to take? And right now we're on day 24. I've just been gathering materials, and here it is, the guy. Right as I was thinking about him, he's right here. I want to try to keep him over here. Just keep him alive. Hopefully he sticks around in this area, because I don't really feel like keeping him locked up right now. Anyways, he was staring into my soul right there. If you have any names for the pink sheep, just comment down below. We'll keep him around here. We'll maybe make a build dedicated to pink sheep. But if you're wondering why every single sheep in this area is gray, light gray specifically, it's because it's used in the build, and I'm just going to take it all. It's a very good block to use for texturing, for like stone variant blocks, because it just looks like a lighter stone. Like, it's such a good block. So that's why I'm just grayifying the sheep population. And, you know, before I get into the time-lapse of the build, which I am deciding to just do a time-lapse of it and then go over what I was thinking with the build and everything after I build it, I figured that would be easier. But these are the materials that I'm going to use. I'm using a lot of different variations of gray blocks, like tuff, stone, cobblestone, some andesite, which I think is a very nice block, and then some darker tones like deep slate. But the main build will be out of oak and birch, and then I'm going to be putting a spruce roof on it. So these are most of the blocks that I'm using. Acacia will be used in the base for a stone kind of texture. There will be a lot of texturing in the build, but I think I did a pretty good job with that. But I personally like to use a lot of dark blocks and light blocks in my builds to just have a pretty big contrast, I guess. There's not a lot of color, as you can see through these blocks, just not a lot of color at all. But maybe we can add some color later in this area. I definitely want to add some trees, and then definitely some color, maybe with flowers and then stuff added to it. I'm just not quite sure how to add color to my builds, to be honest. But we can always change some things once I'm done with it. But now we can get out on the time lapse because I flattened this area out. Looks a lot better. It took like 3 iron shovels to do that, but I don't know. It took way longer than I thought it would. But again, enough yapping. Let's get into the starter base. So here it is. We completed the house. I really cannot think because of how many sheep are around here. I mean, what are they doing in the window right there? What is happening? There's so many sheep. But we're going to focus on the house now. We completed the house, and I think it looks very nice. I don't have the materials to do that part quite yet because we need mushroom stem. I don't really know why I included that in the build. We don't even have silk touch. We can't get that. I do have to put these windows up there, so I forgot that. But this is the build. I like the shape of it. The tower does a lot, especially from this angle. You know, I think this angle, it looks absolutely amazing. That tower on top, just, I don't know, the shape of the build is just, I really like it. So I'm very happy with it. I have yet to do the interior. I still have to work on that. I do have an idea for the interior, so I'm probably going to end up doing that and then just showing you guys what I did. So I won't really record much of the interior, but that is what the house looks like right now. I wasn't quite sure if I liked the tower part right here, but I think I like it. I wanted to include the tower because I liked this, but it just looked super uneven to have that and nothing on this side. Wasn't sure what to add, so I added that tower, and I like it. I really do. I like to use a lot of diorite in my builds, and that's what I did. I think diorite is one of the best blocks in the game. It goes so well with this color palette. I like to build with this color palette, and I'm going to be doing that a lot in this region. But let's get to the interior. They're very excited already. They've taken over my house. I'm losing my mind. But before I get into the interior, I did start this little pen. It's not very hygienic. It's not great. But oh, I fell in. Oh no. We are going to make a farm and barn area at some point. I'm not sure quite where I want to put it yet, but we did start that because I need food desperately. And yeah, a creeper also exploded while I was making the base. So that's great. You can probably see it in the time lapse, but I almost died. But let's get into the interior. And it's taken a while. We are up to day 43 now, and the sheep are still going crazy. There's a horse in my face, but we've completed the interior now. I didn't do the tower yet. I'm not sure what I want to put in there. It might not really have a use. It might just be a watchtower. But this is the interior. Right here to the left immediately we have a little living room area. Again, I'm not quite yet done furnishing everything, but I've just been taking so long. But this is what this will look like. I like the new paintings. I completely forgot they added them. And I just realized I think that's a horse. I didn't know what it was at first. I thought it was like a flower. It's a horse. And then we got the rose. Added a little fireplace right here. Can cook some food on there if I need to. There's a little sofa right here. I'm going to add some bookshelves or stuff in here later to add some functionality to it, maybe some storage. But in the front area right here, we have barrels, which is really one of the more aesthetic ways of creating storage in your house. I like it a lot. We have more storage going upstairs, which I'll show you in a second, because we have a kitchen right here. I decided to frame the starter tools that I had. These are all low durability, just the first tools I've had in this world. First iron, stone, wooden pickaxe, first iron axe, who have an invisible item frame mod. There is or a resource pack. There is a resource pack that makes them bigger to make them look natural because they're so small, but I don't think it's updated for this version. But I have cabinets in here. I'm not sure what to do with this room. I don't know if it's just going to be like a meat storage or what. I don't know what I'm going to do in here. That's probably what's going to be like an extension of the kitchen. I forgot this room was even here until I broke this wall, but let's go upstairs. I like upstairs. It's a little bit more furnished. Right here we have like an office room. Again, more storage, some plants and stuff. This hanging plant design, which I really like. Decided to go with a mangrove roof, but left this open in the middle. This is just an extra storage space with a desk. I'm not sure what to do with upstairs. Like, I don't know. It's mostly just the same stuff right here. Kind of similar desks and storage. But right here we have my room. And I haven't put anything on these shelves. I extended the fireplace upstairs, right, to go through the chimney that's up here. Just added a nice little storage here with some shelves. And it's pretty simple, but I think it looks pretty nice. I like the layout of the place. It's pretty open, but there's rooms, and I like it. But yeah, I haven't completed the tower just yet. Gonna add some stairs going up there, but haven't done that yet. But there is some ladders to go up here, and this can be an area for more storage. That's really about it. It's not quite done, but we do have enough in here to where I'm happy with it. And up here, there's these windows. I just decided to add a little walkway just to be able to see out. I don't know what I'm going to do right here. Probably nothing. Maybe just more storage right here with barrels. But yeah, that's the interior. There's not much going on in here, but I think I like it so far. It's definitely a work in progress still, though. But I am happy with the build. It looks good from a lot of different angles, especially coming from this side, just the tower and everything, which I've already shown. It just looks pretty nice. And once I add a path going down here, it'll just make this area look that much better. Ignore that tree, by the way. Ignore it. Just ignore all of this. And I forgot to mention, I didn't find mushroom stems because I don't have silk touch. So I just used sandstone, the smooth sandstone. It blends in a little bit. The mushroom blocks are a little bit better, but I'm just going to stick with that for now. And then I don't have honey, so the copper grates are kind of, they don't look great right now. No pun intended. That was not on purpose. But before, oh, they're too loud. I gotta go over here. But before this episode ends, I want to add a custom tree over here, and then maybe start a path that leads its way down to what I was showing. Just not sure where I want to put the custom tree just yet. Maybe right here would be a cool spot to put it, but I don't really want to block the view of the house, so I don't think I'm going to put it there. I might put it out over here on this side of the house, but I do have a cool custom tree idea that I want to put over here, and then I think that'll be the end of the episode, so let's get started on that. And there we have it. We completed the tree. We started on a path, and I really like the way this tree looks in this area. I'm going to go into free cam real quick and see exactly what it looks like. And I'm really liking the way this area is already shaping up. I think this tree looks amazing. I think it will tie this area together once we add trees everywhere. I'm going to add maybe some spruce trees in here, but this oak tree, I really like the design of it. And I mixed in a lot of moss, some birch leaves for some dark tones, some azalea leaves at the top for some lighter tones with some oak leaves. I used a mix of oak and spruce wood in here with some mud walls, which are very good at just making the tree look a little bit thicker while also connecting other branches and things. Used just a mix of spruce bits in here, and I think I did a pretty good job. It looks good from really all angles, and that's really the toughest thing to do with trees, is to make them look good from every angle. But coming down here looks pretty nice. This view looks amazing, and I'm not quite sure if I like this path that much. This area is a little bit thick, so I might cut that down a little bit, but I do think this path winding down will look really, really nice. But I think that's the end of the episode. But before I do it, I'm going to put some spruce bits right here and fix this up just a little bit. And I am one slab short. That's unfortunate. But there we go. This path should look a little bit nicer now, and I think it does. Eventually, we might change this to make it a mix of mud block and mushroom, because I think that's a really nice path design. But I think this area is, again, already shaping up really nicely. Next episode, though, I'm going to try to focus on the food in this world, maybe by making a barn and I want to go mining. I want to get more resources. I'm so low on food and ores, like iron and diamonds. I actually have more diamonds to my name than iron. That's how bad we are right now. And eventually I'm going to make an iron farm, probably closer to spawn. And that is majestic. That is so beautiful. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. But yeah, that will be the end of the episode. If you liked it, make sure to like the video and subscribe for more episodes like this. This area will look very nice once we get a lot of builds in here. This is just the beginning. Comment down below any ideas for this world or what you think of it. And I will see you guys in the next episode. I'm Wombaat and welcome back to my hardcore Minecraft world. Last episode, we made our starter base and made a path down and also added a custom tree. But we're extremely low on resources like food, coal, and iron, which is why the plan for this episode is to go on a mining adventure and gather some resources. And then we are going to build up a barn and plant some crop fields to start a farming region in this area. But first, we have to get prepared to go mining. And I built a custom tree off camera and also added this bit and decorated this area a little bit more. And I think I can still edit the tree a little bit. I don't know if it's perfect right now, but I do think it makes this area look that much better. Actually, a lot better, to be honest. And with that sleep, we have now survived 54 days. We hit the 50 mark as I was building this tree. And I'm going to cook some of this raw beef, gather some resources, make some torches and everything, and get started on a mining adventure, because we desperately need resources in this world. And a mini goal I have for this episode is to get organized, because this is what all of our chests look like. It's pretty rough. And I think that's really all we need here. Our pickaxe is extremely low, so I might make another diamond pickaxe. But we do have 16 diamonds, so I'm not super worried about losing all of those. And here we have it. We are already making our second diamond pickaxe. And I don't think it's a huge deal, because we are going to use a couple diamond pickaxes anyways, one with Silk Touch and one with Fortune. But I think we're pretty good on resources right now. We have iron with us just in case. Have a blast furnace if we want to make iron while we're down there. Have torches. Have enough food. We could get more. We just don't really have access to food right now because we are broke. This is everything we have. It's mostly just building materials. It's pretty rough. And I honestly might make some more golden apples just in case we need to use them. They're pretty valuable. But I do have something to show you. I don't know if this is going to be the mine that we're going to go in. What's up, Pink Sheep? How you doing? Yep, he's having a great day. But there is a mine over here that is extremely terrifying. Like, I don't know when I'm going to be able to go down here. This mine is absolutely terrifying. I'm going to turn on full bright just to show you. Actually, it'll be creepier if it's not full bright. Look at that. And there's a creeper down there. But look at what is down there. It is a ancient city. And normally I would just go down this mine, but I don't really want to die. Even if there's a space where we could just avoid the city, there's still going to be deep dark down there, which could still spawn a warden. I'm just not even going to risk it. It's not worth it. But there is a bunch of caves around here that go very deep that we could explore. And there's one like over here that might end up leading to that mine anyways. But I'm just going to explore it because it looks slightly safer. And here it is. I'm not sure how deep it goes down, but it looks a lot safer than what we had before. And I'm just going to stick with the full bright on in this cave. Make it easier for you guys to see what is happening. But right now, this area is going to be pretty boring. It's just going to be coal and copper. But we desperately need coal. Oh my god. I mean, this cave looks really cool. I don't know if it goes down to deep slate, which is what we need. But it looks pretty cool. That's not cool. 3 creepers. I'm just going to avoid that area entirely. But that's fine because there's iron right here. I hear a lot of scary noises over here. And I don't really like it. I hate these guys. I hate them. And sad news, it doesn't really look like this mine goes down that far, but there's going to be a lot. Oh, there's a mine shaft. Okay, so there is some good news. There's a lot of coal and iron in here that I'm just going to mine, and I'll just montage that because it's going to be pretty boring down here. finally on our way back home from the mining adventure. A lot of stuff happened in that mine. Well, actually, I went in like 3 or 4 different mines. I went to the one over there, which kind of sucked. I went down there, and then, I don't know, went to a couple over there. A lot of different mines, because every single one of them just leads either to nothing or down to something extremely scary like the Deep Dark, which I do not want to go in right now. But we found 3 different spawners on top of like 10 cave spider spawners. I've never had a trip where I found every single spawner in the game, and that's exactly what we found. And this is what we have. We have this much iron. We have a decent amount of lapis. We have 9 diamonds, but I made essentially full diamond armor while I was down there and a diamond sword, and we still have 9. We can make a helmet with them. We can also make an enchantment table, and then we would have 2 left over for whatever I want. But I definitely want to prioritize an enchantment table right now. But we have a decent amount of iron now. I'm going to smelt this up. Could have gotten more coal. That's something that we're probably going to have to go and get again. But we definitely need to get fortune as soon as possible. That will make mining so much better. But let's smelt up some of this iron. And now we should be pretty good on that for a while. And we found some music discs in those chests that we found from the spawners. And we have a bow, but I'm just going to put it in here. But now we need to focus on food. And that means we have to make a barn. We have to get the cows over there, make some fields. But it's going to require a decent amount of materials. And we're going to have to get those. I do kind of want to make an enchantment setup before I make the barn. Just to make the material gathering a little bit quicker. As we are killing a bunch of cows, so we should be good on food for a little bit. After we murdered the cows, I made my way over to a lava lake and got 4 obsidian, which is all we need to make an enchantment table. And now all I need to do is gather some sugarcane, which we do not have. And before I do that, I just want to take another moment to say how beautiful this seed is. I know I've said it like 12 times, but this seed is maybe the best I've ever had on Minecraft. The amount of inspiration I'm getting from just wandering around in these areas is... it's really nice to be able to have that inspiration. I think that's an underrated thing. And there's a lot of videos on YouTube about keeping motivation in Minecraft. And I think a big and important one is to just find yourself a seed like this. This seed is perfect for what I want to do in Minecraft, which is just build medieval type things. And all these mountains, the body of water over here, the caves, it's just super inspiring to me. It's beautiful. But I don't think this village has the bookshelves we need. And this is throwing me back to the way old Minecraft houses used to look. I don't know that I've ever really seen a house that looked like that. And where is the sugarcane at? I'm probably just gonna have to go to the ocean to find it. But we are back home. I just made these last couple of bookshelves that I needed. I need 1 more book, but I don't have enough paper and sugarcane to make it. If I had 1 more piece of sugarcane, I would be able to, but I'm going to need to plant this and let it grow first. So hopefully one of those grows in the meantime. Even if it grows up to just 1 stage, it'll be good. While I was waiting for the sugarcane to grow, I decided to break all the trees and clean up around the base. And I've cleaned this area up a little bit, got rid of the trees right there. It looks a lot better. The sugarcane has still not grown, but right now I'll just go over my plan for where the barn is. And I think I'll show you guys that in a creative world and just lay out the area, because I think I want the barn to go right there. And this is my creative copy of the world. Don't worry, I'm not using it to cheat or anything. It's literally just to lay out this area a little bit so I can know what something looks like before I build it. And this is the path that I have laid out. So this is where the path will go. It'll go right down here and kind of zigzag like a big S shape. We'll just go down here and then the barn will be right here. I'm going to have to terraform a lot and maybe build up some retaining walls around it, but I think it'll look very nice. And in order to start the terraforming project and working on the path down the hill, I had to collect all the dirt I had laying around and then began working my way down the hill, slowly placing in coarse dirt in that sort of S shape that eventually ended up right at the bottom of the hill where I'm going to build the barn. And here we have it. We have the path that spirals up to where the starter base is next to the tree still. We can put another tree or something here and over here. And in general, I like it. There's definitely areas that need to be widened and then areas that need to be a little bit skinnier. But it goes right next to where the barn is going to be, and it would leave a lot of room there. So I might end up actually changing the way this looks and then making it kind of go around. But I like how straight on it is like this. I think that looks really cool. So I kind of want to leave it. And it is pretty crazy how much of a difference it makes to just have paths in your world because, yeah, I think that looks pretty cool. And in the time that it took me to get all the materials and get everything done involving the path, the sugarcane has grown. So that means we can look at what enchants we have. And we're level 35, so we're going to have a lot of choices. And it just started raining. This is a special moment. And it's raining. Bane of Arthropods 4. How about no? The fact that this is Fortune 2 makes me think there's going to be Fortune 3 on the pickaxe. And same thing with the sword with the looting. So I might risk it. And in fact, I think I will. And it is Fortune 3. Okay. So that's great, to be honest. I still need to make a helmet. But I kind of want to make a diamond axe first. And we can get on breaking 3. If we get efficiency, it'll make this build go by a lot faster. And it's only on breaking 3. That's so bad. But the Fortune 3 on the pickaxe is definitely enough luck for me when it comes to enchanting right now. We should be okay. Efficiency would have been pretty nice, though. I might disenchant this and then try to get like a level 28 enchant and get efficiency 3. So I might try to do that real quick. We can get efficiency 4 right away with level 28 enchant, and I'm just going to do that. I don't really care about unbreaking right now. This will just help us get rid of all these trees and collect resources for the barn much easier because there's a lot of wood used in this project. And after so much work, so much time gathering materials, we finally have everything we need to start this barn. And yes, we are using every single one of these spruce stairs in the build. But I went over the build materials last time, and this is what it is this time. Just a lot of wood mixed in with some stone bits that are going to be at the bottom of the build. But with the path being over here, I still have to decide whether or not I want the build to be pushed back over here, or if I want it to be closer to the road, because then we'd have to get rid of all this stuff and move it over there. But I'm going to figure that out, and then we're going to get into the build. And actually, before I get into the build, I've decided I wanted to put it pretty much right where these chests and barrels are. I'm going to have to terraform this area and raise it up slightly so the build can fit here. But after I do that, we're going to get started on the barn. And we are finally finished with the barn. I'm currently just landscaping around here, terraforming it up a little bit to make this area nicer. Just ignore that. It'll be fixed in just a little bit. And also the interior. The interior is also not finished yet. I'm going to add a second level, but it shouldn't really be difficult to make, so I'm not going to focus on that yet. But I am really happy with the way this turned out. I can still do some detailing, add some color and some more texture, especially on these faces, and then that side I forgot to texture completely. So, but this is what people are going to be looking at. The front of the build, I decided to go up from the lighter tones all the way up to the darker tones in a little gradient, and then decided to make the main part of it oak. This little build right here, which is going to be a barn guy's house, I guess, is the point of that. Just attach the main barn with some animals in the bottom, but I decided to make that birch and that oak with a little bit of birch up there. Decided also to make the roof a little bit textured, and I forgot a button right there, but I decided to make the roof textured. I like the moss bits on this one to make it a little bit more overgrown. Decided to make that overgrown, while this one was a little bit more maintained. The guy does live in here, whoever takes care of these animals, which are not in here yet, and I think once I add more builds in the area, it'll fit with that build a lot more. But that's what it looks like right now. I'm still going to have to gather a lot of dirt with an iron shovel, which sucks, but that's what I'm going to do right now. But this is how I've been gathering dirt. Just destroying the land underneath. I have to make sure to light it up, though, so I don't fall in here and die one day, but this is the way to get dirt. Just dig underneath all your builds. And there it is. Another iron shovel broken. And we have about 4 stacks of dirt to show for it. And I think that's like my 10th iron shovel that I've broken. It might not be that high, but it's pretty high. Broken a lot of shovels already. I'm gonna fill this in and then take you guys through what I do for terraforming. And I'll just go through it right now. You want to terraform at like more circles, like gradually going through. And I don't really know how to explain it other than that, because this, if you know how to make a circle in Minecraft, it kind of looks like this, and then you kind of make it curve. Like, areas curved look a lot better than just really jagged, like, stuff like that. Like, it looks so much better when you curve the landscape gradually. So, to make a circle in Minecraft, you have to go, like, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, like that. Doing stuff like that in terraforming, where you kind of slowly increase the increment. Like, if I do 2 right here, I can do another 3 right here, and then 4, and then kind of increasing it that way when you do curves and everything, because it's 4 right here, then it's 3, then it's 2, then it's 1, 1, 2, 2, and then I can do 3 right here, and then 4, and then kind of do that where it's 4, 2, and then 3, and then 2. And you can mix up a little bit so it's not precise, because it is landscape, and it looks a lot better when it's still a little bit random, but you see it's like a nice curve, and I think it looks really nice. And then I haven't done it everywhere. I mean, this area needs a lot of terraforming, but that's kind of what I do. And you want to make sure it's random, so you're not doing the same exact design over and over again. But terraforming is one of the things that I enjoy in Minecraft. I think it's pretty peaceful, but it does a lot to an area. So just terraforming an area feels like you've done a whole lot in the game, even though it's just placing and breaking blocks. Well, okay, so this area, I'll bring up a little bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Right there. I'm going to fill that in, and then I'll make this go this way. So I'll start by doing 2, 2, 1, 1, and then 2, 2, and then another 1, and see what that looks like. But I use a lot of numbers when I terraform, because I think that looks pretty nice. I'm going to fix this area a little bit, because you see it's a random 1, which just looks weird. But I'm going to make it a little bit more gradual or something like that. I don't know if the way I explain it is hard to understand. It is. You suck at tutorials, Wombaat, but this is episode 1, so. But right now, I want to focus on getting some more dirt, because that is what I need right now. And I specifically needed coarse dirt, but I didn't feel like dealing with iron tools, so I decided to just finally make a diamond shovel. And when I got it into the enchantment table, I have an Unbreaking 3 enchant. I decided to do that, and that's all it was Unbreaking 3. And I decided the best way to get some coarse dirt, which is what I really needed, was to go to the Mega Taiga, and on my way there, I mined some pumpkins. And I found out that the Mega Taiga was not as big as I initially thought, so we had to figure out a different way to get dirt, which was just dig into the side of the mountain, which also had some gravel conveniently, so we could make some coarse dirt. But after that, I just headed on my way back home, avoiding all kinds of monsters because it was pretty dark. When I got home, I decided to finish up the pathway going up to the barn, fixing it up just a little bit on my way to the inside of the barn, where I placed coarse dirt all over the floor so we can eventually get started on the interior. And we surprisingly had enough materials to complete the floor, but this is not right. And now the floor is completed. This is what it looks like. I think it looks so much better now. Right here, I want to keep this open for some storage, and then maybe a ladder to go up. This will be some areas for animals to be. Not really sure what animals are going to be in here. They're mostly going to be decoration. I know it's pretty sad, but that's just how Minecraft goes. The people who drag every mob into cages like Philza did, those people are wrong. Me, it's just a simple barn. They're supposed to be in here, okay? They're just decoration pieces, but the real people, the real work is going to be out there with the big cow field. But I think this room will just be the continued coarse dirt. Might be a little bit more textured with like some granite in here to make it a little bit more stony, but it's still going to be pretty much just the coarse dirt. Maybe some mud bricks in here to make it look a little bit more lived in. And we have 1 coarse dirt to spare, and the inside is complete. Now I'm going to sleep and think of what to do next. But now this area's come together quite nicely, and I can focus on the second level. I do have the ladders. I think I'm going to put them right here. I think that's a better placement for them. But now we have the path leading up. We have the inside done with the coarse dirt on the floor. And I decided to do spruce around the edge for the roof. And then if you go up here, this ladder that I put a oak trapdoor fence around it because I think it looks pretty nice. I do have to texture these walls up here a little bit. It should be pretty easy. But up here will be living quarters for the barn caretaker or the farmer, whatever you want to call them. Could be an Enderman. I don't know who it is up here, but yeah, we just have to texture this area. I don't really feel like putting the bookshelves around on that wall, to be honest, so I don't think I'm going to do that. But I'm going to bring in some of the oak bits and maybe some of these oak logs up there to texture it. I have hay bales that I want to sprinkle around up here. And I think that already makes this area look a lot better. And I think the next thing we're going to do is do the interior of that. And we should have enough materials to do that right now. I'm probably going to put a bed up here with just some basic shelves and chests. And then that'll probably just be it. Just some simple furniture in there. Nothing too crazy. So I'll do this simple shelf design with a barrel. And then maybe just some extra hay storage up there. This guy loves farming, okay? He's going to have an extra hay bale up there, just in case. Or maybe it's to fuel the fire over here. That doesn't exist. And I'm going to put the spruce overhang right here with some trapdoors, which looks good. And I'm going to do that on the other side. And then because there's so many pillagers that have spawned in this area in the making of this build, I'm going to give this guy an ominous banner. Like, he's the one protecting this area from all the pillagers. And I'll just put it right there. I think that's okay. That looks really bad. That looks really bad. That's cool. And now I want to see what these mini blocks look like. A mini barrel looks pretty cool. I want to see what the mini bookshelf. That looks so cute. That is perfect. I love that. I think that's amazing. I'm gonna put like a mini chest right here. And I'll put a mini barrel up here. But now when you come from this area, it looks a lot better in there. But I want to see what these mini blocks look like in my house as decoration, because I keep forgetting I have that data pack installed. And I think because this is an office area, I'm going to put the mini bookshelves right here. And then I'll put a mini chest right there. I'll put a mini barrel. Maybe it's like an alcoholic beverage right there, just on my bedside. Because that's kind of what it looks like. And I don't even know what to do right now. This episode is kind of scattered. Lately, after I built the barn, I don't even know what to do. I'm going to try to set a goal so I have something to focus on. So I'm not just running around doing absolutely nothing. And I think that goal is to terraform this area up a little bit. Add some retaining walls, maybe right here, flatten this area out a little bit, make this area look a little bit better so we can put a field back here. And then I'll maybe put some crop fields around here as well. But we need to put a field back here for the cows to have a consistent food source. And we're going to need a lot of dirt for this. And although that's a lot, I don't think it's nearly enough. But I'm going to get some more dirt and I'm going to terraform this area. And that is another time-lapse finished, and it's also another patrol. I don't know what's up with these guys, but they keep spawning. They keep spawning, and I'm just going to do what I've been doing, and that's burning them alive. I mean, giving them a nice, peaceful, and very painless death. Dude, these guys, they never give up. I'm just a nice wombat, trying to live peacefully in this field, trying to plant some crops and get my cows. Please stop bothering me. Please. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man?
I love the young people.
Well, I'm glad we got that over with. I'm also glad I turned off fire spreads, because that whole build would have gone up in flames. And now, I can show you guys what I did. I mean, you saw it from the time-lapse, but this is what the area looks like now. It looks so much better. Looks so much more smooth. And this is a perfect area for some cows. And I'm actually going to lower this down. And my shovel or my axe is almost broken. I literally just made it. But I'm going to lower this area down a little bit more. But I'm going to make a pretty big field for the cows, I think. By the way, this build looks pretty ugly from this angle because there's nothing over here. But ignore it for now. And I would like the field to be attached to the actual build. I don't want it to just be out in the middle of nowhere. I want it to be actually attached to the building. So I think I can have it starting right over here like that. And that could look pretty cool. But I think if I have it going up like this, and I have to make sure I do not break this axe, that will be fine for now, I think. And I could always expand it and to make another field for different animals, but this is what we're working with right now. And I think I'm going to make an entrance right here. Oh no. Oh, I can't believe I just did that. I completely forgot. Well, there goes that axe. That sucks. Just rip 3 diamonds. It's fine. We're going to have to go on another mining adventure anyways. We have fortune, but that is really a dumb mistake by me. I literally told myself not to forget about the durability, but I was not thinking. I think that's going to look pretty good around the edge. And then what I wanted to try is maybe a barrel instead to see if that looks nice. And I like that. I think I'm going to stick with that design, but I'm going to have to get more wood. And I don't have an axe anymore. And now I'm just debating on whether or not I want to spend 3 more diamonds on another axe. And I don't think I even have 3 more. I do have 3 more. I think I'm just going to have to. Oh my god. I was just about to record myself finishing these. And look who it is. I'm not kidding, is maybe the 5th patrol. And I'm just going to keep them around here. They won't move. They're stupid. And that's the easiest way to get rid of them. But I cannot believe so many have spawned. But anyways, I'm just going to continue this now. And so I continued building up the fence by putting posts up with the barrels and slabs and did that around the entire field. But you guys already know who stopped by and said hi. I got rid of them though and added in some flowers and rocks in the cow field. And then I worked on getting the cows down the hill slowly into their new home. The sheep went in there, but I told them to get the hell out. Say hi to YouTube.
Hi, YouTube.
Okay. Okay, you can shut up now.
He's so mean, guys. He's so mean to me.
And now it's time to make a crop farm, and I don't really know where I want to put it. Obviously, in front of the barn would make sense, like right here, but I kind of want to put a flower field right there. And I think for now, I'm just going to put the wheat field right here. I think that's the best spot to put one. I think just a field without any sort of border in this area right here would look pretty cool. But for that, I'm going to need a lot of water, so I'm going to make a infinite water source right here for now. And then I'm going to get into making the field. And now we have a crop field over here. I think this area is coming together really nice. There's still some things we have to complete on the barn. And there's some things I want to do before the end of this episode, which is just to add more custom trees in this area. And we have made the oak tree, and we made 2 little birch trees over here. And with that, we've survived 100 days as well in this world. And I'm going to quickly make this other birch tree. And yeah, I think that looks a lot better having that extra tree right there. And once we add a bit more flowers in this region, make it a little bit more interesting to look at, I think it'll look a lot better. Some of this wheat's growing, so I'm going to place some of this and spread it around the field. I think this area is coming together really well already. The trees do so much, and I think just it working around the farm is going to look so cool, especially once we add maybe some more trees over here, probably just a crop field. I think it looks pretty cool. I think it looks really nice like this, and then you're coming down here, and then you can kind of have a view straight to the barn, and I like it. And again, I'm going to expand this crop field, probably put another one up here. It doesn't look great right now. Like, this view is going to be so nice once we add stuff here. Like, there's just so many views in this area that I think are going to look really, really cool. I didn't add much texturing to this tree specifically. And let me know if you guys like it. Let me know if you guys like any of the trees. I do like these ones. I could go back and texture this one pretty easily. Just wanted to see if it would look better, a little bit more simplified. The reason for the texturing is to highlight and shadow the tree. Like, the birch leaves are used for shadows, and then the lighter tones are used for light areas. areas that might get a little bit more sunlight. So the top of the tree has a little bit more light shade, and then the bottom of the tree has a little bit more birch and dark shade. But right now I think I'm just going to add some flowers. I mean, just that looks so much better. Adding flowers, adding custom trees to an area makes it look so much better. It's unbelievable, to be honest, how much of a difference that just made. And to make an even bigger difference, I might put some oak and azalea leaves and sprinkle them around the barn. And I think that's pretty cool. And if we do that in enough areas and then mix in some flowers in the future, and then I can do them around there. But I think even that right there, just look how much of a difference that makes. I've added some leaves around the cow pen. I think it looks a lot better. But really the only thing that's making this area look awful is that mess. Must be a jungle log up there that I didn't break, because that looks pretty bad. But before I end off this episode, I have one more thing that I want to do. And I want to start doing this at the end of every episode, or at some point during every episode. I want to start doing this because I think it'll be really cool. This is what I'm crafting. I am crafting a fishing rod, and the reason I'm doing this, in original commentary, Wombaat didn't really explain this well, but what I wanted to start doing at the end of every episode was fishing. Yes, fishing. I want to fish until I catch an enchanted book, and the first enchanted book I find, I will rename to something you guys choose. In order to choose what the book will be named at the end of an episode, there will be a link to a Google form in the description, where you can submit your entry, and I'll randomly select one every single episode. But whatever book I catch first, I will name after a random commenter. I do want to get some levels, and I also do want to find some enchanted books, so I'm hoping the first book isn't mending. But the plan with all of these books is to make a big library at some point. It's not going to be in this area, it's going to be somewhere else in the world, but I want to make a library inspired by the Citadel Library in Game of Thrones. And eventually I want to put all the books in that library along with some librarian villagers to make a massive villager trading hall in there, specifically for librarians. And that's going to be a huge project, but I'm very excited to get into doing that. And probably like 2,000 days. I don't know when that'll be, but that's the plan with the books. And it took a little bit, but we did just catch our first enchanted book. And it's a Fortune 2 Fire Aspect 2 book. I'm fine with losing that. That's fine with me. But a random commenter can choose what this book is named. Before this video ends, though, I have one last mini project to complete, and that is an XP farm, specifically a spider farm. I found one when I was on my mining adventure early in the video and headed my way over there. To start off the XP farm, I had to clear out a room that was 5 blocks clear above the spawner, 4 blocks on each side, and 3 blocks down. Then I had to clear out a space on the ceiling so the spiders couldn't climb the wall and get stuck. To do this, you clear out a hole shaped like this, with open fence gates filled along the entire hole and fill it completely up with water source blocks. The next step was to place water so it would flow directly down to the middle where the killing chamber would eventually be. Then I made a 6-block deep hole shaped like this so the spiders could flow into a killing chamber where they get stuck and could easily be killed. And then I had to place slabs on top and do some finishing touches, and that is a very good early game XP farm. It should give us plenty of string and enough XP to enchant our early game tools and armor. And this is where I'll end off the episode. We just got finished with a spider XP farm. Decided to do this before the end of the episode because just wanted to give a little bit more content for you guys. We went mining, and then we made a barn, added some custom trees, and continued our path down. And again, we just made an XP farm that is going to help us out a lot. But I'll see you guys in the next episode. Welcome back to Hardcore Minecraft. We are in episode 3, and I plan on building a castle today. Yeah, I'm already planning on building a castle. Don't ask me why. This project will require a ton of materials. It's going to take forever. And the only way we're going to be able to get through this is by enchanting some tools and going mining, which is where we started last episode. We're going to have to do that again this episode. But I am so excited to turn this valley into a protective fortress against all types of pillagers, creepers, and anything that is going to try and attack us from that ocean. Guys, I'm like really scared of dying in this world. I really don't want to die. I'm really scared. But the first step in this video before I do anything is cleaning up around the base because it is a mess. But the main things that need to be done right now is just cleaning up, getting these chests out of here, and moving them into the house, and just sorting this area out and making it functional and just much easier to use because this area is extremely messy. I mean, look at all this stuff that we have right here. Why is all of this over here? All of these barrels look exactly like this. So we're gonna have to figure out where to store certain items and organize this house. I want to decorate the house a little bit more because there's some things unfinished with that. I'm just not really liking the way it functions right now. It's kind of a disaster. So I'm just going to do that real quick. Actually, it's not going to be real quick. It's going to take an excruciating amount of time. I cannot tell you guys how much PTSD I just experienced from my last world. My heart is racing so much right now. There's no way for him to get inside the house, but I just heard footsteps. I was like, who's that? Is that a sheep? And then I looked in my window, or out my window, and this is what's looking out there. That is crazy. And does he have infinite health? I'm gonna have to light this area up a little bit more. The amount of jump scares that are happening in this world, it's a little bit too much. I'm gonna light some of these areas up. I'm gonna be honest, I got a little sidetracked when I was doing stuff around the house, and I decided to go on a trip over to the spider XP farm I made last episode to try and find some enchants on my tools. And I ended up getting blast protection 4 in my leggings, protection 4 in my chest plate, and these really good boots. Oh, and I also got a faster shovel. Then I got sidetracked again and decided to go on a mining adventure to find more diamonds because I ran out, and look who was waiting for me, a bunch of mobs. But I found a really cool cave, and I ended up exploring that. The cave led me underwater, but it went back up into an even bigger area where there was a skeleton waiting for me, but he shot a bat, so thank you, bat. There was also some creepers waiting for me because this world keeps sending me creepers because they just don't want me to have fun. I made my way over to an area that had a crazy amount of diamonds, and there was these 2 baby zombies waiting for me, and you know what I did? I just made a water slide straight down to lava, but it didn't quite work, so I had to finish them off myself. And then I just began mining all of the diamonds in the area. There was also 2 endermen that I found in boats, and I got 2 pearls from them. And this world sent me 2 more creepers because they want me to experience the PTSD from last world again. But as I was going back towards the entrance of the cave, I went underwater and there was some diamonds waiting for me, so I got them. And I looked up in a new area and I found more diamonds. And there was also 2 more diamonds waiting for me at the end of the caving adventure. And then I got home and fixed up my tools with the newly acquired diamonds. How did the anvil already break? I'm just gonna go home now. This has been a pretty long journey, but this is what I found mining. I got 47 diamonds. I got 53 in total, but I used them to enchant my tools, as you saw. We didn't really mine this much. It was mostly the diamonds, and we have 47 now, which is a lot more than what we had in the beginning of the episode, which is pretty cool. This is the new house interior. I'm not done doing this yet because we don't have enough bookshelves. But this is the new kitchen. I didn't really change much, just added that up there, and then did finish this pantry thing. It looks a lot better than what it used to, which was just grass and nothing else. I sorted through every single chest in this house as well. But this is the basement. This is our starting iron armor with some tools and everything in there. And then a cellar down here with some bulk storage. Also added some flowers around here. I added a wagon down there. I think it looks really cool. And we didn't really do much. Oh, I forgot one more thing. We did finally add an interior to the watchtower, or whatever it's going to be. We can't really fit anything up here. If you guys do have any ideas for what this tower can be, I would appreciate it. Some people have said an enchantment tower, but I have other plans for that because it's just too small, and there's these windows that I think honestly are just good for like a view. I think that's really all it's going to end up being, but at least there is a staircase here. It looks so much better. Also, give me ideas for what this tower could be in general. This part of the tower and also this part of the tower, which I have no idea what to do with. I could add like a map right here, and I think could be really cool. Like just a big map of this area, which I should probably start creating soon. I also added this garden over here. I have not made a path yet for this side. I don't know if I like it that much. It looks pretty bad. I did also expand this wheat field. It's going to look so much better when it's fully grown. And I still have some things that I want to do before I get into the actual main builds in this video. But I do want to terraform this area, and that's going to be a pretty big project. I can add some retaining walls right there and maybe terraform a path over here. I mean, this area needs so much terraforming, but I think I'm just going to start on this main area. And that's something that I'm going to get working on right now. But I think I'm just going to time-lapse me terraforming because it gets pretty boring. And after a lot of time, we have finally finished this terraforming project. Again, it took a lot of time, but I think it looks so much better now. But I think this area is going to need a lot of terraforming if we're going to want to make builds around here, especially this spot. Like, yeah, it looks kind of cool, but I don't know what we're supposed to do about it other than just place dirt over it. And I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what was wrong with my voice in that clip. I think I was just like back from work or something and I was physically and mentally dead, but it sounded weird, so I'm sorry. But now it is time to get into the main part of this video, which is building a castle. And the castle is going to go right over there where that nether portal is, pretty much just right there. And that's what I've been doing right now, is just gathering materials. That's not the materials. The materials are over there, but the castle is going to go right there, and I think it's going to look really cool. But the first thing I'm going to work on is terraforming that area, and that requires plenty of resources. So I'm going to go through and make sure I have enough to do that. And I hope you guys enjoy this nice peaceful montage of me gathering materials. I'm totally not interrupting it with my annoying voice. But the first real step of getting this terraforming project done was to remove this ugly nether portal. It was really just in the way. And by the way, powdered snow is incredibly annoying. But that brought us into the main terraforming project, where I would use a mix of tuff, acacia wood, andesite, cobblestone, mossy blocks, and a little bit of light gray terracotta with some mud for some little mud accents in the build, and I think it turned out really nice. And this wouldn't be a time lapse or a video without one of these guys showing up. I didn't show it, but early in this video when I was going mining on my way back home, one of these things spawned. It is getting ridiculous. Did they change the spawn rates of these guys? Or is this region just filled with these guys? I don't know why they are spawning so much. But when I go over here, it should be fine. They should disappear. And I have completed all of the terraforming that I can right now. I am pretty low on materials. I've taken like 50 trips back to the base to get materials during this process. It's taking so long to do. But yeah, this is what it looks like. It looks beautiful in here, doesn't it? We'll take a look at it from down here. This is just the start of the terraforming project that I'm going to do in this area, because it stands out a lot like this. And some of these areas are actually me beginning the castle. As you can see right there, it just kind of fits into the environment a bit. The castle, it looks like it's going to be really small. It's a pretty big castle, but I'm really excited to get into that. But I'm low on materials like acacia wood, which is used throughout. I'm going to have to keep restocking on wool and just so many materials during the making of this build. And it's going to take a while just to do that. I probably shouldn't be running around like this. There's so many holes in this area. But let's take a look at it from right here. It's going to look so nice once it's complete. This area, especially with some trees, a path that leads all the way to the base. I'm so excited. And I know it's the thumbnail, but you guys can just imagine what a castle would look like from this area, this view. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to put a castle there, because it being seen in a distance, it's going to look so cool. But these are all of the materials that I'm going to have to get over there, and I'm going to have to get some more. So I'm just going to montage that. I am already growing some of the trees that I need. And yeah, we'll just get into a montage of me doing this, because this is the boring part. Oh no, the cow is stuck. I don't really care. I don't really care. What I'm doing right now is just mining some deep slate, and I'm just trying to leave the cave, and it seems like a common theme in this video is creepers. So we're gonna have to try to get past this guy. Might have to let him explode. Oh god, he's really coming down. Dude, he's on a mission right now. Well, that was dramatic. Should be fine now. I really need to make stairs to get back up. Well, we made it up, so I'm going to continue gathering materials. And now we are at a point where we pretty much have every resource we need to build the castle, but we need a bunch of light gray wool still. We probably need a lot more deep slate, and it's definitely going to take a while to get all of the stuff that we need still. Right now, I'm just going to have to collect light gray wool, it's going to take a pretty long amount of time to do that. And I was panicking. I didn't know where Pink Sheep was, but we found him. Okay, he's fine. Can't let him disappear like that. I'm gonna say what's up to Pink Sheep. And yeah, we have priorities around here in this world. We have to talk to Pink Sheep. How you doing up there? It's kind of cold up here, isn't it? I'm sorry to do this to you, Pink Sheep. Look away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Pink Sheep. I don't know why I did that. I just wanted to say hi, and that's my way of doing it. Anyways, I'm just going to start collecting more materials now so we can build this castle. It's taken a long time to do all this, and I'm ready to start building. I've been waiting all day. Well, I've gathered enough materials to start building this thing, and I'm pretty excited to do it. And I think initially I'm just going to start a time lapse and maybe go over things as I complete them, but I think for the most part this build is just going to be a time lapse. It's going to be pretty hard to follow what is happening, but I'll maybe catch you guys up on what's happening in between certain things that are made, but for the most part it's going to be a time lapse. It's going to be a pretty amazing build. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Okay. And I've done a pretty good amount of the castle so far. We have obviously the terraforming done, which I showed you, and then we are starting on what is just the base kind of layer of the castle and a couple of towers right here. And then this section, which I love, this entrance section, but I ran out of wool, of light gray wool. So I'm going to have to bring my shears and get started on shearing more of these sheep because it is used a lot in this build. And I don't know where my shears are. So I'm going to have to find those, but that's what we're going to focus on right now. And I'm not really sure how many more wool blocks I'm going to need for this build. I think it's a lot. It's like maybe 2 more stacks. So I might have to just slowly gather some of the wool blocks. And, you know, I didn't really want to just complete the castle entirely and then just have it be done. Like, I like kind of just stopping in the middle to gather more materials and just catch you guys up on what's happening because it already looks so nice, especially from a distance. But this is what we need. I've been breeding them up down here because we need a lot of gray wool. And no, I'm not going to shear pink sheep again. I'm not going to do that again. So don't worry, pink sheep. You're fine. But he keeps trying to climb the mountain. Oh, he's still up there. Sorry, dude. He's not pink anymore. He'll get it back. I think I've collected enough gray wool now. I'm just going to get back into the build. And I am pretty much done with the castle right now. I have a few more things to touch up. And yep, that's correct. You see that in the distance. They're just wandering down there. There's more of them. They've shown up to every single thing I've ever done in this world. They're following me around. I don't know where they're going right now, but they're dedicated to try to find me. I'm up here. Like it's not hard to see this castle, and they're really stupid. They don't know where they're going. Where'd they go? Did they despawn? That just watched them disappear in live action right there. I'm very excited to show you guys what this castle looks like in full, but I am going to have to get some more foliage and stuff. And I'm ready to show you guys the castle. I've completed it, but it's raining and snowing. I built this in a place where it's going to snow and get all over the castle. I'm going to have to fix that with string and carpets and stuff. And just blocks like that, so snow doesn't get all over the build, but that's going to be a later project. But I'm going to have to wait this out so you guys can actually see what's happening. And it has stopped raining, and this is the view of the castle from where the base is. It looks so cool in the background. I mean, I'm going to make a view right here, so you go down this, and there's going to be nothing in this view right here, so you can always see the castle. But it looks so good from over here. There's definitely some things I have to do to complete it, like add some custom trees in that area, like I have in this area, these custom trees, Gonna add maybe a few of those over there. I would like to make that area a little bit more spruce heavy, but I'm gonna head my way over to the castle and give you guys a tour. I'm sure you guys saw a lot of it from the time lapse, but I'm really excited to show you guys what the inside of the castle looks like. And here we are at the front of the castle. I guess this would be considered the front or side of the castle. It's where the entrance is right here, which I really like. This overhang you walk through, and I'll show you guys that side later. I also want to mention it is day 199. We've almost hit day 200 in this video. This castle, it's taken a lot of time to gather materials for it and just to build it. It's a lot of work to do it. And the snow is going to be really annoying. You walk up these stairs and the vibe that it gives off is just, it's so cool. It looks old, a little bit ruined, which I like. But you walk up here and this section, it's very fortified, like as if they're trying to defend something. It's more of like a fortress. There's this door, and this is the entrance to nothing. There's nothing in here. When I said I was excited to show you guys the inside of the castle, this is not what I was talking about. This is what I'm excited to show you guys. This whole, like, actual inside of the castle is just so cool to me. Like, being able to go up here, there's a little bridge right here, and then there's a building, and then you can also, you know, just go right here to the left, and there's another building right here, this white building, which will have 2 entrances. And once I actually get into the interior of the castle, I think it's going to look so much nicer, but I cannot get into that in this episode. That's another project. There's going to be stairs going down here, but there's also this little section that you can walk through, and it's like a guard area. Like they're guarding this whole valley region right here. It's pretty cool lore to have this castle sitting right here. Yeah, and there's another entrance to a lower section and a tower where you can kind of see. But, I mean, to be honest, that's kind of what most of the castle is. There's not much to tour right now because it's just, there's no actual inside of the castle, which is most of what the castle is, but it's fine. I can always go around in free cam to show you guys little bits and pieces. This is one of the things I added later on in the build. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Help me. Okay. Oh, I also forgot one little thing. I forgot I was missing one piece of glass right up there, and that obviously makes a huge difference to what this build is going to look like from every angle, but I'm very excited about the interior of this castle. This is, again, something I added later on in the build process. It's kind of a ruined tower or something. The whole lore behind this is that it's the oldest part of the castle, and it was actually here before this was even here, like by a long time. Like this was standing here before this castle was built by who knows how many years, because it's just a ruined tower or part of another castle that maybe existed in this area. That's why, you know, having a tower right here would make no sense. That's kind of the lore I made. But it just looks older than the rest of the build, which I think is pretty cool. But down here, this angle of it just looks so cool. In my opinion, this is the best angle of the whole castle. And eventually I'm going to make some builds down here, like a port city in this little region, and it's just gonna make the vibe of the castle that much cooler. But as you kind of go in here, I missed a block right there. That's fine. There's no interior, so some parts are just like hollow. Anyways, as you kind of go in here, this also needs to be textured. That's fine. I can do that real quick. In there, it's textured now. I do have to make this match, actually, the rest of it, but it's fine. This entrance might honestly end up being different than the rest of these because I'm planning on putting a throne room down here. I don't know which side is going to be the throne room. Maybe right here, or like the actual throne. Maybe right here, but I mean, it looks really bad down here. It's not good right now, I'll be honest. It's far from good, actually, but it's fine. It's fine. But that, I mean, that's a massive project in itself. Just brain-wise, like I don't even know how to think of an interior for this. There's just too many spaces. But I'm going to go into free cam again. There's this little section right here, which I added later on because I didn't want these windows to go around the entire way because it just looked too much of like a skyscraper having that many windows, and I just didn't like the way it looked. But again, once there's an interior, the actual exterior of the castle is going to look nicer because looking through these windows, you're not going to it's not going to be hollow, which is exactly what it is right now. But most of the design of the castle is made to seem like it's a fortress, like they're protecting against something. Maybe preventing these people or other people that could come in to this region, like just protecting this region entirely. And I could put more castles to do the same thing in other places, but the terraforming I really enjoy, and it's not finished. I definitely have to do a lot involving the terraforming project that I have for this area. I need some trees and some more greenery in here. I think it looks really cool having this section kind of go like that. And then maybe I can put a tree right there. I just don't want anything to take away from this. I did use a lot of stained glass in this build, like on the roof and everything. Kind of took some of this from B-dubs because I think stained glass is really cool. Used it even for some of these leaves and stuff. And with these type of big scale projects, I like to experiment with stained glass because I think, especially from a distance, it can make the build look that much better. Enough talking about the build. This is officially day 200 after I sleep, and we have hit day 200. That means we've officially spent about 100 days on this video. We hit day 100 last episode. We are now all the way up to day 200. I mean, it's been going by really fast. I'm very happy with what we've built in this episode. And if you're wondering what is next in this video, it's going to be exactly what I've been talking about. It's adding some custom trees. And what I want to do is make a path that goes all the way from there to the castle. And I'm not sure how big of a project that's even going to be because this area needs a lot of terraforming. And I'm going to have to do a lot of that as I work on the path to the castle. I'm just not sure how much it's going to be yet until I actually get into that. But I'm going to have to gather some blocks to start some custom trees. And just, it looks so amazing in the distance, especially with my fog settings, which everybody has been asking for, by the way, these fog settings. I'm just going to go through, and I think I'm just going to give them to you guys right now. So there's this mod called Simple Fog Control. If you have mod menu, it's much easier to navigate. By the way, that's another mod menu. But Simple Fog Control makes it so you can have this type of fog in your world, and these are my settings. Just got to turn enable terrain fog modification on, obviously, and then fog begin -20 and then fog end 135. This will depend on your render distance, I think, and -20, it doesn't have to be that low. You can do -10, but I prefer it to be a lot closer to me than that. But I do think the fog settings depend on what render distance you have, and I do have 30 render distance. So anyways, what I'm doing now is I'm just figuring out where I want these custom trees to go up here, and I've also started covering up this powdered snow. I want it to be known that this is my least favorite block in the game, powdered snow. I've fallen in it many times. It's really annoying, and you can't mine it with a shovel. So when I was clearing this area out, it took forever just to clear out this little section. It took way longer than you would think because this stuff, this is an efficiency 4 shovel, and that's how long it took to break it. You might as well just use your hand or just place blocks over it, which is exactly what I'm going to get started on doing. But I think the idea for this area up here is to make a little forest. It's not going to be anything crazy, but I'm going to put maybe 10 to 15 spruce trees up here. And I'm not going to make 10 to 15 spruce trees immediately, but I did make a few spruce trees after terraforming this area, and that leads me into my next segment of tutorials with Wombaat. And I'm going to go over a tutorial on how to build a spruce tree. When you try to build spruce trees in Minecraft, do they look like this? And you want them to look like that? No, not that. This right here. If you want your trees to look like this, I can lead you there. And the easiest way to start out a spruce tree is to just build up about 13 to 15 blocks. So there, I built up about 13. That's kind of where it is. And then you want to put a few fences up there like that to give it a little bit more height, but don't make it super thick at the top. And you can make it a little bit shorter than that if you want. So I'm just going to do 2. And the easiest way to start out is by just adding your branches. And you want to start up a little bit up the tree and just add a couple right there. And you just want to make it a little bit random. Also keeping in mind that spruce trees kind of have this sort of shape where they get smaller and then go up. So you kind of want to space out your branches, usually like 1 block each like that. So I'm going to put one there, and then I'm going to put one like right there, and then up the tree a little bit more. I'm going to put another double branch right here with one like that. And you can add however many branches you want. That's just what it's going to look like for now, and you can always add them later on. The easiest way to start out is by just spamming leaves in this kind of spruce looking shape like this. 4 blocks out like that, 4 blocks out, and just kind of spamming it. Don't make it even, but kind of make it look something like this. Kind of a diamond shape. And see, it already kind of has a spruce looking shape to it. And the way to make it look somewhat natural is by leaving stuff like this. Like, it's not perfect. You just break that. Break, some blocks. Because spruce trees and trees in general are never perfect. And you just want to break some blocks. That one I'm just going to leave. That is a good base. And you can always go back and break some more. So I'm going to break that one. And then, actually, I'll break, and I'll do something like that. And then the next step is to just start on a smaller layer. something a little bit like this. And then you also want to break some of these and make it a little bit more random so it looks kind of like that. The key for spruce trees is to go from a big layer to a small layer, back up to a big layer. So this layer right here, we want to go back up a little bit bigger than the last one you just made, but still shorter than the base layer that we made first. And you can always start out with a perfect shape like that if you want. And that usually makes it a little bit easier. See, it kind of looks like the base Minecraft tree right now. And you just want to go back through and break some more of these blocks. You don't want your tree to look perfect. There, it already looks pretty good. And you can go back and add a few more leaves in here like that to make it look a little bit better. Oh, didn't mean to open that. Okay. And I can always add another one right here. Maybe put one right there. And that doesn't look too bad. So, I mean, just experiment with something that looks good. Make sure to check every single angle. See, I don't really like that. See, I don't really like the way it looked, so I put some right there. And then that's kind of what you want to do down here for the bottom layer as well, is remove some of them and then put them a layer down. See, now it has a little bit more shape because you removed some. And I think I'm going to do that. And then put one right there. And now I think the base layer looks pretty good. And you just want to repeat that going up the entire way. Don't worry about branches sticking out. Trees do that a lot. And you kind of just want to spam leaves in that same sort of shape that you just did. And the key to doing trees is if something looks bad, just keep working at it. And eventually you'll find something that looks somewhat natural. See, I'm kind of just spamming leaves, not really thinking about it until I look at the whole tree, and then I do whatever I want to do. But you just want to add some leaves in some random spots, like up here, add one right there. Make it a little bit taller, add something right there, and boom, the spruce tree already looks pretty good. And it's really not even complete, but it already looks pretty solid right now. And you can always switch the branches out for spruce to make them stick out a little bit more. I think it's easier to go and build the entire tree in a creative world first and then go and remove some of the leaves afterwards. Because you just want to spam leaves in here. Don't remove too many leaves. You still want to make it a little bit thick. Spruce trees tend to be thicker than maybe oak trees would be usually. So don't remove too many leaves, but still break enough to where it's not super thick. So I think that's a pretty good tree, and hopefully this is a better tutorial than the last one I made, because a lot of people struggle with making trees. They make them like the one behind me. I'm not going to tell you which one, but this is just a very basic spruce tree, and you can kind of use that same philosophy with this one, just using fences, maybe adding a few less branches. But it's a pretty easy tree to make in Minecraft, and it can make an area look so much better. And I think I am done making trees for now. Let me know if you guys like these trees, the trees individually and fitting into this environment. I will add more, probably just going around this area a lot, and I think it'll end up blending in a little bit more. I think the only thing that's making it look weird is they stick out as well, same as the castle. Obviously the castle is going to stick out, but I think the trees stick out a little bit because they're the only trees in this area really, other than those. But I think once I add more of these spruce trees, it'll fit in better and look a lot nicer. Now we have to get on to the thing that'll take another big chunk of time, and that is a path working its way down, at least towards the house. I don't know if I'm going to get that done completely, but I guess I might as well. And I do want it to be functional. I want to have a reason to go in there. I'm not sure what it's going to be, so if you guys have any ideas for the interior of the castle or any functionality to it, just let me know in the comments, because I do want to put something in there. Just not sure what I want to put there yet. But I do know that I'm going to put a path over there, but I was all out of dirt and coarse dirt. So I was making my way over to the mega taiga that I did end up finding. I couldn't find it last episode. I know where it is now. But I found this really cool space that I could totally build something. So if you have an idea for this space, please let me know. But I arrived to the mega taiga biome to collect as much coarse dirt and dirt that I could. And then I got back to the castle and began laying out a path with netherrack all the way down the hill. And there we have the path laid out. I've only made it up to here because I want to get this done first. And this is what it looks like in FreeCam. Use netherrack because it's a great block to signify a path. Like, it stands out a lot. But it really just goes up to like a perfect S shape. Like, the land just allows me to do that already. But let me just get started on that. I don't really know how else to build this without just making it another time lapse. That just seems like the easiest way to do it. But let's just get started on the path. I finally finished it. I finally finished terraforming this area. I added another custom tree, and don't worry, this area is not completely finished. I'm just kind of sick of it. I've already gone through 2 diamond shovels, and it takes forever to mine dirt without efficiency 4. So I'm just not going to bother with it anymore. But I do think it looks pretty good right now. I think it's starting to look really nice in this area. The trees and the path do a lot, especially for the thumbnail. I mean, that looks pretty nice. But I'm going to finish this area in a future episode. Can definitely do more terraforming. We'll definitely add more custom trees and just fix the area up a little bit more. And I might do that when I fix the interior of the castle. I do think that's nearing the end of this video. I really thought I got a lot done. It took a while. This episode took like 120 days. But we did build a castle, so that's pretty cool. And I will see you guys in the next one. Welcome to my hardcore Minecraft world. In last episode, we built this cliffside castle. In this episode, I want to do something a little bit more relaxing and build a farming village right near our starter base. But in order to do that, I'm going to need better tools because this is not going to allow me to terraform this area easily. And I forgot to say it last episode, but we do have a name for a pink sheep. The sheep who is no longer pink. His name is Floyd. Get it? Yeah, somebody came up with that name, so thank you for that name. I also added a few more mods, if you are interested in that. I added the Fresh Animations Resource Pack, which makes animals and stuff look better. So he just, you know, he's doing some cool stuff. He looks pretty cool. Same with the sheep and the pigs, which, by the way, they also added new pigs to Minecraft, which is cool. I added one that makes my skin 3D. I don't want to take my armor off. I don't want to die. Let me go inside to show you this mod. This is it. Don't I look great? The bald wombat. Anyways, enough goofing around. I gotta put my armor back on. It's pretty scary to not have armor on. And the first step of this episode is to, first of all, be able to see me. But the first step that I really want to do in this episode is to get a mending villager because I am tired of my shovel breaking, for one. And we definitely need to be able to repair our tools much easier and with less experience. So I'm going to try to get mending. In order to do that, I'm going to need a lectern. And I'm just going to take this bookshelf. And I also, if you didn't notice, made my inventory bigger. And I don't know why I've been playing on such a tiny inventory like the entire time I've played Minecraft. But this is so much better. The first step on our journey to mending is to go over to the village that is just right there. And actually, what I want to do first is to tame a horse because we do finally have a saddle. And I should have some armor in here. I have iron armor. And that's it. So I'm going to take this iron horse armor and try to tame this horse that is outside of the base. Hopefully it's a good one. There's also a horse that's been up there for so long. Oh, we already got him tamed. He has a lot of health, which is cool. Oh, this might be the slowest horse I've ever used in this game. I mean, the animation is sick, but like, what is this horse? It is so slow. I'd rather just walk. He doesn't like that I insulted his pace, his speed, but it's so slow. I'm gonna have to find another horse. This is not it. Sorry, dude. Yeah, you can breathe in my face all you want, but you're not going to get any faster. There was another horse over... Oh, there's one over here. And there is one up there who's been there for a long time. I'm going to try this guy first, though. This guy already seems faster. Oh my god, never mind. Why are these horses so slow? Bye. Well, that's 0 for 2 on horses, so I'm going to go over here and see if these guys are a little bit faster. And I think one of the builds in this episode will end up being a horse stable, so these guys are going to have to find a home anyways. Is this just how fast horses go? This is so slow. I can't believe how slow these horses are. They are so slow. Maybe this is just how fast they go. Maybe it's just like the animation that makes them seem slower. I don't know. It feels really slow, but I'm just going to use this one. Whatever, I give up. Well, anyways, we've made it over to the village. And right now, I'm just going to have to try to find a villager to make my librarian. And I can't find any villagers right now. I think I heard one over here. Villagers? Oh, there's one in here. I don't know what he's doing, but he's in here. And we're going to have to lock him in. What are you doing up there, dude? Get down. Hey, free blast furnace. I'll take it. Oh, okay. Well, he's already got a spot. Thank you. Aw, density. Too bad. I do want to add a trap door so he can't move. And also, this, like, better animations texture pack makes the game look 10 times better. I can't believe I forgot to add it. But I'm just going to sit here breaking this lectern until we get mending or an enchanted book that I need. Oh my god. That didn't take long at all. I'm just going to take 2 of them. Oh, I don't have enough books. Oops. That's crazy, actually. Having mending that easily is pretty cool. I'm going to have to get more levels, though. I need to enchant this shovel again. That's probably what I'm going to have to do. I will say, though, the spider XP farm is extremely slow, so I might be over here for like an hour just to get to level 30. And I just want to say, I have a plan for that mountain, I think, next episode, so be looking out for something pretty crazy that I'm going to do in that episode, because it's gonna be a massive project, even more massive than the castle project that we just did. Eventually, I'm going to decorate this to make it look like a big spider cave, and I think that would look really cool. And now I'm going to have to wait for the painful process of gathering 30 levels. I can't believe how unlucky my enchants have been in this world. I've waited like 3 Minecraft days to get up to level 30, and we got efficiency 4. That's it. I need to get on breaking on a shovel. It's non-negotiable. If this is just efficiency 4 again, I'm going to lose my mind. And I ended up getting sharpness 4 on my sword. I also got the shovel that I wanted, and I got a pretty good axe with silk touch. Well, anyways, we've done a pretty decent amount of enchanting, and there is one thing that I wanted to do in this episode that I did a poll on the community tab in YouTube, and you guys decided that it wouldn't be considered cheating to increase the spawn chunk distance, because Minecraft rolled out an update that set the original spawn chunk distance value of 10 all the way down to 2. So spawn chunks have decreased by like 5 times what they used to be. And there is a command that you can run that makes it so you can set it to the original value of 10, which I kind of want to do so I can have farms running at spawn, which is something that I'm going to be working on in future episodes. But I can't use commands unless I set it to a land world and then do it. I'm going to do this live so you guys know that I'm not cheating. I think spawn chunk radius, I think the value is 10. And then I'm going to save and quit the world. And I'm going to hop back into the world, and it should change the spawn chunk radius. I'm not going to be playing on a land world. See, it says open to internet now. And I honestly just didn't even realize they changed that. So it is back to normal now. If you guys think it's cheating, that's too bad. I'm not a cheater, okay? I'm just trying to enjoy this world. Hey, what's up, pig? Anyways, dude. So in episode 1, this is the same village where one of these villagers was trapped in here. Now 2 of them are in here. And there's an iron golem, and there's a sheep. It's like a trap in the middle of this village. We've got a whole like family right here. We got like a little iron farm. Anyways, now that I have an enchanted shovel with efficiency 4, I want to put mending on it. And I added some more mods as well that add animations like that to the... Oh my god, that reminds me, I forgot my horse. I have cool animations now, by the way, guys. But I have come to rescue this horse. I'm going to need the saddle in order to do that, I think. Please don't fall down the hole. Please don't push me down the hole. This might be a terrible idea. Dude, what if there's a creeper down there? Chill out with that. Well, I ran out of blocks. No, 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 no! I have feather falling. I'm okay. Dude, oh my god. This is not happening. Please get down. Get down from there. I'm risking my life to tame you. Yay. Hey, this is definitely faster than what we've had. And I think he can jump pretty high. Okay. This is way faster. The other horse abandoned me. It knew what was happening. It knew we were going to take this horse. Is it trying to sabotage? Where did it go? That's my horse armor that you have, sir. How did you make it all the way up here so fast? Sorry, dude. This is definitely way quicker. Still not super fast, but I'll take it. Anyways, that's enough horsing around. What is happening? Okay. We have some terraforming to do. Oh, I need to get this guy to the base, actually. I don't know what I'm doing. And I think I'm just going to end up doing another terraforming time lapse. The next step was for me to put mending on my pickaxe so I could repair it with XP from the very slow spider XP farm that I made, which repaired my tools enough for me to gather materials for this village project, starting out with some wood that we need for the houses, going deep into the depths of the world. And then I spent an eternity gathering tough and deep slate for the lower half of the houses, similar to what I did with my starter house and the barn. And that should give us enough materials to start this village project. So right now what I am doing is I am just laying out a plan for this area. All the netherrack is going to be path blocks or the coarse dirt that we're going to bring around here. I'm going to fill this in. There's going to be a house over here, I think one over there, a diagonal house right here, and then a house right here. The horse stables will actually go right here. I said a house, it's going to be some horse stables. And I think I might add some more, but most of this land will be filled up with farmland, with wheat fields, flower fields, just any sort of field that we can fit in here is what I want most of this area to be, because I don't want houses to take away from the actual vibe of what a farming village is, which I think is just mostly fields. But I'm just going to get started on terraforming a little bit more. It seems like this entire episode has just been terraforming for me. I mean, I've spent like 4 days planning this video alone, and I've done absolutely nothing other than terraform. I'm really excited to actually get some progress done in this video. But I'm just going to terraform a little bit more, like I said, and then we can get started on the horse stables. I have laid out a plan for what the horse stable is going to be. This is going to be the main building. It's going to go up here, and then there's going to be a secondary building that goes up. And this is where the actual horse stables are going to be. It can only fit 3. That's fine. We're not going to have that many horses in this area. Maybe at some point we can dedicate a bigger space for horses. But for now, that's going to be the actual stables. And then there's going to be this little pen here, maybe for pigs or another animal that whoever owns this building can take care of. And I'm going to probably just work up the same texturing that I have in most of these builds, and then go up in a similar style. I'm going to get started on building this right now. With this initial plan of the build, it showed off the height that I would make that stone part, and then I ended up going up, texturing it from the andesite to cobblestone, working my way up with tough, acacia, and then deep slate at the top, similar to what I did with my previous houses. What I ended up doing next was I used the oak and birch wood that I had and worked it around the build similar to my other builds as well to get the base color palette for the main part. I then worked my way around the build doing some detailing, adding our roof, which has a mix of spruce and jungle for the trim, with a mix of deep slate blocks for the roof for some texture. And the final step was to add some windows and extra details to make the build stand out a little bit more. And I think I got a build that I'm pretty happy with, although it has a pretty unique shape and design to it. And leave a comment for any updates you want Minecraft to make, like what update you want Minecraft to make next, because I personally I like what they're doing Rest in peace, rabbit. Rest in peace. I can't put a mushroom on him. We gotta find a flower. Cornflower, that's good enough. Rest in peace, rabbit. Well, after the morning process for the rabbit was over, we ended up working on a path with our coarse dirt, working its way down to where the stables would be from the barn. And now we have a path going up to the barn. I'm debating whether or not I want to put a field here. Actually, I know I'm going to put a field here. I just don't know what field, and I don't know how I want to border the field. If I want it to just be kind of out in the open like that one, and I think that could look nice, or if I want to do like a small like stone border wall around it. Why is it always raining? I added this mod that makes it so it's particle rain, but it mixes with another resource pack that I have, so you can barely see the rain. And I have a house that's supposed to go pretty much right here that I'm going to build. It's a little bit smaller than that one. Should be a little bit more simple and easier to build. I don't know exactly what this house is going to be, but once we build it, we can figure that out. I want to point out that I'm trying to freehand these builds a little bit more than I usually do. Usually I plan out a build almost completely in creative first, and then that's how I do it. Like, most of these builds are completely planned out and made in creative. Most of the detailing is done in creative, pretty much all of it. I just want to make it a little bit more, like, involved, I guess. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, sometimes it feels like it takes some of the building away when you do it all in creative, and I just want to do a little bit more in survival mode. Builders, I'm sure you guys understand. But a lot of this stuff is, like, improvised. It's, like, going to be planned out as I just look at it and kind of get a vibe of this area. Like, this build is going to be darker. I kind of want to bring in maybe a little bit of spruce and maybe some dark oak wood in there. And this build is also a little bit more unique because I'm going to put a staircase going up, and there's going to be another area similar to what we had, or what we have on that build, where you can kind of go up the side of it if I can terraform this area properly. It's going to have this little area. There's going to be maybe an overhang. I'm not exactly sure yet what I'm going to do with that, but you're going to be able to go up here, and then the front door will be on this side, and then maybe there'll be a back door over here, but this is going to be where the base build is. To get started on this farmhouse, I built the support beams up on the edges with oak and jungle logs, and then I went up with spruce planks to create the walls of the build. I then went around with barrels to kind of trim around the build, and I think it looked pretty nice, so I ended up keeping that. I then went over top of the barrels with some dark oak fence gates and opened them all up, and I think it also gave a pretty nice look. I do this on a lot of my builds, and I think it provides a little bit of depth, which looks pretty nice. I then started working on our roof design, which is a mix of cobbled deep slate and deep slate bricks, and then I later added some deep slate tiles for some darker tones to provide a little bit more texture to it. I also added this little chimney in the front of the build that I think ends up looking pretty nice. And then I went around the build doing some texturing with some chiseled tuff and then our acacia and some deep slate to provide a little bit of dark tones to give a little bit of depth to the build. I was skeptical about this block palette, but I honestly really like this build. I think I can definitely add some windows down here, and I will definitely decorate, but I think that's going to be the last thing I do is decorate deeper in these areas. But I think it's going to look really cool once there's crop fields everywhere and some trees. And yeah, I think if I add more darker builds like that in this area, that will just fit in much more with these types of builds. I mean, I've been like trying to figure out builds for this area for so long, trying to come up with designs for builds, and it's kind of stressing me out, but I'm really liking the way these two look. I have another build for over there and a diagonal build for right there, like I mentioned before, but I don't know, I think this area is coming together pretty nice, and I think everything is going pretty well right now. I then decided I wanted to put another crop field down next to the barn, but I didn't have potatoes, so I took them from the village and then began on our crop field. And this is what the area looks like. I think it's coming together pretty nicely. It definitely looks extremely unfinished. Once we add a few more fields and actually get this path going around the area, it's gonna look at least like something's happening, because right now it just looks odd. I'm sure you guys have seen this before. I'm just working on the path going around the village now, and well, they've done it again. They've done it again, and they're gonna try to take over the horse stables. Dude, they are so annoying. They spawn so much. Dude, this is like 5 minutes later. What is happening? Does anybody else have this problem, or is it just me? Is this just me? Do they not like me specifically? At some point, I'm gonna be able to make like a whole 50-minute long video of just going through and killing these guys. I'm assuming they changed the spawn rate because of the trial chamber update, but I'm really not sure. And I think I'm gonna end up just defeating the Ender Dragon on episode 10. I don't know, maybe that's too long to go without defeating the Ender Dragon. We'll have to see what the episodes end up looking like. It could be episode 8, but I like taking the game slow. I don't want to, like, I don't know, I think once you get an Elytra, it opens up the game and it makes it a completely different experience, and I think being stuck in this early game kind of phase, where you're just walking around doing this, is something that you should cherish a little bit more. You should do it for a little bit longer. When I watch somebody and they defeat the Ender Dragon in episode 1 and already have an Elytra and full enchanted stuff, it's just really boring, to be honest. But I don't know, give you guys opinions on, like, if you guys enjoy when people quickly progress through the world. I think most people don't. I think a lot of people just like the slow grind of Minecraft because it's more relatable, I guess, to what other people are doing in the game. But right now, what I'm working on is just a terraforming project to make this area look a little bit better. So I'm just going to bring this kind of rocky section right here, so it's not just completely hills. Once I mix in maybe some mossy variants and stuff, it's going to look a little bit better, but I think that's a pretty good start. Definitely going to have to light this up so I don't die. There's so many areas like this. I'm just going to have to go through and show you guys this. Right down here. This is great. Going to cover up some of this farmland, but this is what we've been doing. This is how I've been gathering dirt. If your hardcore world or Minecraft world doesn't look like this, are you really terraforming? It's probably pretty dangerous, but you know what? I don't really... I do care. I do care, honestly. I don't want to lose this world, but we'll be okay. We'll be okay. I hope I don't have to make some like flashback at some point. Like, yeah, this idiot, he should have cared a little bit more. But oh my god, I forgot to show you guys this. I mean, dude. Oh my god. I hope I don't have to make some like flashback at some point. Like, yeah, this idiot, he should have cared a little bit more. What, dude, just me holding the torch like that after what just happened? Are you kidding me? Oh my, okay. Okay, that, I'm leaving. I'm never coming back down there again. I was trying to show you guys this cool cave and a creeper exploded. After I got over my near-death experience, I started working on this diagonal farmhouse using pretty much the same block palette as the other builds, with a little granite bit on the side for some extra shape, and then I worked on the path over to meet up at the front of the build. Like, I get it. We have to get the ominous bottle for the Tricky Trials update. But please change the spawn rates, Mojang. This is too much. Guys, look at this. It's so fun, dude. Honestly, I like this mod a lot. If you do want a complete list of my mods, I did create a community Discord server that will be linked in the description. So make sure to join the Discord in the description below. And also, if you enjoy this video, make sure to like and subscribe. Well, after the other patrol sighting, I started working on another wheat field close to the other ones that we already planted, and then I worked on some unfinished terraforming projects that we had around the farming village, and then I began laying out a border for what would eventually be a sheep pen, also connecting the path going up to the horse stable and back to the other path towards the right where the other house is. And then I began working on another crop field just to the right of where the sheep farm is. And now the next thing I'm going to do is build this custom oak tree that I have right here. It's going to fit right in the middle. Oh my, it's going to fit right in the middle. And I think it's going to look pretty nice, especially with some other ones sprinkled around. And I finished the tree. I think it looks pretty cool in this spot. Yeah, I think I like that. And I want to put at least one more oak tree in this area. And a lot of this stuff will fit in a little bit better once we mix in some of our bone meal. We're going to have to save some of it. I need to get a skeleton XP farm so I can actually get bone meal. But I mean, just doing this around, I mean, it's going to make this area looks so much nicer. The next tree I'm going to make is a birch tree, and I have a really cool birch tree design that I want to try out in this area. It's pretty big, so I'm going to have to try to find a space that would make sense for it, but I'm very excited to build this thing and show you guys what I've come up with. And now we have another custom tree built in this area, and I think it looks pretty sick. Oh, don't mind the scaffolding, but this is the tree that I've built, and something that I decided to do for this build is mix in some glass pane with some walls so they can connect and kind of create branches. But this is like a different style of birch tree compared to those. But let me know what you guys think of this tree. I think it's in a pretty cool spot. I'm going to be adding some more trees right here as well. But I wanted to, I was figuring out where to put it, and I liked the fact that it kind of hangs over this build. I think it kind of frames this build, especially if we put another tree or a few over here. But to tie this area together a little bit more, I put another field next to the one we built earlier, close to the wagon where the barn is. Look at that, look at that. There's just some more of them over there. Having fun. Nothing new. And now that we have that crop field done, I'm just going to leave that wall there for now. I still am going to work behind me, but I just want to break from it. I'm going to add some more houses over here. Maybe a few houses over here to start like another sort of farming district where this will be focused on maybe like animals and everything, and this will be where the flowers are. A vineyard up here maybe. And this next house design is a little bit more simple. We used a tough brick trim around the bottom part of it, and then we worked up with some tough cobblestone and deep slate and used a bit of spruce to texture the build. And I plan on putting one more house here and then a little vineyard out in front, and then maybe in the future we can do a little bit more in this area. And there we have the first house of many complete in this area. I want to put a bunch of houses that have this similar style in here. Probably not a bunch, maybe 3 or 4. I like the design of this one. I think it looks pretty cool. And this is what it looks like from a top-down view. I think if I put one more house over there and then add a vineyard or something over there, I think it would kind of complete this area in terms of the overall amount of houses. But I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have to put a path that goes in the middle here. Maybe I'll do like a little circle area that leads to a bunch of different farms and probably have another build right there. So I just copied the same design over with another house and then put our vineyard right next to both of them. And I began working on a couple of our tall birch trees and a custom oak tree that I put on this ledge right here. And I also put another wheat field just next to that diagonal house across from the oak tree that we just made. And after a little bit of decorating, we have a pretty cool looking farming village right next to our starter base and the barn we made in episode 2, and I really like the way it turned out. And make sure to leave any sort of ideas you have for this area, for maybe some automatic farms we can put in here for any future episodes. So tell me if you like this wagon design. Might use some reworking if you guys have any ideas for it. That I would appreciate it, but I think from a distance it does what it needs to do. I think this looks a lot better than I thought it would initially. I was, again, like I've said in this video, very skeptical of what that would look like. A village down there, because it took me a while to come up with a lot of these ideas for the houses. The rest of it I just kind of thought about as I built, but the houses I was worried, but I think they look pretty cool. Thank you guys for watching. We did a lot in this episode. No, we didn't. We are already on episode 5 of this hardcore world, closing in on day 400, and today I want to get started on my biggest project yet, a massive dwarven gate and mountain build, with the plan on this being where all of my automatic farms go in the future. Today my focus is going to be on making an iron farm. This will be part 1 of a project that will take many episodes to complete, so make sure to stick around for any future episodes. To start this video off though, I think I'm going to go to the nether. I think it's about time I do that. And I'm very scared, but right now I think I'm just going to start collecting materials, because the way every episode begins is just my materials having 0 durability and me not being able to use them. I mean, it's a struggle right now. But I do think me going to the nether will actually fix that problem, because it's a very nice source of XP, and that's desperately what I need right now. Well, we do have enough obsidian to go. I think I collected that like episode 2 or something like that, but I want to put this portal somewhere close, but not super close to my base. And I think I have an idea for a nether portal in the cave that is over there. So I think I'm just going to put the nether portal close to over here, just so it kind of links up once we actually do make a pretty big nether portal. I think I'll just put the portal like right here in this wall. There's something so satisfying about lighting your first nether portal until you actually get in the nether, and then you're just like, why am I here? It's time to go to the nether. I hope this is a good spawn. This is the first time I'm seeing it. Got to make sure my hotbar is a little bit prepared. I don't think we need all of this stuff. Don't really need a bed in there. I'll keep the iron on me. The shield, I definitely want to equip that. I have a pretty good old golden helmet that a zombie dropped. It does have fire protection 1, which is great, obviously. And hope that nothing terrifying is in here. Please be a good spawn. This is scary. What is this? Honestly, I feel safe in here. Sort of, because there's a hole right there, but I feel pretty safe in here. The only thing is, I have no idea how to get out or anything else. The best thing about being in the nether is no creepers, though. But one of the main reasons I'm here is to get XP, so I'll take all the quartz. A skeleton, really? What seems, if I dig this way, there's actually a path out of here. I can't tell if this is like a terrible nether spawn or what. I do want to remove the nether fog, actually, real quick. Okay, I removed the nether fog, so now we can actually see, but I don't really see anything good in here. No. This place is really bad. This might be the most underwhelming nether spawn I've ever had in this game. There's only one way out. I found my way out of the hole and I ran into a not so friendly ghast. Let's see if I can get this advancement. First try, baby. Oh no. Let's go, second try, and there's a cool explosion effect. I'm actually gonna go get that ghast here. It almost fell in lava, but it didn't, so we got lucky. I don't really like this biome, but I feel obligated to like grab some of this stuff. There's something so tempting about going over there. It calls to me. It calls to me like the ring. But then I think about the piglin brute that could end this world, and I'm just like, is it worth it? I'm only gonna go into a bastion if I need to. What are you doing here, crybaby? We don't sell tissues. Oh, he disappeared. I miss the comfort of my farming village and pink sheep. Oh shit. Stop it! Stop bothering me. You know what? I do think I want to kill one of these. No loot from them? They didn't drop anything? That's a scam. Finally back home. Mended tools, level 36. It's so much more peaceful out here. I quickly decided to disturb my peace though by going to the spider XP farm, and I ended up enchanting some tools, and that includes this power 5 Unbreaking 3 infinity bow that I got. Well, I just traveled to the nether and fixed up my tools, and I'm at the location that this thing is gonna go. This massive dwarven mountain gate thingy build. But this is a very cool spot to do it. There is a very ugly village. Eventually, I'm gonna terraform this area up a little bit right there and probably put a custom forest all around here in front of the gate area. But in order to start this project, I'm gonna have to do a lot of terraforming. It's not gonna be fun. It's gonna take a long time to gather materials just to build this thing up and also get rid of some of this mountain. And eventually we're gonna dig out a lot of this mountain, which is gonna be another massive project that I'm gonna do eventually, because I want to eventually make this an area where all of our farms are gonna go. Which, I mean, you can only imagine how big the interior has to be to do something like that. It's going to take a while. Definitely after we get an elytra and after we get a beacon. But right now, my main focus is to prepare this area. And I'm just going to do a time lapse of it because there's really not going to be much to see. To start terraforming, I began lowering this section of the mountain so we can prepare ourselves for this project. And it didn't take long for my tools to need some more mending at the spider XP farm, and then we completed the rest of the terraforming project. And then I began gathering resources so we can start working on this dwarven gate. I also started a mine pretty far away from our base, closer to where the castle is, that we are eventually going to turn into a mining city to get some more tough and deep slate. And as I was collecting materials, I took a bee nest with me to the dwarven gate, so I ended up leaving this guy homeless, so I went all the way back to the gate in order to get the bee nest and then put him back in his home with his family. I have come back from all this way to get this bee nest. This bee will not be without a home anymore. We have separated him from his family. He is lost. He's alone. Now we have to find this bee, and I don't really know where it could have gone. It was down here. It's gone so far. It's trying to find its family, but I have it right here in my hand. Come on, bee. Your family is right here. Get in there, bruh. No! Oh my... Well, we solved one issue, but now we have a new one. What is he doing to that flower? Oh, what's up, pig? Okay. Well, we got the advancement. And we saved that guy's life, so I don't want to hear, oh, Wombaat's a bad guy. He's such a terrible guy, you know, he treats animals poorly. I don't ever want to hear that. I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. No, you thought I was going to kill that pig with him wiggling his nose like that? I would never do that. But anyways, I've collected all of these materials for the base. Not the base, but the build that I'm going to be doing. And I don't think this is going to be enough, especially the acacia wood. We should be able to at least start it right now. But anyways, this is all of the materials we have now. This is the most stacked I've been on this world ever. And I don't think it's going to be enough, because I'm going to have to smelt up all of this deep slate. This is why I need silk touch on a pickaxe. The one block I am missing right now is gray wool. I'm going to need so much gray wool, and I don't have any on me. But this area, I think, is spawn chunks. So this stuff should be smelting by the time we get here. And I'm actually just going to leave it smelting just to confirm that it is spawn chunks. Instead of waiting around and shearing my sheep manually for gray wool, I decided I was going to make an automated wool farm using this design from Voltrox. It uses 12 sheep and is super efficient. But to start off the farm, I did some weird redstone stuff and surrounded it with dirt in a way so grass can spread in the sheep pen. Then I surrounded that area with leaves and trapdoors so the sheep can fall in the pen freely. Then I got 6 volunteers to put in the pen, all gray sheep, because that is the wool that I use pretty much exclusively. I then put glass over top of them, and then I started using dirt with pistons to push the glass down so they can't really move, which I guess makes it so the shears work properly. I'm not too sure. I then repeated all those steps one more time to add another sheep pen, and then I put a grass ceiling on top of it and then waited for the grass to spread. And while I was waiting for the grass to spread, I just collected some acacia wood that I was going to use for the build later on. After I collected materials though, I put azalea leaves over top of the grass that was spread, and then made a 3-block wall surrounding that, and then broke this water source block so that any wool drops would float all the way down into a hopper that would go into a double chest. The last step was to put some shears in a dispenser, and we have a working wool farm. And now the sheep farm should be complete. I guess we'll find out once it shears again. And there should be some wool that gets flooded into here. I can't really see what's going on, though. I don't think they're having a good time in there. I don't think they're having a good time. But look how much wool that just produced. 12? Oh my dude, that is insane. 24 from one redstone signal is nuts. Also, look at this inventory mod. It's so cool. Please have something good. Please have something good. No pale oak. What's your purpose? You do a lot of sniffing with that nose? Oh my god. What up, bro? Hey, he treats animals poorly. I
Hey,
don't
you
ever
missed.
want to hear that. Hawk Tua. Hawk Tua. Why are you looking at me like that? I think he's happy now. He just let out a sigh. I think he's happy. Well, anyways, it's time to get building. OBS didn't record my commentary for like the next 2 hours of footage I have, so pretty much the rest of this video is going to be made by future Wombaat. But anyways, the main block palette that was used in this build was our stony texture blocks, which consist of normal stone, andesite, tuff, acacia wood, and deep slate, mixing in some other variants for some extra details. I used the darker blocks like deep slate, tuff, and acacia to symbolize some shadows, and also added them in the windows to make it seem like it's a little bit more depth inside of there. And in general, I think I like the way it turned out. The next step for me was to work on a little path that leads up to the gate. This path uses rooted dirt, so I went over to where an azalea tree was because it symbolizes a lush cave, and there's a ton of rooted dirt there. I also used coarse dirt, brown mushroom block, and some packed mud and packed mud bricks to make a pretty interesting looking path design that I see Flip using a lot. Not sure if he came up with it, but it looks very nice. I then started building a dwarven statue, and the design for this statue took me like 2 days in a creative world to get it right, so give me some feedback in the comments on how these guys turned out. There's going to be another one built on the other side later on this episode. And while you're commenting on the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any future projects just like this one. The goal of this area is to have the entrance of the build be set into a massive mountain like the one I'm building, but that isn't even the beginning of this mountain because it's going to have to be much bigger and much wider, but that's for a future episode for sure. To start making this area automated with farms, I wanted to put an iron farm in the mountain area we just created. I started by making some rails and a minecart and headed over to the village in order to give these guys a new home. Thankfully, they were already in a cage for me to grab them. They were in a pretty interesting spot though. There was a massive hill in front of the village, so I had to dig through it and slowly began pushing them through the tunnel that I made using rails and minecarts. And I had to do this step with all 3 villagers, so it took forever. And then I put him in a new cage, not really a cage, more like a dungeon. I then began clearing out the inside of the mountain to give us space to make this iron farm. And to start this iron farm out, I dug a hole and put trapdoors in there and put a boat so a zombie can go in there. And then I began pushing the villagers in the hole I made with some beds. Oh, and this villager was not cooperating. It decided it wanted to leave, but I eventually put him in the pen. But I found a zombie outside and lured him into a hole where he would eventually sit in the boat. And then I began working on the actual killing chamber for the iron golems with walls. I put water that would lead into a hopper and chest and put lava so the iron golem would die. Slowly but die, and maybe painfully, but it's made of iron so it doesn't have feelings. I then surrounded the farm with dirt and made it path blocks so the iron golems would only be able to spawn inside the killing chamber. But I came back to a lot of noise, and what I discovered was the zombie was able to hit the villagers. I tried to change the direction of the zombie and put him a little bit further from the beds, but it didn't work. And then that zombie later spread his disease to the other 2 villagers, and I wish my commentary didn't get deleted for this section because I was truly devastated. This took so long, and then to come back and have it all erased in a matter of like 10 seconds was it was heartbreaking. Because the first iron farm didn't work, I had to go to the other village that was right next door in order to steal their villagers so we can make another one. This design that I'm using now is made by Waddles and it works much better. So I began making a dirt pathway over top of this big plains biome and rest of the village so we can transport the villagers all the way over to the mountain just like we did with the other villagers. And then I got another zombie to fall with a trapdoor inside of the eventual iron farm. Then I started making the actual chamber for where the villagers would go, and then I placed some beds inside of there. And then I started working on bringing the villagers over there, but we had another scare where a zombie ran in and tried to kill this librarian, but thankfully I showed up right on time and everything went smoothly after that. And I finished up the rest of the details on the iron farm, bringing walls around the entire build and then putting water on top of it so the iron golem would fall into this lava chamber that I made. And the farm worked very well. The villagers are not happy though. The next step for me was to continue the mountain across the other side to the left of where the gate is. And this project has taken me a ton of stone, and I don't have a silk touch pickaxe, so I've had to smelt all of this cobblestone down to stone. It didn't take long for our tools to start breaking, so I took a trip to the spider XP farm so I can mend them back to full durability. With our tools at full durability though, I began working on the rest of the mountain project. And the reason our tools were breaking is because this requires a ton of stone. The actual act of placing blocks doesn't break my tools, but the amount of stone it requires does. I mean, it's taken a ridiculous amount of block placing. Then began the process of making the other statue to the left of the build where the mountain that I have been working on is, and a wandering trader spawned. The wandering traders that have spawned in this world have had pretty much nothing of value. I would like pale oak or some sort of valuable thing, but they don't have it. Eventually, I do want to make the main entrance and the entrance to the iron farm a redstone door, and I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that because I don't know how to make redstone. But the point is, I would love this area to be redstone and very technical, which I think will be really cool. Well, I feel like I've done enough terraforming in this video. It's taken a lot of stone to complete this, but I think I have something that I'm somewhat happy with. This is definitely not a complete terraforming project, but I think from like this angle, it looks pretty cool. So yeah, I mean, I made this statue. I have to get rid of that dirt right there. That looks really bad. I hope you guys like these statues. They took a while. That's not correct. This is not complete at all. This looks like a Grian build, but I think it's okay. Eventually, I am going to extend this mountain up a lot. Like, this mountain will be a lot bigger than this. Eventually, I'm going to do that. Eventually. I mean, that's a pretty big project, but I do want to keep, like, the snowy vibe up here. And I want to make the snow kind of go down there as well a little bit. Make it like an icy area. But you can only imagine how big of a project it's going to be to actually get the inside of this build complete. The amount of terraforming that needs to be done to do that, I don't even want to think about it right now. But I haven't checked the iron farm rates in a while. Like, I haven't checked the chest in there in a while. I think it's going to be a ton. I know it is working. And by the way, this looks so cool down here, especially with the bone meal. Makes it look so much better. But I can't wait for this area to be textured and complete. It's gonna be so nice. And since there's gonna be farms running here, I'm gonna visit this area a lot, which is definitely really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to light this area up at some point because this is actually just a disaster waiting to happen. Well, the iron farm's working. No, that's from the zombie. I don't know if I hit this guy, so I don't want to go over there. But we do know it's working. There's no iron golems around anywhere, so we know that it is spawn proofed as well. And that's a pretty good amount of iron. This is just a little bit that's been generated since I've been in this area, and I think it's really a good amount of iron for sure. That's gonna be enough iron. This is gonna run the entire time this world is open, and I haven't really even had the game open for that long. Maybe a few hours, but I'm going to just sprinkle a little bit of flowers in some of these areas. Put some cornflowers in this area as well. And then definitely mix in some daisies and whatever these are. Bluet? Could be. And if you're putting flowers anywhere, putting them in patches like this looks so much better than just randomly spreading different types of flowers, because having them look like that, having them be like organized in patches, it just makes the overall vibe of the area a lot better. I think we are pretty much done in this area. I mean, especially when you're coming from this way, it looks really, really nice. I'm happy with... I don't know, I'm really happy with this build. It sounds ridiculous, but I do think I could have made the gate a little bit bigger, but I'm not mad about it. I think it looks really nice. But this whole dwarven base will eventually go around this entire mountain. Like, there will be other entrances, there will be other gates, and maybe some towers, because this whole mountain will be dedicated to this dwarven thing. Ignore that. Ignore that. Don't worry about it. Once we get in Elytra, this area will seem extremely small, which is something I mentioned in episode 1. This area really is not that big, but these mountains just give it such a large sense of scale, because you have to go completely around them. But yeah, that looks pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with it. Now, the terraforming is not great. It's not even close to done. That's honestly just something I did in Axiom. This like world edit type mod where you can make terrain, and it's kind of difficult to use and make good terrain with. I think if I hand did the terrain, it would look a lot better. So eventually I am going to edit that. It's good to be back home. It will be even better once this area is cleaned up a little bit. But it's still nice to see the coziness of this farming village and my house. It was nice getting away from here, though. It was nice working in a different spot. And that's definitely something I'm going to do in future episodes as well, is kind of mix in a little bit of working here, then working, you know, like I worked in the castle, then I came back here, and then I worked out there. Spreading out this world as much as possible while also keeping this area growing, because I do want to make this just a massive world with different types of structures and everything. And the big dwarven gate is hopefully just the beginning of it. And I mean, like I've said every episode, the low durability is getting on my nerves. It's been very difficult to be productive in this world and also find time to get good tools. It's been very difficult. We might not be able to get good tools until we defeat the Ender Dragon, so I don't know. I feel like I'm extremely behind on the tool getting process. We're on day 452. My armor, tools, and everything is just completely broken other than my pickaxe and shovel. And we don't even really have a food source in this world. I don't have any food on me, and there's not enough cows here to, like, kill them. The good news is, though, we have fish, and that's actually what I'm going to be doing right now, is fishing to end off this episode. If you didn't know, I fish at the end of every single episode, and I name that enchanted book after one of you guys. If you guys go into the form in the description and fill it out, you guys can name a book in this world like these ones. Episode 1, that's my book. This is episode 2, episode 3, and this will be this episode's book. I'm going to get into the Google form and decide that. I mean, I'm so broke in this world. At the end of every episode, I am extremely broke. I mean, we don't even have fuel for this fire. Do we not have any coal anywhere? There's coal up there. And pink sheep. So I can talk to Pink Sheep, Floyd. I can talk to Floyd. I also have to get name tags. I don't have any name tags in this world. I mean, when I say I'm broke, I mean it. I don't have anything. Maybe it is time to just defeat the Ender Dragon, but I think I still want to wait another episode. So next episode, I think I'm going to be doing something different. I'm not quite sure. And then the episode after that, I'm going to defeat the Ender Dragon. But here is Floyd. He doesn't really want to speak right now. I don't think he's happy with me. I don't think he's happy. Hey, Pink Sheep. Should we dedicate a build to Pink Sheep next episode? He's still mad. He's still mad. Should we dedicate a build to you next episode, dude? Nod your head if you think so. He's still mad. It's okay, though. I think next episode I am going to make a library and then maybe get started on a fishing dock and just do that, and then we can develop a little bit in this world. I think that's what next episode's going to be. I think the library will go maybe down here, and then maybe Pink Sheep will be a librarian for now, and then he can move up in the world, and we're going to dedicate like a castle to him. I've spent the last 450 days in this world building and building and building. Today I pushed that aside slightly so I can acquire better tools and armor to not only make these episodes more efficient, but also keeping me safe inside this world. It's about time I go deep into the nether, get some XP to further enchant my equipment, and build a beautiful library for our villagers and an immersive custom forest to go alongside it. To achieve better armor and tools, I need XP, and our spider farm is not efficient enough, so I took a scale scary trip to the nether, building a tunnel in the opposite direction I went last video in hopes that it was safer and less spooky. I dug for a bit, avoiding all kinds of hoglins and whatever those other things are, and luckily we found a pretty accessible fortress not super far away. Then came the process of bridging over this lava lake, hoping a ghast wouldn't spawn because I was not ready to make a hardcore season 1 death video already. We slowly bridged across the lava lake though, with my heart beating out of my chest, and we found ourselves on top of the nether fortress for the first time. We were immediately met with blazes and wither skeletons, but I found a pretty safe area to camp this blaze spawner so we could acquire blaze rod, because, well, brewing stand, and eyes of ender, which are useful, I'm not sure why. After I got everything I needed, I sprinted my way back home, only to see a hoglin on the 1-block bridge that I made, which put me on edge. I mean, imagine if one of these guys spawned and just decided to hit me off into some lava. I would be so devastated. After surviving the fortress, I gathered up as much nether quartz as I could find so I can gather enough XP to start enchanting. That nether trip, although, was pretty scary, it was pretty productive, I would say. We got ourselves some nether wart, and we also got 9 blaze rods. So we can start our nether wart farm so we can do some brewing. And then same thing with the blaze rods, we can make a brewing stand. So I'm stressed out, but it ended up working out in our favor. We also got some food that I'm going to cook up, and the reason I was there really was to get levels, and that's exactly what we got as well. So that means I can do a little bit more enchanting. And looting 3 is our next book, so that's exactly what we're going to enchant next. It's pretty lucky. So once we get that, we're going to have a pretty good sword, but I'm going to have to go back into the nether in order to get more levels, and I'm just going to honestly keep doing this until we get really a lot of our enchanting done, because I am trying to get stacked up a little bit more each episode, but I would like this episode to make a ton of progress on that. I really don't want to deal with diminishing tools every episode, so I'm going to put mending on everything, try to get my armor situated, and just get to the point that we should be in this world, because I feel like we are so behind on everything. I went back to this fiery evil place for some more XP to finish up enchanting for now. We got a ton of enchants for ourselves, including this looting 3 book. We also got this flame bow and this punch 2 bow. I combined the 2 swords we have for a sharpness 5, knockback 2, looting 3 sword. Not perfect, but much better. Really, dude? Really? I do need XP, so that's fine. Oh, why is there so many? There's so many of them. And I almost forgot, I finally got ourselves a Silk Touch pickaxe, which would have saved me so much time last episode, but I'm stupid. Well, we are done with pretty much most of our enchanting. I think the only thing we have to do is get this bow enchanted. Our armor is extremely broken right now. It's really bad, especially our leggings. I guess we're taking a lot of blast damage because they are not doing good. Really, the next step I want to work on and focus on in this video is the library. So we can bring the mending villager over here, have him nearby, and also bring in some more villagers, because there is a lot of work to do in this world to make this area a lot more functional, which is what I'm really going to be working on today. I started it last episode with the wool farm and the iron farm, which are 2 pretty nice resources to have in abundance. And that is so much wool. We're going to need another chest soon. That is crazy. But I can also do the interior for this build. Or maybe not, because what am I supposed to do in here? But for now, I'm just going to get started on the library, which is going to be past my starter house. And it's going to be over here. Right here. But there is a lot of terraforming that I have to do to prepare that area for the build, which sucks. There's only so much terraforming to do. It feels like half my experience in this world has been terraforming, or more than half. Most of the terraforming for now centers around this path that goes all the way down this hill. I then started adding some rocks and bringing the coarse dirt down, and began detailing with spruce slabs, and added a more extreme elevated plot of land for where the library is going to sit. After I planned out the spot for this library build to go, I began the very long process of gathering the materials I needed, which was the usual blocks I use for all of my builds in this area pretty much. After gathering materials, I started on the library. I began working up with some stone texture that I used on the bottom, adding in a space for a tower and some shape in the front and side of the build with some sections that jut out a bit. I then began placing in our walls, which use a similar oak and birch texturing that I've been using around the area. I also added a white tower using birch and diorite. I love using scaffolding for the windows, so I'm continuing that in this build as well. And I also used a bunch of spruce bits like fences, fence gates, and trapdoors just to add some depth and overall detail. I then finished off the build with our deep slate roof. It is textured a little bit, and I also added some mossy bits on top using just straight up moss and mossy cobblestone. And I think this build has taken me way too long, but it is finally completed. Looks pretty nice. This is a build that I originally came up with to put over there in the farming area, but I decided instead to make it the library. I think it kind of looks like a library. It is very similar to my starter house. I kind of stole this kind of whole window thing from a B-dubs build. I'm going to be honest. He kind of uses it in a library he made, but I think is the only reason that this could even look like it is a library. Eventually, the interior is going to be filled up with a ton of bookshelves. It's weird. It looks like it looks weird in here, okay? It's still a work in progress, but there's a lot to do in here. And then upstairs, I actually plan on putting the enchantment setup, I think, right here. And it's going to make this area a lot better instead of having the enchantment setup just up there. But there's still a bunch to do. And this build has seriously taken me like 4 hours. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. I'm such a slow Minecraft builder. Something I've done in this world is just never complete anything. Nothing I've made in this world is complete or how I intended originally. Like even my starter house, that is supposed to be mushroom blocks. And that up there is really ugly. It's supposed to be coal. Like deep slate coal ore. So nothing I've made in this world has been great. I guess it's just how I build. I mention that because I want to complete this build. Like I want this area to be complete. But let me just think of some detailing that I can do in this area, and then we can move on with the interior of the build. Get our villager over here, and yeah, exactly. Well, this wasn't really what I meant by detailing or getting villagers, but I did get 2 ender pearls from this. I began terraforming for like 5 seconds before I got completely sidetracked and headed over to the mangrove swamp because I wanted to get mud and muddy roots because while I was thinking of what to do in that area, I decided I wanted to build a custom forest with a lake, and I needed mud for that idea that I had. For the trees in the area, I wanted to make a pine tree variant. For that, I needed acacia wood, tuff, and some stripped spruce for the main part of the tree, and I wanted to use birch leaves because they're slightly more vibrant and less dark than the spruce leaves and have a better texture in my opinion. Once I got done collecting the materials for this new project idea, I began building up some of these pine trees, starting around the library and working down the hill behind it. These trees aren't the tallest, but they definitely are not short. I gave the trees a little bit of height so it would go over the library build, but I didn't want to make them too tall because I didn't want it to take away from the scale of the mountain behind it, but I absolutely love the way the trees have come out. We've done like a handful of trees just surrounding the library, and I'm already out of birch leaves. So it's going to be another trip over to that forest. Why do I give myself these monumental tasks? This was supposed to be a chill episode, and I'm doing a whole forest over there in a library. You don't really realize how long stuff takes until you actually do it. In Minecraft, stuff just takes forever, especially without an elytra. The amount of time it's going to take to commute all the way over to the forest, then all the way back. I mean, I'd already be over there slicing some leaves off trees if I had an elytra. So next episode, I am going to get that 100%. I just noticed I went all this way and it's turning nighttime and I don't have my bed on me. Because I always managed to misplace my bed, I had to kill this goofball. Then I began slicing the top of these trees off, leaving leafless trees everywhere, which looks amazing, by the way. It looks great just having a bunch of birch pillars in the middle of the forest. Birch pillar forest aside, I started working on the rest of my own pillars, which are these custom trees, and watching the replay footage of me building this entire forest made me realize how many trees I made, and this project took me forever. But what doesn't take forever is liking and subscribing. The recent support on these videos has been amazing, and I would love to continue uploading these videos every single week, and any sort of support on the video helps me continue these videos for you guys. But anyways, enjoy the rest of this peaceful time lapse of me building a custom forest. I got a little bit carried away with this build, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Something chill, relaxing, small project was the initial plan. Don't get me wrong. I decided, though, to build a forest right here. and I think I did a pretty good job with it. I'm definitely going to add trees in the future. This took me a while though, so I'm very happy with where it is. I added a body of water because I go fishing at the end of every single episode, and I want a body of water to go fishing in that's near the base, and I think it fits the area very well without actually putting houses here. I am going to put a fishing hut down here though, but when you build something you're happy with in Minecraft, it feels so good, and this area already looks really cool. And I haven't even decorated it yet with more stony areas and just foliage and everything in general. Once I get everything textured up, it's going to look really cool. But I think I want to give myself a little break from that and work on the interior of the library and bring the villagers in here. It's very desolate in here. We'll just continue to work in this area though. Not happy that I have to work with villagers again though. Not happy about that. The first step in bringing the villagers over was actually a trip to the iron farm, since we would eventually need rails in order to transport the villagers over to the library. Once I collected the iron I needed for the rails, I headed on over to the village and stole a bunch of beds because I plan on building a villager breeder. I then started crafting up the materials we would need in order to make this thing, and I went back over to the village where I placed down a dispenser in order to start working on this villager creation center. The point of the dispenser is to dispense minecarts out onto a rail system so we can transport villagers easily with just the press of a wooden button. Pressing buttons is fun. It took all my willpower to stop pressing the button. The next step to make this breeder though was to create an 11 by 15 wall with a couple of rooms in the front so we can have a place for the villager to fall into and be transported. I noticed the wall was one block too long though, so I fixed that and turned all of the dirt into farmland. I then created a little contraption with a lightning rod so villagers would not get punished by the lightning gods, and then I placed a couple of trapdoors in one of the entrances of the room that I created, and placed 4 beds in there so when a villager would get bread, it would try and sleep and fall into a hole where water would transport him up into another room where our minecart transportation system is. It's a sad existence, I know, but I don't really care. I then gathered a couple participants using villager workstations and led them over to their forever home. This one wasn't cooperating, but he eventually landed on the crops. There we have a working villager torture chamber. I mean villager breeder thing. Yep. They already created a child. Well, they already created a baby. That's cool. He's down here in the tunnel. I'm just gonna go into free cam to see him. That's my toes. Let me in. He's not having a good time. Once that dude grows up, he's going to come into here, and then we can transport him over there. But right now, the next step is to transport this guy over to the library. But I'm going to have to prepare the library area first. I went over to the library and started by the staircase, working my way down into a basement area and began digging out an area for a very small villager trading hall. This basement is not my best work. It looks terrible, but it's just temporary, so don't worry about it. Oh, I've created the pins for the villagers. It looks amazing down here. Totally my best work, but it'll do fine for now. Oh, okay. Well, is he gone? Oh my, I'm trapped in here. I don't have my bow. That's what I get for not lighting this area up. Well, anyways, the next step is to get a villager in here and oh my god. Everybody get out. The next step is to get villagers over here using rails, and that is very exciting. I really want to do that. I can make 16 stacks of rails. I don't think I need that many. That'll be okay for now, I think, however many that is. And honestly, the best way to do this might be to put a trap door right here and then have the villagers just fall right in. I used netherrack and rails and slowly made my way over to the village. This netherrack road completely destroys the aesthetic in my world, but don't worry, I'll probably get rid of it in a few episodes. I used a furnace minecart to push our mending villager all the way over to the base. This is definitely one of the cooler features in Minecraft that I feel like I don't think I've ever actually used this feature. Oh god. Oh god. Well, he's in there. Honestly, the move might just be to leave him in the minecart. Bad stuff happens when you try to mess with villagers that are like in minecarts and stuff. I think he's just gonna stay in there. That looks so goofy, but I think it's okay. I grabbed another villager from the village and he got pushed all the way into one of the other villager chambers. I did the same thing with 2 other villagers, so now we have 4 villagers in the library in total. Now it was time to decorate the forest, so I grabbed the mud we gathered earlier and started filling in the bottom of the lake we created. Overall, this lake took over 7 stacks of mud to completely fill in. The reason for the mud is to create a deeper and more interesting looking lake, and I think it accomplished just that. I also went through the bottom of the lake, placing in a bit of muddy roots for a tiny bit of texture. The final step for the actual water part of the lake was to bring in some bone meal for seagrass and some kelp for a little variety. Then I sprinkled bone meal around for grass and also added in a mix of smaller flowers and some patches of tall flowers to give the area some much needed life. I wanted to add some texture on the ground as well, so I removed some of the grass in the area and replaced it with rooted dirt and coarse dirt to make the area look a little bit more natural and wild. After I finished detailing the forest, I began plotting out a shape for a small fishing house. I started building a dock using spruce slabs and trapdoors, and after a bit more detailing, it turned out like this. I began working up with cobblestone to shape out the build and started on a roof using jungle and oak wood with some packed mud brick. After experimenting a bit with the shape of the build, I ended up with an idea that I liked, but I didn't like the blocks that were available to me, so I took a trip all the way out to a coral reef that I remembered seeing and gathered up as much of that as I would need for the build. I placed in some of the new coral blocks I gathered, and they looked pretty nice, and after a few redesigns with the texturing, I started on some of the other details, and this build has quickly turned into one of my favorites. I absolutely love the way everything has turned out so far. And I've gotten a lot done in this episode. Obviously built the library, the interior is not really done yet, but I just built this fishing hut cabin thing down here. I went all the way to a reef, a coral reef, to find this stuff, because I wanted this thing to look old, like it's been here for a while sitting into this forest area that I guess is probably pretty old as well, and I think it fits into the environment really well. But I really like the detailing in this build, not the inside. Okay, not the inside yet. Where's Pink Sheep? Where's Pink Sheep? I can't find Pink Sheep. I'm in free cam right now. I was letting him roam the mountain freely. If he fell into powdered snow, I don't know if we're ever going to be able to find him. There's so much powdered snow right here. Oh no. Pink Sheep. I didn't name tag him. I didn't put him in a boat. And I think because I traveled so far to go to the coral biome, he despawned. And for some reason, I had this idea in my mind that natural spawning mobs would not despawn. They don't really despawn, but I think if you go really far away, they do. And that's the first time, I guess, since the beginning of the world that I traveled over there. And I think that's when he despawned. So I don't know what to do. I don't know why he specifically despawned, because all of these sheep are here and they've been here forever, but specifically Pink Sheep disappeared. Tell me what I should do. Should we dye another sheep pink? Should we do like a contest? Give me ideas for what we should do to replace Pink Sheep. He is the holy being in this world. He is Pink Sheep. He's been in this world since its inception, really. He's gone from us, and it's my fault. I will carry this guilt with me throughout the entire existence of this world, but okay, I will. But we need another Pink Sheep. Get out of my face. Well, anyways, I do want to take a break to do something a little bit more productive, and that is making a bee farm, an automatic bee farm, because I do want to get candles. I went over to one of the houses that I made in the farming village and started making a pretty simple bee farm that just uses some simple redstone mechanics that send a signal to a dispenser that shear the bee nest whenever a bee leaves or hops back into the bee nest, which produces free honeycomb, which we need for candles, and eventually copper whenever I decide I need that. And we should already have stuff in here. We do have 3 honeycomb. We might have to breed up some bees to make it a little bit more efficient, but this should work as long as we're in this area. I'll come back to it later though. Again, it looks beautiful. Super easy farm to make though. With the auto honeycomb farm complete, I wanted to start getting our villagers sorted out. The main thing I wanted to do was turn one of them into a fisherman village because they have a nice trade that offers string for emeralds, which works perfectly with the spider XP farm in the world. Come on, dude. Turn into a fisherman. We need you. It's gonna take him a minute. He's too busy dancing to whatever this is. I also wanted to make one of the villagers a toolsmith to get cheap tools in the future, but they also have a trade that offers iron for emeralds, which we can exploit pretty easily. This trade is gonna take a while, and we're going to get a bunch of useless stone pickaxes. Definitely need a ton of emerald. It's going to be pretty valuable for us, especially to get this mending trade. I know we can get this probably down to a 1 mending trade, and I might honestly do that real quick. Well, I need a zombie first of all. And so for that, I'm going to need a spider eye. I think I'm going to need a brown mushroom and some sugar, I think. Yeah. See, I've played Minecraft for so long. I know the recipes. I do need to make a brewing stand. And somebody suggested that I made this tower into a brewing tower, and I might as well. And now all I need to do is add the fermented spider eye, and now I have to get some gunpowder to make it a splash potion. So now we have a potion of weakness. We have 3 of them. Just gonna get our gunpowder. So now we have everything we need to cure 3 villagers, and we just have to wait for it to turn night, which is, it's gonna be a while. I waited for the sun to go down. I found a zombie chilling outside, and he followed me down into the basement of the library, and the zombie gave these villagers high fives, which turned them into zombie villagers so we can cure them and get discounted trades, which means more mending books and more emerald for cheap. Well, now our villagers should have discounted trades. This guy is a 1 mending trade, so I'm just gonna take that. It's 2 more mending books for really cheap. Plus his paper trade is discounted. This should be the same trade. And then this guy should have a discounted trade once he stops dancing. I traded with the villagers for a little bit to unlock more trades and level them up. Then I grabbed a few more mending books and began completing my entire armor set, putting the rest of the enchants I needed on my helmet and mending on everything else. Spent some extra time detailing, and now we have a completed build, and I'm super happy with the way it turned out. I was just wondering when I would see a pink sheep in this world. I was like, you know, how many days is it going to take? And right now we're on day 24. I've just been gathering materials, and here it is, the guy. Right as I was thinking about him, he's right here. I want to try to keep him over here, just keep him alive. Hopefully he sticks around in this area. Today I'm setting out on a journey to beat hardcore Minecraft because I want an elytra, some shulker boxes, and I want to get into a point in this world where I can accomplish anything. And in order to do that, I have to slay this very underwhelming dragon. Also sprinkling in some other necessary in-game farms and builds throughout this episode. But let's get started because I've needed to beat this game for a few hundred days now. The first step in becoming a Minecraft pro is getting a totem of undying because while the dragon fight isn't really difficult, it always makes me feel much safer to have this little guy in my hand when I do any late game activity. I wanted to make a raid farm close to the village that is nearby, so I started setting it up on this elevated plot of land near the ocean, but close enough to the village that it would be easy to transport a villager. This is a raid farm designed by Insanity21. It's very simple and anyone can make this early game. It should give me all the totems I need in this world from just 1 or 2 uses. And then this little time lapse is so funny. It looks like a cartoon. There was some mistakes when I was making this raid farm. Do not get me wrong. I'm very bad at this game. After I caught myself on fire a few times, I had the raid farm build finished. Now it was time to go to the village and collect a villager from the breeder we made last episode. I used a composter to lure a villager all the way to where we set up the raid farm. If you didn't know, villagers follow any type of job block in the game. They walk over to it as long as they don't have a job already, so you can tempt him with employment over and over again. I've never met a guy that was that excited to enter the workforce continuously. I mean, that sounds insane. We eventually got him over to where the raid farm was, though. I used a boat to get this silly little guy in the raid farm, but this ended up being a catastrophic failure because, well... No! This was really upsetting at the time, but this angle makes it so much funnier. If you're wondering what happened, there's lava in the farm so that any future pillagers or enemies would fall into the boat and burn. For some reason, I decided to hop into the boat myself, and in doing so, I moved it so the villager would catch on fire. After the tragedy, I went back home to craft up some bread and grab some other food to feed to the villagers so I could restock the pillager farm. I ran around for a whole day waiting for a baby villager to grow up so I can give it some food and make a baby. While I waited, I tortured a bat and went insane. There was villagers here the whole time, and they're in a cage already. Oh no! Get out! Get out! Okay, it's time to be free. Follow me, bro. One of you follow me. Alright, come out. Come out to play. Bye. You just lost your soulmate, dude. Yeah, now you want to come over here? It's gonna be Squid Game. If you move, you're dead. If you move, you're dead. No. Oh, why are you dancing on the chimney? Just come over here. I think I have to delete this block real quick. That was definitely the most efficient way of doing that. Yeah, now you want to be a farmer. Now you want to be a farmer. No, no, stop. Where are you going? Trust me, dude. Trust me. Follow the breadcrumbs. Now it was part 2 of getting the villager over to the raid farm using the composter. Come on, sir. Get in there, buddy. He jumped in there. He was ready for it. So he's not burning. Now if I start a raid, it should be good. I'm nervous, dude. Yep, I know. I think as long as I don't hit any of the mob, except for the witches, I'll be okay. But it's still such a scary thing. I am extremely nervous, though, and he's not making me feel any better. Once the raid omen goes down, it's gonna start the raid. Hero of the village, baby! And we got so many totems. 6 in total, that's nice. One step closer to going to the end. After I built the raid farm, I took a visit back to the village because I remembered seeing a couple cats in a cave and I needed them to build a creeper farm so we can supply ourselves with gunpowder for any future rockets we'd need to zoom around in the world. I did not mean to do that. They made a baby already. The next step of this video is to build a creeper farm, and I'm back where I'm going to be putting all of my automatic farms in the dwarven base. Before I could start making this creeper farm, I had to take a trip to the spruce forest because I would need 250 trapdoors for this farm. I also crafted up soul campfires and some hoppers and gathered up a ton of building blocks, and now I had all of the materials I needed to make this creeper farm. I started with the lower area of the farm that would eventually be a landing spot for creepers to fall into. Then I dug into the side of this hill behind me and created the killing chamber out of soul campfires, because if you didn't know, the soul variant of campfires do double the fire damage to mobs, therefore increasing the rates of this farm by a lot. I placed water in the bottom of the farm that we made so it would flow directly onto the soul campfires. Then I placed in some trapdoors so the creepers would think they're walking on full blocks but instead fall into some water to their eventual pit of demise. Now it was time to create the actual platform for these creepers to spawn on. I started out with a basic shape made out of dirt and then I filled it in. I used cobblestone for the walls of the farm, creating this cool looking shape as rooms for the creepers to spawn in, but as you can see, this hill of dirt was in my way, so I had to take it back a little bit just so I can fit the farm in. I then brought in some of those trapdoors we crafted to go along with 3 carpets in each room. The trapdoors are for the cats to sit on, and the carpet is to prevent spiders from spawning in the farm. I grabbed the cats we got from the cave earlier and pushed them all in the farm on their individual platform. As if creepers weren't already the worst mob, they aren't cat people. I mean, how could you not like cats? I added in another layer of cobblestone to the wall and placed in trapdoors to cover up the roof of the farm. The trapdoors are necessary because creepers are technically not a full block tall, so the trapdoors prevent other mobs from spawning, so only creepers die, which is exactly what we want. Yeah, cry, I don't care. To finish the farm, I put cobblestone slabs on the roof above the trapdoors to prevent mobs from populating the top of the roof. I get the location of this farm is kind of odd, but that's a problem I've created for myself many episodes from now. I'm sure I can dig deep into my tiny brain and figure out a way to make it look good though. I had to take a mini trip back home to grab a bunch of scaffolding because the only way for a creeper farm to work efficiently is to take advantage of pack spawning, and for pack spawning to work you need to be high above the sky, I guess. While I wait for these creepers to spawn and die, make sure to subscribe as I'm trying to reach 10,000 subscribers, and any support on these videos helps me get them out quicker and with higher quality. I'm trying to build a massive world and it takes a lot of time to produce these videos, so any support on the videos helps a ton. I AFK'd for like 10 minutes and got a pretty good amount of gunpowder. This farm can always be expanded as well, so I'm pretty happy with it. I went back home and now it is time to take a break from these automatic farms and start a real build in this episode. I'm terraforming the area in front of the library because I want to put a blacksmith here. For no particular reason other than the fact that I think it'll look good right here. I put in a nice custom rock and finished terraforming until I got something good enough for now, but I end up expanding it later in the episode, so it does end up changing. This build uses a similar block palette to the previous builds in the area that includes copper, our usual wood blocks, and I used some dirt variants in this build for walls, and while I was collecting rooted dirt, I fell into a lush cave and decided to just collect all the diamonds that I saw. And also gathered up a little bit of tough and deep slate that is also used in the build as well. Well, anyways, I found 38 diamonds when I wasn't looking for them, so that's really cool. I'm going to need those for the netherite armor that I'm going to get at some point. I don't mind. Ow. Ow. Leave me alone. After my little adventure, I went back home and crafted up all the materials I would need for this blacksmith build. I find it much easier to gather up every single material I need before I build. It just makes the flow of building so much nicer. When I was building up the library, I did not gather up the materials I needed beforehand, and it just made the process of that library so much worse. Like, it made me mad. And Lightmatica has a feature that shows you every single block you need, like, precisely, and it makes it so much easier to build. I gathered up some more materials, and I terraformed the plot of land so it could fit the blacksmith, and now we can get started. This program has been interrupted by a zombie pigman, or whatever they're called now. Zombified pigman. Anyways, I have now collected enough materials to make this blacksmith. I flattened the area out, extended it a little bit, It looks really bad, but we're going to fix it later. To get started, I want to bring in the main blacksmith part with some tuff like this, and then I want to bring it over 6 more blocks like that, and then connect it all the way around. So this will be the main blacksmith forge kind of area that'll go right here. But I do want to bring in some tough bricks for a little bit of texture in here, like that, and then it's going to be 2 layers tall. And then for the main building part where the guy is going to live, I want to bring in a little bit of mud in here. I can also bring in a little bit of rooted dirt and continue with the packed mud with a little bit of granite mixed in for the main part of the build, and I think it'll look pretty cool and offer a little bit of texture variation in this area. Now that we have the main outline of the build, the next step is to just bring this up a little bit more. I brought the walls of the build up by 4 or 5 blocks. For the main house part of the blacksmith, I used a variety of dirt and mud with a little bit of brown mushrooms. For the forge part of the build, I used dead coral for the main gray color and acacia, tuff, and a little bit of basalt for some dark tones, with the tough base that I added initially. Now that we have the base built up, the next step is to put a little trim around the edge of this build because I think it looks pretty nice. I built the copper and jungle trapdoor trim that I was talking about. Then I built up the roof of the forge using different types of deep slate stairs, with a little bit of tuff at the top for some highlights. Using some beehives and a mix of jungle and oak woods, I made the walls of the main house. I then added a roof just using some spruce wood, but I did texture it with some oxidized copper stairs and a little bit of mud brick stairs for some texture. Going back over to the forge, I actually built up the forge. I came up with a design that I really liked, and then I ended up adding an awning to the build using a mix of slabs and campfires. And I think that little detail makes this build look so much better. I then put in a chimney and added a little bit of extra detail, and this build is pretty nice so far. And I absolutely love the view when you're walking down here, past the library, down this hill. What is that? Is there a sheep in there? Get out, gray sheep. We're experiencing interruptions right now. I love the view as you're going down here towards the library. Having the library right here, I'm going to put an oak tree. That's why there's a little pillar there. And then having the blacksmith right here. It's unfinished, but it looks really, really nice right now. But I was thinking about adding some copper grate windows to see what that looks like from a distance. And I don't know. I think once it's oxidized a little bit, it could look okay. I think for now, I'm going to make it just some oak. So instead of using the copper grates, I'm going to try to use some oak trapdoors right here and see if that looks a little bit better. I think for now, it will look better. And I think that makes it look a little bit better on that side. This is one of the few times where I've decided to use copper in a build, and I think it looks pretty nice. I'm going to wait for it to oxidize down to this stage right here, and then it'll blend in really well with the rest of the build with the jungle wood and the spruce wood. I do have one very important detail I have to add. Very important. I experimented with some window designs around the build, then I worked in some coarse dirt for the path leading up to the blacksmith, and then I decided to take a trip to the nether because my shovel was broken. After repairing my shovel a ton, I saw an enderman and just decided to get the pearls I'd need for Eyes of Ender now while I was in the nether. I ended up with 15 ender pearls, which was more than enough to reach the end. I finally repaired my shovel entirely, then I got a little brave. Oh my god, I didn't realize how close I was to this bastion. I'm about to make a very stupid decision here. The good thing is I have totems. I should be okay. And I also have ender pearls just in case I need to get out. Best way to go about this is to just make a little room. Okay, I should be pretty safe in here. This loot is absolutely terrible. Oh, I got 1 ancient debris though. I know bastions have another chest on the other side, but I should be okay to just loot this chest. Another ancient debris, okay. I don't think you can get the netherite upgrade template from this specific bastion, so I don't even know if it's worth looting the rest of it. Well, that was a very unexpected trip to the nether, but look who's waiting for me. Dude, pale oak, please. You know what happens to you when you don't give me pale oak. Come back. I don't hurt you. I won't hurt you. Your llamas think they can protect you, dude. That's cool. It's oxidized. Anyways, the purpose of that nether trip was so I can break this because I didn't have any more durability on my shovel, but now I do. And now I'm going to turn this into basalt and deep slate, and I think it'll look cool. And I do think that looks really cool. The basalt has kind of like a rocky top texture, and so does deep slate. And I think they mesh together like perfectly. The deep slate looks like maybe higher traffic areas are kind of less textured and more like softened, I guess. And now we have the inside complete as well with the floor, and it's mostly deep slate. We can bring one of our anvils over here and then put an item frame and then this iron axe. And I think that looks really, really cool. I have done a lot to this area, and I think it looks so good. I added a bunch of mini blocks, some invisible item. Burn the witch. Anyways, I've added the anvil with some invisible item frames, some other blocks around here, some mini blocks. I added this like stone cutter thing that I used before in a build, and I think it looks really cool with some barrel storage, some beehive storage with another mini block, and I love the way it looks like on the outside. On the inside, I added another furnace thing connected to this one with another hanging axe, and then some hanging signs, which I think just look cool. Some more mini blocks. I added this weird potion, the ominous bottle. I don't know exactly what it symbolizes in here, but I think it looks really cool. They got themselves a flower. Just because they're a blacksmith doesn't mean they can't enjoy some flowers. And then it kind of transitions harshly into like a house area that I'm working on right now, the kitchen, which I think looks really cool so far. I'm pretty happy with the way this area's turned out. It just kind of connects very, very harshly. Maybe I can add some iron bars. Yeah, I think that looks a little bit better. But this is just like the blacksmith's house, I guess. And I want to do a little bit of an interior down here for like a kitchen and a hangout spot, and then up here will be just the living quarters for him.
It looks like he's doing rituals up here, okay? Ignore it, ignore it.
But I'm still super happy with the way it's turned out. In my opinion, once you walk down here, I love the way it feels in this space. It's so nice. I feel like we've done enough decorating in this area to where I'm very happy with the way this build has turned out. I added a little bit of detail. The oxidizing is going to take a while, but I did finish up the inside of the build. I added in some shelves and stuff down here, and I added a little seating area. I guess just like a main living space right here, and then a bedroom. It's nothing special. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really put too much effort in here, but there is an interior. But right now, it's at that point in the world where we're going to start getting prepared to defeat the Ender Dragon. We are on day 595, and right now I'm just gonna collect everything I really can find that would help us defeat the Ender Dragon. Also, I got some axolotls that I'm going to put in this pond. One of them's pink. You know, I want to add a lot of pink in this area for pink sheep. One of them's pink. That's why I got them. And then one of them's blue. Not sure which one's which. This one's probably pink. No, but we got those little guys in there. I began making potions and accidentally made fire resistance. Don't let me experiment with chemicals near you because I'll create fire. I did brew the proper potion, which was strength, because it gives you +6 attack damage, which is crazy. After I crafted up some Eyes of Ender, I was pretty much ready to free the end. I got prepared with strength and slow falling potions. I also crafted up a ton of rockets to use when I got my elytra, and I hopefully had enough Eye of Ender to light the portal. I only have 14, you need at most 12, so it's cutting it close. Whenever I go to the end, I like to prepare myself with rockets and some wood just so we can make shulker boxes when we get there, which will help us with storage. And now I think there's just one last thing I need to do before we get going. Yep, I look goofy right now with this thing on, okay? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, I need to go somewhere special for this first throw. It's just gonna be up here. It's nothing special. Come here, gray sheep. Which direction is it gonna go? That way? Well, you were wrong. Well, not super off. Oh, it broke. I really hope I don't have to travel all the way to the portal and then not have enough Eye of Ender. That would be really devastating, to be honest. But now we are on our way. I guess the portal is this way above, over top of the mountain. So that's where we're going. Now I think would be a good time to throw it again, but I'm actually just going to wait and keep going so I don't have to waste these things. I think if I just go on the other side of this river, we should be okay to throw it again. Time to throw it again. Oh no. But if we lose another Eye of Ender, we might not have enough to light the portal. I really hope 12 is enough. I feel like there is a chance that there's a couple Eye of Ender already in the portal frame, but I think that's kind of rare. If it breaks, I'm going to be so upset. It's this way. Please, please don't break. Yes. Let's go. And hopefully I don't get mining fatigue. I'm going to avoid that entirely, I think. All right, I think now is a good time to throw it again. And it's behind us. Okay, please don't break. We should be able to find it in between these pretty easily. Oh, are you kidding me, dude? Well, I have to wait 5 minutes to break any blocks. That's so annoying. Well, mining fatigue is officially gone. Instead of wasting another Eye of Ender, I just dug straight down from where I was. And I am so upset watching back this footage because I was right there. When I first saw this on my replay mod, I just laughed. I literally ran around a cave for like 10 minutes after this trying to find the portal without using an Eye of Ender. And it was right there the whole time. I literally just missed it by a single block.
No, Wombaat, go back. It's right there. It's right there. No, don't keep digging. Don't run around. It's right there. No.
I'm just gonna have to use another one. Okay, so it's like right here. The portal has to be like right here. My guess is it's like a little bit ahead. Otherwise, it would have just gone straight down. So I'm just going to keep digging down in this area until we find the portal. I found it. I found it. And it's like, it's completely underwater. Okay, I have dynamic lights, so we should be able to find this a little bit easier. I don't want to use full bright. They got a leak in here, okay? They got to fix their basement. I hate strongholds. Like, what is this design? What is this interior design, dude? Well, this could be something. What? That is so many enchants? That's crazy. I'm just going to take the smithing template, though. I'll be back. I don't like these noises. Oh, my God. Okay. Nice. Oh, wow. It's a staircase leading to a spiral staircase. Oh, leading to this. Yes. Okay, we do have enough. All right. Well, we found it pretty easily, honestly. Time to jump in, I imagine. Ah, motherfucker. They're spilling lava everywhere. All right, it's time to light up this portal. The moment we've all been waiting for. I'm actually so scared because I like this world. But there we have it lit. We have one eye of Ender. And it's going in there. It's going in there. I don't know if it went through the portal or not, but we're going to go through the portal. I'm just stalling. I'm really scared. Yeah, let's go in. Well, that's flattering. Gonna have to mine up. Okay, now it's time to start attacking these pillars because that's what you're supposed to do in the end. And I suck at it, apparently. Well, we got the first pillar down. See if we can get that in one shot. We can. Let's go. See if we can get this one. We got it. This one. Oh, I feel like we definitely had that. Just gonna jump and try to get it. Oh my God, I'm really bad at this. I'm really bad at this. I got it. Ah! These ones are honestly kind of easy to get. You just got to shoot it at like the right angle, like that. This one time. One shot. Oh, one shot. One shot. I suck. One shot. One shot. One shot. Well, one shot. Yep. Okay. I might have to climb up to get that one. That one I got one shot. Okay. This one I got one shot. One shot. Okay. I got it. One shot. One shot. I got it. I got it. Ah! Why am I so bad at this? Ignore how bad I am at this. I got it. First try. These ones, again, are so easy to break. Just gotta... Never mind. Right angle. Right angle. Can I not get this one? Okay, got it. Perfect. If I can get this one without climbing... Oh, I got it. Nice. Oh, that would have been sick if I got 3 in a row like that. Let's go. All right. Now, I think I have to hit it with my bow now. That should be a good shot. Let's go right to the head. Oh, Enderman, get out of my way. Yeah, let's go, dummy. Oh my, that should be a good shot. Nope. He moved. He moved. He moved. He moved. How is that not a good shot? I feel like you should be able to hit those back at him. Oh wait, I forgot to break that? Oops, I'm stupid. I think I'm gonna have to climb. Unless I get really lucky with the shot. Oh, I got it. Okay. I think that's the last one then. Oh, that was actually a pretty good shot. Okay. Please stop moving like that, dude. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. I'm so good at this. I haven't missed a single shot yet. Why is he so high up? He's coming down. This is like the scariest part for me because sometimes I just don't remember how to like hit him properly. So I think... I don't know. I forget how to do this. I think you go from behind him and just start hitting his head. Ah! All right. You know what I forgot? I forgot to use my strength potions and my slow falling potions. So the strength potion will actually help a lot now. I'm like stupid. I'm like too nervous for this. I don't know why. This is a very easy fight. It's extremely easy. Come on. No! Imagine having these fireballs. Like, imagine having the ability to shoot fireballs and they are essentially useless. Like, they barely do anything. I should be able to get him before he lands. That's the challenge. I can't hit him. I'm really bad. Let's go! Let's go! I don't think I took any damage from that. Well, maybe like half a heart. I mean, that was pretty nice. That was pretty nice. I'm sure the commentary was great for that. We're almost up to level 69. That would have been perfect. Oh. Why was that so, like, comedic, the way it just fell down like that? Also got the dragon egg, though. The next generation. We can go to the end island and find an elytra. That is the next step. Which is honestly probably scarier than fighting the dragon, just because falling into the void. Minus the, like, 500 missed shots, I think I actually did a pretty good job. Before I build anything up there, I'm going to take a slow falling potion, just in case. Because I'm not very smart, and if I fall, then I'd rather have some time to react. And that was honestly kind of perfect the way I spelled up here. So I think I need a trapdoor like that and like that. And now we should be able to go in there. I'm still kind of scared. Hopefully we get a good spawn. That is not a good spawn. Where did I just spawn? I don't think I've ever seen an end spawn this bad. Oh, never mind. That's actually that's not bad. I think the move is to just go to that island first and then work our way over from there. As much as it seems like a pretty good in-spawn, it's okay. We will get some shulker boxes from these guys, which is cool. All right, hit me up, baby cakes. What's up, bro? These guys sound kind of weird. That loot is kind of bad. I don't like this. No, no. Where did these guys go? Where are they at? Are they... Oh, shit. Whoa! Well, you can get the advancement. Hit me, hit me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hit me. Hit me, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How much further do I have to go for this, dude? Hit me. Oh, no. Too fast. Too fast. Slow it down. Just like that, dude. Hit me again. Oh, yeah. We got this. Please. Please hit me. Please. Please. There's no way. Yeah, we got it. That's actually like that's like a good speed run for that advancement. I feel like it would have been more comedic if I missed the water bucket clutch, to be honest. So since I made that water bucket clutch, I'm gonna try to make another one here that's a little bit challenging. Let's go. Let's go. I'm just too good. Please. Whoa. Open up. Oh, yeah. 3 shulker shells. Oh, I see you peeking out. Well, I'm just gonna head this direction and hope that I find an end city that has a ship. That'd be kind of cool. Before I do that, though. What? Dude, we found an end city. How did it teleport us all the way over here to find an end city with a ship? Honestly, though, like, this is a really cool looking end city, especially with this, like, view right here. I take it back. I think this was actually a really good spawn. Ooh, ooh, epic parkour, epic parkour. Oh. No, no, not up here. I don't want to go up here. Time to make our first shulker box in this world. Ooh, nice. With the invisible item frame, it looks so adorable. And now we have a pair of wings, the first elytra in this world, so we can fly. Thankfully, I brought some rockets, so we can just get on out of here. But I do want to loot the end city, of course. Okay, I was going to do a cool montage of the credits rolling through, but how long does this go, dude? I am so sick of seeing that screen. I guess you spawn back at actual spawn no matter where you set your spawn at. But oh my god, this is just going to open up the world so much. This is the part of Minecraft that I enjoy. I think this is when Minecraft starts to get really fun, when I can just build. When I can just fly around my world and build. A lot of people don't like the elytra, but I think it's one of the best things that they've added to the game. I don't know. Some people don't like it. If you don't like it, just don't use it. Back at the blacksmith. We're back home. Finally. Sun is coming up. It's a new day. Day 600 exactly. That is perfect. Now that I'm back home, I have no idea what to do to end off this episode. I do want to work on the interior of the castle, I think. Before working on the castle, I decided to enchant my wings and also decided to do enchants on all of my tools finally, but got faced with the hard truth. I have no good source of XP in this world. Most of my tools take at least 20 levels to combine in the anvil. I did come out of this with a better fishing rod and a really good silk touch pickaxe though. And I'm gonna need 32 levels for the fortune pickaxe. What I do want to do now though is collect some materials for the castle, and I'm gonna go over to the mine entrance that I created a few episodes ago. Eventually I'm gonna turn this into an actual mine, but I'm gonna have to put a whole mining village here. I gathered up a ton of deep slate for this build. I mean, much more than you would think. Also a little bit of tuff, and went on another trip to the nether for some basalt. This bottom room is heavily inspired by Dragonstone from Game of Thrones because I just thought it fit the vibe and looks really cool. So after like 10 Minecraft days, I've completed, kind of completed the base like interior slash layout of the castle, and I really like the way this area turned out. Now I do need to put some spruce trap doors in here, because I think the idea of this place is that it's like an armory of sorts, where like the people who defend this castle go to get the materials that they need or weapons that they need to fight whatever sort of enemies are lurking around, I guess. So I'm just going to put some shelves in here, and eventually we'll fill it up with some stuff. I don't think this castle is ever going to be completely functional. If you guys have any ideas of what we can keep in here that is not villagers, because I don't really want villagers over here, that would be nice. And then we have this room up here. I have no idea what to do in. And then we go up here. We have this little thing, which I can put like a doorway here. And then I don't really know exactly what this is, but we go up here, and this is just, I don't even know, but this is like where the king's chambers are, or whoever runs the castle. And there's like a little protective thing for knights or something that are up here protecting his quarters. And yeah, there's the stairs that go down into this room that I already showed. Now, this room right here doesn't have anything in it. I'll probably just make like a really small room. Maybe this is like another extension of the armory. Maybe this is where some villagers go, but I don't really want to bring villagers over here. Give me room ideas for this castle. I do want there to be something cool over here, something useful. After the yap session, I went back over to the farming village to touch some things up there. It started with working in a new flower field near the sheep field, then I expanded the vineyard, and I still think I can fix this area up a lot more. I still don't like it that much. I also brought in a rose field. I really like what I did switching back and forth between the tall rose bush and the poppy. I think it makes it pretty unique. But I think the field looks really cool now in this area, adds a lot more life and color. But why would I need to add a pop of color when there's this giant red railway over here? No, I'm not going to keep it. Not going to keep it. Now, before I end off this episode, I want to go fishing. I have a lot of fishing to catch up on. And I love the way, oh my, that looks so nice. I started fishing but quickly realized the lake wasn't suitable for catching enchanted books because it wasn't considered open ocean. So I flew over to the ocean once again, and I spent over an hour trying to catch the 3 enchanted books I needed. But once it started raining, I swear I caught all 3 of them in a span of like 5 minutes. Because I never got around to naming the book for episode 5. This is the episode 5 book. This is actually my friend Gavin, his book. He also made the Totem of Undying texture, so make sure to check his channel out in the description. This book is terrible. The enchants are awful, but there's so many of them. And this is the book submission from last episode, Hazel Leaves. If this is yours, thank you for submitting it. This episode's book is a mending book, so if you want to be a mending book in this world, just comment what you want it to be in the form in the description. If you didn't know, at the end of every single episode, I name a random enchanted book after one of you guys. And if you want to name it, again, just check the form in the description and fill it out. So now I think I'm going to put both of these books in the library. He didn't give me pale oak, so that was the necessary response, I think. But I have to put these books in here. I think this library needs to be finished. I'm going to finish this off camera for next episode. It's a mess in here. It's very ugly. Close your eyeballs. Welcome back to my hardcore Minecraft world. In episode 1, I set a goal to build castles and cities. I built a castle and other structures in this world, but in this episode, I want to get started on the first mega build in this hopefully forever world of mine. But in order to make something of this scale, I need tools, preferably tools with full durability. So I took myself over to the end so I can get started on an Enderman XP farm. The initial step for this farm was to build out using 2 stacks of leaves to get far enough away from the end island so Endermen would only spawn on the spawning platform for the farm. I started making a 9x9 platform with chests and hoppers for the killing chamber. Then I added a roof with 2 tall carpet on top of it. Then I started building up a tower, skipping every other block that I think ends up being close to 40 blocks tall. At the top of the tower, I started building a massive spawning platform, but I ran out of quartz because for some reason I decided to build this thing with quartz. Every time I try to build a farm, I just do something so stupid. I don't know why I built this thing with quartz. I'm dumb. I'm dumb, okay? While I was collecting more quartz, I saw a bastion, and Wombaat and bastions, it's like a moth to a flame, so of course I had to go over there. So I began carefully taking out enemies, especially piglin brutes, so I can make a safe journey to the chest located in the middle of the room, and it has a very important item in it. Bone blocks. No. This item is a netherite upgrade template, so I could eventually upgrade all my tools and armor to netherite. And also got a free netherite ingot, so that's pretty cool. After the nether trip that took me like 20 minutes, I only had enough quartz to finish another quarter of the spawning platform, so I just conceded and built the other half with end stone bricks. Endermen hate endermites, and so do I, but the next step was to try and spawn one, and it didn't take me too long before one did spawn, and I named him Maurice. And he sat on a carpet, so he can get almost tortured by endermen for the rest of his life. But there we have a very, very fast XP farm, finally in this world. This thing repairs tools so quickly, and I mean these farms are insane, but they're not very easy on the ears. The whole reason for me making the XP farm was to begin terraforming an initial river plan in my starter area, and if you didn't know, I've streamed the creative process for this mega build on my channel, so go check those out if you want to see how I came up with this. I started collecting some materials for the next part of this build, which is going to be a bridge that connects the land going over top of the eventual river. After gathering materials, it was time to start making the bridge to connect the two pieces of land. The bridge is built on a 2-block diagonal, and it took me forever to get the bridge design right, so thank you for anybody in the stream chat who helped me out. But it uses all the stone textures I've been using with the light gray wool and deep slate accents for some lighter and dark tones to give it a little bit more age and texture, and I also worked around a little bit with the same block palette and made a little walkway along the side of the river area. And I've done a pretty good amount of building. We have the bridge finished, and this is where the city entrance is going to be. But we have a way down here. This will be like a little fishing dock area. I think the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to work in on the stone bits of the city and the like road and path part of the city, and then I'm going to work in the actual buildings. I think that'll be the best way to do it. In order to work on the road part of the city, I needed more coarse dirt, so I flew over to an area that had a lot of coarse dirt laying around. But this area has a lot of the materials I need, so I'm just gonna stay over here for a while. Does anybody remember this from episode 1? Because I definitely do. And this world almost just ended. I also gathered up some of the other materials I would need in order to start making actual houses and buildings for the city. While I'm gathering materials in the background, this is a good time to tell you you can become a permanent member of the channel. If you want to become a white sheep, you can get early access to every video that I post and access to a member-only chat room in my Discord. If you become a pink sheep, you can get access to world downloads, every single episode, and whatever schematics you guys want to see from my world. Membership perks are definitely going to be updated over time, so stay tuned for updates. And thank you to all of my current members. Built the path using coarse dirt, but mostly out of mud bricks and brown mushroom. You can kind of see the path outlines where some of the builds will go in the future. I began building up the city entrance. This build uses mostly spruce and dark oak accents, and I'm still not sure what I want this building to be, so comment down below ideas for any of the builds I make in this episode, as most of them don't really have any purpose yet. So I built up where the city entrance is going to be, which is just this building. I'm not exactly sure what this building is yet, and you can see there's no windows, and that's because I need a ton of copper in a lot of the builds that I'm doing. And the best way to get copper is a trial chamber. And funny enough, I've seen this place enough in replay to know that there's a trial chamber literally right under where I'm standing. Also, somebody commented that there was a trial chamber right here, by the way. Somebody commented that, so don't spoil what's over here, but I do already know that there's one over here, so I'm just gonna dig straight down. I know you're not supposed to do this, but we're risking it. No, I'm not gonna risk it. Hey, look, there's cop, and there's the trial chamber. I'm like right along the edge of it, I think. See, I don't know how to kill these things. How do you kill them, sir? I might have to just pause the game and look up how to kill these guys first. Yeah, that wasn't bad. Yeah, that wasn't bad at all, actually. And it's giving me a baked potato. That's great. I just want to build a city right now, but I need copper, okay? I'm just trying to steal your place of employment. As much as this sucks, it does make me want to use copper more because it is pretty easily accessible now. Like, if I just destroyed an entire trial chamber, I'd probably have enough copper for a few thousand days. I'm just going to be honest. I don't really use copper that much, so this is great. But I will say, you know, this area was very useful. The loot was great. I mean, obviously. But anyways, the whole reason for that little expedition was for windows. Just some windows right here. Yeah, these are going to need to oxidize. After I installed windows, I built a plot of land for the next build. I now have this little section laid out where a house is going to be not really a house, but a shipping yard kind of building right here, where the people in the city bring in whatever they want, I guess, whatever shipment comes through, and then there's going to be some barrels and stuff here. But this house is going to be mostly made out of tuff, and then it's going to work up into some lighter tones with a dark roof. But right now, I'm just going to go around placing in our tuff, and then work that up a few blocks. For this build though, I'm going to need a couple of things, and first, I'm going to need to get some calcite, and I think it's over by the Dwarven Gate. Yeah, I need to get organized in this world. There's no excuse for having chests still over here. I'm so lazy. But hey, I mean, this build is pretty cool, so. I have most of the blocks that I'm going to need, but I do need some light gray concrete powder as well, so I'm going to have to get that. I also need some sand, so I'm just going to go and fly over to the desert and collect some. Actually, why would I need to go to the desert when I can go by these turtles and destroy their homeland? After gathering materials, I used some spruce and jungle logs and extended the build out by a block, and then I started texturing the walls using a mix of calcite, diorite, and some light gray concrete powder. I don't want the city to be meshed together with all the same colors, so the contrast from the dark tone of the last building to the light tone of this building will make the city stand out a little bit more and be easier on your eyeballs. I had to take a little stroll to the nether to get blackstone for the roof, and I used magic powers to make it appear within seconds. No, I'm just bad at this YouTube thing and forgot to press record.
Whoops.
I'm one sign short. Oh my. Now that I have this build done, I want to add a few more windows in here, because I think this part of the build is just a little boring. And that's not great, but I think it makes it look a little bit better. And I don't think it looks too bad with the lack of texture, but I'm going to revisit that later on. Because now I have a giant building to go right here. I have a big tower. You're interrupting me, sir. But the next building to go right here will be a tavern with a tower attached to it. So the tower will kind of go right here, and then the tavern will kind of go down here where this dock is. I have to light this area up. Oh my god. That is awful. Bye, little guy. As you can see, I have this area laid out. So this building right here is going to be the tavern, and then this is going to be a tower that is attached to it. But right now, I'm just going to work up with this texturing right here until I have something that I'm happy with. But I couldn't be happy yet because I didn't have enough materials to build. So I took some mud from the mangrove swamp for the packed mud that I needed. And I'm assuming I can find a village over here. In fact, I'm pretty sure I just found one, and they should have hay bales, which means I can just directly make packed mud while I'm here. And also collect a bunch of sugarcane because I'm going to be low on rockets, and I don't have a paper farm because I'm lazy and I don't feel like making it. They actually just made camels spawn naturally in the desert, which I think is cool. Then I began clearing out the rest of the trial chamber for the copper that I would need for the roof of this build. To start this tavern build, I built up the rest of the foundation and started working on the walls. For the walls, I wanted an oak trim that alternated with a lighter smooth sandstone texture for that medieval look that I was going for. The copper grate block is one of my favorite windows now, so I decided to use that again for this build. I also included some spruce signs around the base of the build to split the harsh transition from spruce and oak to the sandstone, which makes the bottom part of the walls look a little bit better. I added in some details to the windows and began working up with the copper roof, and this is one of my favorite builds in this entire city, as I absolutely love the block palette for it. I have pretty much completed the main build for right here. I just have to craft up some gray candles. That's a lot of gray dye. I don't think I need that many. So now I have 23 gray candles, which are just going to go at the top of this build, back and forth between gray candles and stone buttons to see what this looks like. Definitely crafted too many gray candles, but you can kind of see it on the top of the build. I think it looks pretty cool up there, but that's what the build looks like. I think it's pretty cool. The one thing I do think I want to change is the grate windows and make them oxidized to that level instead of the main, like the fully oxidized. I personally don't like the fully oxidized without a little bit of texture, so I think that ends up looking better for the windows. After installing windows again, I started building the tower using the same block palette we had on the second building I made. But I mixed in some lighter birch wood for some birch wood accents, and I really like what I did with the window frames, as I put some slabs behind them to give them a better looking shape, and I think it works really well. I added in the deep slate tile roof and topped the tower off with a nice little thing at the top. Which takes us over to the next building, which is a fishing dock, but for that I needed clay for bricks, and to get clay I needed to repair my shovel. This took me on a trip to the lush cave, as it has a ton of clay. I also need drip leaf, and I'm pretty sure there's some down here. Yeah, there's just a little bit down here. Now, the only bad thing is I have a bunch of clay, not clay balls, because I have soak touch. I don't really want balls. I want balls, not full clay blocks. So I'm just going to quickly make a normal shovel that doesn't have soak touch on it and then collect clay balls. No pale oak. Sorry, buddy. They died so fast. Oh my god. That was awful. That was actually awful. You know what's also awful? Not giving me pale oak. Well, it's time to get some balls, though. This build will be split up into two separate buildings. The first one is closer to the river and it uses a mud and dripstone base, where the other building uses a mix of brick, granite, and rooted dirt. I guess the lore behind these buildings is the first house that's closer to the river collects and sells fish individually, but the brick building sells fish as more of a restaurant and dine-in experience. I wanted to put a bakery here, but it would just smell like fish constantly, and I don't want to go to a bakery that smells like fish. I don't know about you guys. But that leads us to the roof on top of this building, which is just mangrove with some dark oak trim underneath it. I realize there's a lot of time lapses in this video so far, and I think the big reason for that is just I was trying to get through this as quick as possible because we have a lot to do in this video. For future videos, I would like to go more in-depth about the building process while I'm currently building instead of doing it in post. Especially when I have a lot to do in a video, it's hard to really think about stuff like that. For the dock building though, I made a trim out of loom blocks that split up the dripstone and packed mud perfectly from the oak and jungle I used at the top. I also used mossy stone brick and tuff for the roof that I really enjoy. And the other building has some nice seating around it, and in my opinion, this area feels pretty cozy. Now I finally have this like fishing shop building done. There is definitely some extra details that I have to work on, definitely. I want to add like a little crane right here, and then I noticed that this wall I just didn't texture or add anything, so I'm just gonna add a little balcony right here. Yeah, I kind of like that over here instead of it just being a plain wall. I'm going to go ahead and skip this building for now because I don't have a design for it. But I am going to start working on a building that sits right here. There's like two of them kind of attached to each other with a little walkway that goes through here into another space. So that's what I'm going to be working on right now. But before I could start working, I had to do a little bit more material gathering. To start off this build, I want to do a tough base that's about 12 blocks long and then 7 blocks wide, with a little bit of it sticking out like this, and then I'm going to connect it back to the front. And then it'll be about this tall, so I'm going to work up the tough going all the way up. But it looks like I ran out of tough, so I'm going to have to go get some. Another trip to this really bad mine. Now that I have the tough in, I want to add these jut out bits on the front of it to give it a little bit more depth, and then go up with some white concrete and diorite. And because I'm going to put windows here, I want to put in some cherry leaves with some dark oak signs going around it just to give it a little bit more texture. And I'm going to keep going up with our diorite and white concrete. And I'm also going to mix in some birch for a little bit of darker tones because of the black spots in it. From a distance, it does a good job of creating shadows. I also added in a few more details to the windows, and I used orange stained glass just because that was what was laying around. I then started finishing up the build by adding some andesite and light gray concrete powder to the second floor and a polished deep slate roof with a dark oak trim around it. And this build is very, very simple. It's mostly just used to take up space in the city, as it isn't really anything that stands out too much. Now this other building is laid out, but I do kind of want to use coral for the base, and I don't really have enough to do that. So I'm going to go over to the coral reef biome to get that. Oh my god. And it's my favorite pastime, destroying a bunch of aquatic animals' homeland. Well, I'm back with a bunch of coral, and look how much sugarcane I got. Like, who needs a sugarcane farm when you can just go to a desert and get 2 stacks? Definitely gonna build a sugarcane farm soon, though, so don't worry about it. So I'm gonna probably do like that type of gradient on it, mixing in some cobblestone and stuff as well. Mix in a little bit of gravel, and then work in from the horn coral. And then you can just go up with the fire coral like this, and then add some of the brain coral like that. And that should be a pretty cool gradient. Coral is definitely a really good block to texture with. So I began working around the base of the build with the coral blocks, mixing in a little bit of mossy cobblestone and normal cobblestone as well. And then the second floor I worked up with mud brick and then did a mix of jungle wood until I reached the roof, which I just did a deep slate tile roof. And then I added these really cool copper grate windows to the top of it that I just enjoy. I enjoy using that block so much. It's just such a good block. I don't know. It's probably my favorite block in the game right now. And after that last bit of detail, I'm pretty sure I have this build complete other than the windows that I just for some reason forgot to add. And I also realized a little bit ago that I haven't added chimneys to most of these builds, so that's something that I can definitely go in later and do, is add some chimneys, but that's not a huge concern. The concern is this building doesn't have any windows, and I'm just going to add those real quick, and then we will be done with this small area. But this area is coming together. The city, I think, is starting to look pretty nice. This could be pretty big if he has pale oak, alright? You're really cutting it close, dude. If you don't have pale oak, you're dead. Well, I don't see pale oak in here. Those eyeballs look desperate. Sorry, buddy. Hey, you guys aren't safe. You guys aren't safe. Sorry. Sorry about it. So the city's going pretty well right now. To connect these two buildings, I built a bridge over top of them, and this addition makes this build one of my favorites. I just think it completes these two buildings perfectly. The next step of the city was to expand a path through the other buildings that I just created, so I grabbed some more coarse dirt. I just found the chicken that's on top of the world. Actually, all these animals. Why are they all up here? What is happening? Is there like a party going on? Is there like a cult up here? Why is there so many animals? Dude, get out of my way. You know what? I don't really like cows that much. What do you think? Sheep, should I kill the cow? Oh no. Oh no. Sheep, no. No chicken. Alright, well, it's time to get building some more. I got coarse dirt. I just wanted to work on the path a little bit more and expand the coarse dirt this way so I can begin putting more buildings over here, right where these lava lakes are. And as far as the interaction with the chicken, I don't really tolerate sheep violence or any attacks on sheep people, and I think that's what that was. I think that was attempted murder. Enough with the animal violence because it's time to build a candle shop. I decided to go with a completely different style for this building. It has more of a gothic, older type of architecture to split up from the other buildings. I'm not a massive fan, but I think it works. And there is a tiny candle shop. I'm going to make another building with this similar style right here, and it's going to be dedicated to pink sheep, but I'm not going to get to that yet. But this is the candle shop. I textured it up, added some cool mangrove looking windows, added some candles into the front windows. I'm going to have to remove this lava lake here. It's so loud when you're in the inside of this building, which is incredibly tiny, by the way. It's going to be a very, very small interior, but I think I could do something pretty cool with it, being limited to just a tiny amount of space. I think I can do something in here that's pretty cool. Now I think I'm going to get started on a couple of buildings that are right here, but I think there is a little bit of terraforming that I'm going to have to do, or maybe not. I don't know. So I'm going to collect some materials for that, and then I'm going to get started on that build. This building is really the beginning of a market center, so I'm going to work on two buildings right here to serve as shops for the city. This first building, like a lot of the other buildings, uses tuff for the base, this time switching it up with tuff bricks. Then I worked up with mangrove and strip spruce. And the third floor of this building is textured with brick and granite, and then I added a roof that had a spruce trim with tuff brick for the actual roof. This build might feature too much tuff, but that's tough, I guess. Haha. For the second building, I used stone bricks for the base and a mix of oak logs and jungle logs for the second floor, also including in a composter trim. But to complete the rest of this build, I had to get some more jungle wood and brown terracotta, which took me close to the desert, and I was seeking out an enchanted golden apple. And I actually found one. Then I completed the rest of the details for the third floor, which was just a brown terracotta and soul sand variation. The two blocks don't blend together perfectly, but I think it still works. And now we have two more builds for the city. I now have these two buildings done. I like the way these turned out. They are going to be little market buildings, as you can tell by this big window. There's going to be a couple awnings there. But this next building is special. It is very, very special. This is going to be a building dedicated to pink sheep. It's going to be like a little place of worship because pink sheep is a god in this world. Okay, so I'm going to make a place of worship, but I'm going to have to go over to the iron farm to get some poppies to make some pink dye. There is not a single piece of iron in here, so that's pretty cool. And then this is a problem for a future episode. Maybe I'll make a different iron farm. I'm also going to head on over to the bee farm because I need a ton of pink candles. And hopefully this farm isn't broken. It shouldn't be. Nope, doesn't look broken to me. About that many pink candles, that should work. Candles are a great decorative block if you need a little bit of texture on some builds. See, I used them over there, used them in the candle shop windows, of course, and then now I'm going to use them for this one as it has a very similar style to the candle building. Actually, pretty much the same style as the candle building, just on a larger and much more detailed scale. And while I dedicate this build to pink sheep, I have something very special up here because this is, I'm going to highlight how unorganized I am even more. Look at this. I still have these chests from when I built the castle, like hundreds of days ago. But there is something special in here. Pink wool. You know whose wool that is? It's pink sheep. I have a piece of pink sheep right here. I'm going to find a use for this pink wool. If you have any ideas for this pink wool, just comment down below because this is the last physical bit of pink sheep that exists in this world. This pink sheep building is serving as a place of worship for the people who live in this valley, as I want to add some lore to this world finally, and the initial lore is going to be centered around pink sheep. As you all know, or maybe don't know, pink sheep died. Well, it's a controversial topic on why or how or who did it. I think the people of this world see him as more of a godly or divine figure now, so certain groups of people in this world pray to pink sheep, as even his vibrant color spreads life throughout this empty world. And I would like to add more lore to this world, and I think the next few episodes will definitely be a start to that, as I would love to add a source of good in this world and also a source of evil, as I don't really see a lot of other channels doing that, and I think it can create some pretty cool build opportunities. Now that we have a pretty cool design for this building, I want to add in some pink windows and then some pink glass that kind of goes down and gives it that pink look that we want. Now with most of this building done, I'm just going to go through and add the pink that I was talking about on these sides to kind of have it drooping down like that. See if that's too much. I think that looks pretty good. And there we have a pretty cool pink sheep themed building in this world. Just gonna fly around and see what it looks like. Definitely gonna do an interior for this building. I'm not sure about the interiors of other buildings, but I think it looks pretty cool. But I am pretty happy with this build. Oh my god, I don't know why that scared me so bad. I'm watching like true crime right now, and like any interaction with any mobs is just, it's freaking me out, dude. I don't know if you guys ever watch scary stuff and then play Minecraft. It's so scary. Also, what was that guy's outfit? And there we have a door, and the building is pretty much complete. But I am really excited to get into this part of the city. So let's get started. To get started, I want to create a 7x9 building right here. But I'm going to do this and then work it up 2 layers tall. But now I'm going to start working up with some granite and packed mud for some shadows, because packed mud and granite kind of blend in well together, so I'm just going to do that. But it's not going to be super tall, so that's where it is, and I'm going to mix in the packed mud. And I forgot a little bit of rooted dirt as well could be mixed in, because it mixes in very well with granite, just like that. And if you're wondering why the build is only a little L shape, it's because there is a building or a tower that goes right here, and then a building that attaches to it right here. This is going to be a very small building, but these other ones will kind of tower over it. But I'm going to go up with a polished andesite variation, kind of like this, to create a border and support, kind of like what I did with that building. And I'm going to go up with some polished andesite stairs and create a little outline of a roof. This building is very small, and honestly, this is probably the building I'm least happy with in this entire city. I might honestly blow this thing up with TNT at some point. Now that we have this building done, it's time to work on the tower that'll sit right here. And for this tower, I'm going to use a mix of the stone blocks, kind of what we did in this area. I'm going to start off with some andesite and then mix in some lighter tones and then go in with the coral and then use a little bit of acacia and then some deep slate at the top. And then I'm going to work up with a polished andesite trim similar to what I did on the top of this building. So I can work up a little bit like this with some of the andesite and then go back with the polished andesite like this. Then I can go up with some of the acacia with some tuff and then go back with some of the coral that we used. On a large scale, once we work up every little bit of detail, it'll look pretty nice. I worked up with the same texturing and added in some brown tones at the top of the tower using a mix of dirt and brown concrete powder with a composter trim as well. Now we have the tower added, and I think it looks pretty cool. I definitely like the texturing that I did. And to save materials, I've been trying to go with easier blocks to get, but I think it turned out pretty nice. This next building is using a completely different color palette as I'm trying to mix in different colors while not going super vibrant or crazy with it, and this light blue terracotta does just that. And in hindsight, I would love to add more details to each of these buildings and houses, but when you're focused on a bigger goal like an entire city, it's easy to opt for less detailed buildings, at least at first, and maybe over time I'll detail them more. When you're focused on one building, it's easy to detail it a bunch. But with an entire city in mind, I skip over some of the extra bits, at least for now. But I do like the detail I put into this tower. I put some candles on top of chains. I saw this on Pinterest and I thought it looked pretty interesting. There's somebody under these stairs. Does he have pale oak? Oh no, the skeleton's hitting the llama. Okay. Does he have pale oak? What? He has pale hanging moss. You know what? That's good enough this time. And now this building is done, and I'll admit this is not the best angle for the building. Just the basic building I think is pretty cool, especially with another tower being built in. I realize I'm jumping around in this video a lot, and I also realized I didn't record the first half of this tree, but here we are putting a tree in the middle of that market center because I think it just fits the area quite nicely. After the tree, I began building some market stalls for the city. I wanted to use pale oak for these market stall tarp things, but I've decided to just never seek out a pale oak biome until a wandering trader gives me a pale oak sapling, just to see how long that bit goes. But these market stalls offer a pop of color and can explain where the people in the city hang out and do all of their shopping. At some point, the buildings in this area will have specific shops inside of them, but I'm not going to do interiors this episode. But now we move over towards the front of the city to finally work on this plot that I've neglected the entire video. This building is going to be a tailor shop or like clothing shop. Initially, I wanted to put a flower shop here, but I decided to put something a little bit more useful as it is in pretty much the front of the city and is the first building you see when you enter this section of the city. But it offers a pop of color with the cherry wood accents, and in general, I'm very happy with the shape of this building. But I finished this building off with a roof, and I just like the way that I use a mix of different types of wood and the beehive base. I think this building does a pretty good job in this area. And I have this building done. I've also done a little bit of detailing around this area. As you can see, I've added a little bit of crops down here, added a little garden right here towards the entrance, and have detailed up a little bit of this fishing dock as well. And if I go over here, I've also added an interior to this building that I really enjoy. This is the storage building that I might actually use because I need a good storage building. I don't really have one. I've also added like these cool little lanterns around the place. Don't mind that. And also I've done a lot to this area, adding in a bunch of greenery over here and fixing up these market stalls a lot. And I've thought about it a little bit. And I'm going to keep these two builds in the video, but I'm going to remove them at some point. I'm not happy with this building or this building. I've done work to this one. I do like this one enough to keep it, but I'm not in love with it. And in general, I'm a perfectionist, and I don't like a lot about this city right now, but I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to keep working on it, because this is a big project. And if I don't like stuff now, it can always be changed. There is a building here, though, that I'm going to work on, and I love it, and I'm very excited to build it, but it's going to just be another time lapse, I think, because this video is taking forever. Now we enter the final stretch of building, and this first building is built on a diagonal as it fits the space very well. It uses brick for the base. I also put this really nice balcony onto it and did this little mangrove jet out bit. In the balcony, I used copper grates because what else would I use? And then I added a roof for the balcony, and that's really all there is to this building. As you can see from the back, I didn't do that. I didn't do the back of it. This next building is something that I am so happy with, as I love the coloring I did for the base, mixing in a bunch of different materials and blocks. And again, the copper grate windows are perfect for this build. I used some of the same blocks for the second floor that I did for the last building, using a mix of diorite, bone blocks, sandstone, and birch and oak wood. And after I put the roof on this building and I did the final touches, I just love the way this area looks now. And these two corner buildings that I just made do so much for the overall vibe of the city, and I could not be happier with these buildings. And this is definitely my favorite part of the city. I love this building so much, especially that thing on the front. It's going to be a very cool plant shop greenhouse thing. It definitely makes the city like 10 times cooler, especially going on this street right here. I love it so much. Except this ugly thing. And with a little bit of decorating around here, the city is pretty much complete now. It's not complete. It's obviously not complete, but for this episode, it is. There's some things that need to be worked on, like this. There's going to be more buildings right here. And I filled this in because this is going to be a start of a river, which is going to be a future episode, which I'm not happy to do, but I am happy to do it. Anyways, I'm just going to do a quick fly around and see the city. I think it looks very, very cool. This is my hardcore Minecraft world, where I've survived over 800 days in-game. Last episode, I built up some of the city that sits on the edge of a river that doesn't exist, but today I'm going to change that by creating a massive river that goes through this entire section of my world. This video took me over 50 hours and 200 in-game days to complete, so make sure to leave any support on the channel so I can continue these big projects. And this project isn't just big, it's massive, and in order to complete this project, I'm gonna need a beacon, because this project is way too big to be doing all by hand. I'm gonna have to remove a lot of land and terraform a lot of land, and I'm gonna need a beacon, which means I'm gonna have to go to the nether and go to a fortress and kill some wither skeletons. Hopefully I don't have to spend a lot of time here. Hopefully I don't. This is always one of those things where they are pretty much impossible to find when you need to actually find them, but when you're not looking for them, they're just everywhere. Finally got one. It actually didn't take that long to get this first one, but I still have to get 2 more. So I ran around for a good little while to see if one of these whippersnappers would drop ahead, and, well, it just wasn't really working that well. Stop going towards the edge! Please give me another one. Please. Let's go! Okay, we need one more. One more. Just need one more of them to give me head. Come on, fella. Oh, you're looking a little eager. Whoa! Oh my god. Let's go! Finally! Get me out of here, please! Imagine I just run into a wall and die. Yeah, that would have been not hilarious at all. So don't laugh. Don't laugh at what I just said. Don't, please. I need help. Now I can finally go home. Oh my god, it's so nice to be back home after that. Now I have everything I need to defeat the wither. Actually, I want to do one more thing. And I'm just going to steal these pumpkins real quick. As you can tell by my inventory, I want to defeat the wither with iron golems because I just always find that so funny to just kill the wither with some iron golems. So it's time to kill the wither. 4 helpers, that should be good. So now it's time to spawn the wither. Not good. These guys are not helping at all. Help! Help me! Help me! Help me! Help! He's finally killing him. Thank you. Oh my god. That was so scary. Thank you, sir. Don't die. Thank you. Imagine he just kills me. Never do what I just did. That was so scary. You know, I think the initial blast killed every single iron golem. I don't think I did that right. I think I needed to use my brain a little bit, and I didn't. But the iron golem, you see how much that one golem did, like, so much damage to him? That was the initial plan, but I think they just died instantly. But now I can make a beacon. And I don't ever want to do that again. So, hey, but it was a little fun. Thank you. I appreciate it. But now I've collected enough materials to make the first beacon in this world, and I have just enough iron. And I think I'm going to put the beacon right where I'm standing, as I'm going to start on this part of the river first. But I should just be able to put this underground right here and not run into any trouble. And now we have a full beacon. And it's time to start digging, but I'm going to have to do a little bit more before I actually do that, which is going to be getting a ton of shulker boxes. Okay, I'm super organized. I have a ton of cleared shulker boxes in here, and this is the situation we're looking at. It's not pretty. We can forget about my unorganized chest monster and finally start on this river, which starts over at the entrance to the valley region, where I cleared out a little bit of space and put in some really cool custom cliffs over by the already existing lake, and then I jumped over to the little mountain that wasn't so little and started bringing that down by a ton of blocks, and this entire section took me a good 4 hours. And I did all of this on stream, but the goal was to create more space here to actually put a river in, and the mountain was just in the way, but it made a pretty big difference. And speaking of streaming, here are some of those highlights from the stream that I did. TNT would be more fun. Imagine it just kills me, though. What a stupid way to die. Just TNT myself. Evacuate, yes. Pink sheep would save me. The TNT comes and... Oh my god. How did that not kill me? I do have a totem. Thank you, pink sheep. Oh my god. Oh, I think I was on half a heart. With an elytra. 201. It says 199 for me. I'm doing it. And before I get into this epic little stunt here, the context behind this is I was streaming and Shremy said that he would gift me 10 YouTube members if I did a water bucket clutch from 100 blocks up. So I did. Bye. I'm ending. How did that not kill me? Double or nothing. Okay. Let's go. I got it. Eyes closed. I'm doing it with eyes closed. Oh. I'm gonna put the totem on. And we're jumping right back into the terraforming as there is no time to waste. This project has already taken multiple hours and we've just made a tiny dent. But also make sure to check out Shramy. He is such a legend and huge supporter of the channel, and he gifted me 20 members, which is nuts. And also become a member if you'd like to support the channel. But while I've been yapping, this section of the mountain is coming down, and just this little front section took over 7 hours to complete, but it opens so much more space for the river. And I don't know if you guys can tell, but I've made a pretty good amount of progress. Also, don't mind my voice. I just woke up. I haven't slept, actually. But I made this little thing right here, which I don't know if this is going to be the entrance to a waterfall or not, but it's a pretty nice cliff thing. There's obviously going to be water down there. I lowered that mountain down a ton. All I have to do is just place grass over it, because right now it doesn't really look like much. But trust me, there's a lot going on here. But right now, I don't want to work on it. I want to actually make a sugarcane farm finally. So I went and got some redstone, and I'm just going to make some observers and pistons and whatever you need. And this should be all the materials that I need for the farm, but I can always come back here and get some more if I need them. Actually, I wanted to make this farm right over here by this greenhouse, just kind of underground. It might not run 24/7 over here, but it's going to be close, and we're going to be in this area so much that I think it should be fine. So what I want to do is just do some terraforming to this area, and then we should be able to put the sugarcane farm under here, like a little basement thing. For this sugarcane farm to work, I needed space for it, so I cleared out a decent chunk of land here to actually put the farm in, and then I started clearing out some more stone to put the hopper system in place. I put some mud over top of those hoppers and some water so we can actually plant the sugarcane, but I realized I built the entire thing wrong and had to redo it anyways. This is a very simple farm. Once the sugarcane grows up, the observer is detected, and it pushes the pistons and breaks the sugarcane, which is collected into the hoppers. You've probably seen this sugarcane farm a million times. I really don't have to explain it. But yeah, I mean, that's simple. It should be running when I'm over here. I don't know if it'll run when I'm destroying the mountain, but let's hope it does. But now it is time to get back to the actual project in the world, which is this mess that I've made. So pretty much what I have to do is there is a like cliff overhang right here with a grass path that leads up, so I can eventually put some buildings up here. And then I have to put grass over top of this thing and terraform this area and make it look better than what it is, because it looks really bad right now. And then we can see the river actually develop once I place these grass blocks. After I placed in the grass, I began pushing the river closer to the city and putting in some custom cliffs again so the edge of the mountain didn't look so ugly, and the cliffs came out pretty nice. What's not nice is that this section took another 2 hours. I have now completely transformed this area, but I think I forgot to record some of it. It still doesn't look like anything is really happening, so I want to get started on actually making the river, filling this in with water, and getting the river edge in with some mud and other stuff, so we can actually see some progress. Okay, because it doesn't really look like much is happening. It doesn't really look like a river yet, and I want to make it look like a river, at least for this section. And for this, I'm going to need coarse dirt, rooted dirt, mud, and gravel. So right now I have some gravel and some coarse dirt, but I need rooted dirt and mud, so I'm just going to go over to the mangrove and hopefully there's a lush cave over there and just going to get some mud. Oh look, there's a little froggy over here. So I ran around the mangrove swamp collecting a ton of mud so I can decorate the river edge for the start of the river. So now I have an entire shulker box of mud. Now it's just time to find an azalea tree. And there's 4 of them right there. That's actually kind of crazy. It's like a whole forest of them. I've never seen that. That's perfect. That's very convenient. What would happen if you stared at an enderman while you were sleeping? Like, is that possible? Oh, wait, there's also an entrance to the lush cave right here. Oh, that was very cool. No, it's not. Get me out of here. Hey, look, some iron. It's more efficient than my iron farm to come over here, I guess. Does it not spawn in the desert? It doesn't do it in the desert? Oh, you just have to get past the sandstone. Well, after that trip, I have a ton of rooted dirt. I have an entire shulker box of mud, and then I got a ton of sugarcane. Again, sugarcane farm's not necessary when you have a desert. I didn't even realize I have all this stuff over here. I was wondering where my bow went. It's right here. Right where I began. Okay. I have the materials I need to start this part of the river where I'm just going to do the outline of it using these materials. And I should be good to go. It's just going to have to be another time lapse. So, sorry. I started placing the mud, coarse dirt, and rooted dirt around the base of the river. This just adds a lot more texture and interest to the river that I think is very much needed. And in the future, once this area is filled up with more buildings and other stuff, it's going to look really, really nice. Now you can see what the river is actually going to look like. Just use a mix of coarse dirt and rooted dirt on the edges, created big patches of them, and I think it looks pretty cool. And I'm going to hold off on filling it up with water for now until maybe I get like an actual shape under here. I don't really know how to fill it up with water or the best way of doing that, so I'm going to hold off on it. I just want to go end raiding for some more shulker boxes as that's pretty much all we have, which is not enough. This requires so many shulker boxes. But in order to do end raiding, I need more rockets, which is why I'm flying over to the gunpowder farm. And this farm is not the fastest in the world, so it's going to take a little bit of AFKing. So I'll be right back. After I AFK'd the gunpowder farm, I had enough rockets to explore a few end cities, which would hopefully supply me with enough shulker boxes to complete this project. Okay, I'm going to make it in one go. One go. Oh yeah. What's going on down here? Well, I got a stack and 18 shulker shells. Yeah, this is about 31 shulker boxes right here. Hopefully that's enough. And I definitely didn't have enough shulker boxes for this entire project because I'm dumb and I want to keep as much stone and dirt as possible, which requires so many double chests and shulker boxes, it's insane. But what you're watching now is more digging, of course, as I slowly push the river past the city all the way up to where this floating tree is. Now you can see behind me, I've done a pretty good amount of terraforming on this land, as now the river is starting to form through the city right here. And this is going to be a pretty pivotal part of the river because I'm going to put a bridge here eventually that leads into another part of the city, or at least that's the hope. Not sure exactly how I'm going to execute it, but that's what's going to be happening over here. But we still have a lot more to do in this area, and I dug into this huge cave. What should I do with this cave, guys? What do I do in here? It's such a big cave. I can just fly around it. It's so massive. But this is the biggest stretch of terraforming that I have to do, and I guess I'm just going to continue doing it. But before I do that, I think I'm going to have to move the beacon. So I was moving the beacon, but I totally forgot to get the beacon. I think I'm going to need that. I terraformed for about 3 seconds and I realized I have an issue. These shulker boxes are all full. And this is what I meant by not having enough shulker boxes, but this is another pretty big terraforming push which took me over an hour. Currently every single tool that I have except this diamond shovel is pretty much broken, and this is the amount of progress that I have made in that time. It's kind of a lot. As you can see, this whole mountain, not really a mountain, but large hill is moved back about halfway, and the animals are not liking it as I am destroying their homeland, which is not an uncommon theme on this channel, I guess. As you can see, this is kind of the start of where the river is actually going. It's going to curve back through this way. It doesn't actually connect to the river that's over here. These are two completely different sections of the river. So yeah, that's what the river's going to look like. You can kind of see the shape forming. But anyways, I'm just going to keep this tree here, by the way, for now. Just going to go back to the end and repair tools. It's like when you're having fun and then you realize you have work the next day or you have school the next day. That's how I feel when my tools are broken. Now I have to go back to the end. Still grazing at the farmland, I see. Chicken, get down from there. Chicken? Hello? Chicken? 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 Oh. Oh my god, I actually fell down. It's time to get back to mining. Okay, I brought this last section down. Not actually the last section, but I'm just going to take a break from this and start placing grass over here to make it look better for you guys, because you guys are just looking at a bunch of stone right now, and I'm just going to start placing the grass in to give you guys what the actual landscape is going to look like in this region. Now it was time for me to place all of the grass I've been collecting over top of this very ugly patch of stone, which is just going to create the river edge and also give us some more room to further expand the city as we would need. And the grass placing doesn't take too long. Just this little section took 15 minutes. It just feels like it takes 3 hours, but I also did an additional 30 minutes of terraforming for the top section of the hill. So now this is the amount of this section that I have done, but I want a little break from the river, and I think it's time for me to get netherite armor and tools. Because, well, I've survived almost 900 days and I don't have those. And I think it's about time, and I think this project is a pretty good excuse to do that. But in order to do this, I'm going to have to get TNT, because I want to explode the bottom of the nether, and TNT is really the best way to do that. I'm not going to use beds. I'm not going to do it. I could never waste some precious wool like that. I took a trip over to the Dwarven Gate to get gunpowder because I wanted to use TNT for this little quest for full netherite gear, so I spent about an hour AFKing the gunpowder farm. And it's been about an hour of AFKing. Let's see what we have in this chest. I hear a lot of creepers dying down here. Hopefully it's not disappointing. That's pretty good. I'll take that. That's a lot of gunpowder. But for TNT, I also need some sand. You thought I would go to a desert? No, 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 no. These turtles do not need a beach over here. It's gonna get removed. In total, I had enough gunpowder and sand to make about a stack of TNT. Now I just have to figure out a good spot to do this, and I think this area seems like it would be a pretty nice spot. And I have to go all the way down to like Y14 to 13. Now I'm at Y13, and a good way to do this is actually by going on a chunk border. So I'm just going to dig in a straight line, hopefully not run into any lava lakes. And then we should be good. I'm going to put my chest plate on just in case. And you just want to dig in a straight line for as long as you can, and then place TNT going all the way back. So I'm going to do this in like a little short distance and then see how much we can get from that. So just going to explode that. And I don't see a single piece of netherite. That's great. That's a good start. Now maybe I should go up by another couple blocks. Hopefully this works a little bit better. Oh my. I'm not getting anything right now. Why is my luck so bad when I try to do anything in this game? Dude, not a single piece. I'm using the most overpowered strategy for finding this stuff, and I'm on a chunk border at the proper Y level, which is 15, which is right here. I mean, this is perfect. And I haven't found a single piece. This is an hour of AFKing for no reason. I mean, that's all the TNT I have pretty much. I have 4 pieces of TNT left. Final pieces of TNT. If I don't get a single piece of ancient debris... Oh, and I just conceded. I went to the wool farm and got enough wool to make a ton of beds. And that tunnel should be long enough for now. So I think all you need to do is place the bed, do that, put a slab on your feet, and then do this. Don't take any damage, and now you've dug into the other tunnel that you made. So this is a great method. I should probably start on the other side first. Well, I've dug into a lava lake here. This is not turning out how I expected it. I expected this to be like chill. Oh, we got the first ancient debris from this method. We got 2. Okay. Oh, I just found some right where I was trying to mine. Okay. Hey, we found our second vein of ancient debris. Let's go. Because I don't want to spend too much time focused on the ancient debris gathering process stuff, I just want to put this all into a little time lapse. Now I just have to make sure I have enough diamonds to get this netherite upgrade template on every single one of my tools and pieces of armor. It's going to be very expensive to upgrade all this stuff. So now I just have to smelt up this ancient debris, and that should be a ton of netherite, but I do need to see how much gold I have. 16, that's not even close to enough. Oh, I have 24 from the end rating chest, which is nice. So you make one of them and it gives you 2, and you make another one, gives you 4, and then 6, and I'm already out of diamonds. Oh my, this is so expensive. So now I'm up to 12 and I'm out of diamonds. Turns out I have gold laying around somewhere else, which is very helpful. So there we go. Now I got to cover me in debris. There we go. Oh my. I look so cool now. But I'm going to name my sword. That costs 39 levels? I'm not going to name the sword. Jeez, dude. But now it is finally time to get back to the task at hand, which is the river. Yeah, the massive river that this entire video is about that I just want to find any excuse to ignore. So I went and got netherite and made a sugarcane farm. But anyways, we're getting back to it. And we're just going to completely bring down the rest of this hill, which sounds easy, but this took over 5 hours. Not only did I bring down the hill, but I also completely terraformed the other side of the river area with custom rocks. And I think that's pretty good for now. I mean, this is not perfect terraforming. I kind of just went in with Axiom, the creative mod that I've used to lay out this entire river, and did something basic. This area will always be changed, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do here yet, so this is what we're working with. And you can see this line. I just didn't stretch out the blueprint far enough, so I don't know what to do with this spot yet. So I'm going to worry about that later. But I think the next step I want to work on, because I have put this off the entire video, is I want to actually fill in some of the river with water. Dude, I have to see this guy's pale oak. Oh my god, I'm busy right now, but he spawned. Please. Oh my god, he has it! He has the pale oak sapling! You're gonna live! Oh my, I've been waiting for this day for so long. Come on, buddy. Yeah, you get to live. And I get pale oak saplings, baby. And I'm actually just gonna plant these pale oak saplings. Actually, no. No, I need 4 saplings. Oh, I have to buy another one. I forgot you need 4 for the tree to spawn. That would have been so sad. Oh my god. So I'm actually just going to buy as many as I can buy. But that gives us a better chance to get these saplings back. And there we go. We have 6 total. Now you are no longer of use. Goodbye. No, I'm joking. I'm not going to kill him. All right. All the sacrifices that your fellow traders have made for this one fella. Have something good. Please have something good. No pale oak. What's your purpose? No pale oak? Sorry, buddy. Pretty big if he has pale oak, alright? You're really cutting it close, dude. If you don't have pale oak, you're dead. Well, I don't see pale oak in here. Sorry, buddy. Nice toes you got there. Okay, anyways, back to the river. I keep getting distracted, but it is time to remove a few stone layers from the river and place dirt in for the bottom of the river. And every single thing I'm doing turns into its own mini project. I say many, but they all take multiple hours, and this was no exception. It took about an hour. And I've done a pretty good amount, but I've ran out of beacon range, but the grass is spreading, so eventually I'm going to have to fill this in with water. But the beacon range doesn't go this far, so I'm going to have to move the beacon over here, and then we can get started on some more of the river. After I moved the beacon, I just extended the dirt part of the river even further and then began filling in the river with water, which is incredibly painful, as I had to go through and place every bucket individually. I mean, everything about creating river is just so monotonous, I think I'm going to lose my mind. And now the river is starting to take form as we have water going all the way through here. This took me a few hours to dig out the river, fill it up with dirt, and then put water in there. But I like the way it looks. Eventually, I'm going to have a bridge right here, and I think this area is going to look so cool. And I'm also going to put the river going through here at some point. Now it's just time to work on this section. Don't mind the nether portal. That's for the next episode. And I've spent the last, I don't even know, probably like 20 minutes just removing this bit of water using netherrack. And now I have to remove this tower, sadly. With the big dirt monolith out of my way, I can now continue the bottom of the river that goes all the way underneath the bridge to about where the edge of the dock is for the city, which brings me to the caves, because I want to actually bring that dock further down river, and I need to collect some more materials in order to do that. Okay, now I have all the materials I need to build this dock, and it's going to start off with some oak pillars like this, and I'm going to put one here and then one right here. And this will work up 2 blocks in every single one, but I do need barrels, and I completely forgot to make them. So now I just need to put barrels on top of those and this side. And I can actually go through and put some slabs on top of this like that. And I'm going to do something very similar to that right here. Pretty much the same thing, just with pillars. But I actually want to test out and see if trapdoors look a little bit better on top. And I think it does. After I figured out what I wanted to do with the wooden post, I used the same tough and deep slate and made the dock edge wall thingy and put the polished deep slate on top of it. But I needed to clear out a little bit more land for the dock to be extended, and I actually started placing the dock in with the cracked stone bricks. But I forgot to record it. Now we have this cool little dock right here that I think once the river is put in will look really, really nice, especially with this staircase right here. But now I guess it's time to fill in this area with water. So now it's time for me to place another 50 million buckets of water so it can reach the dock that I just created. And now I have this section filled up with water up to here so it doesn't disrupt anything we're doing over there. And if I go check this like world map mod that I have downloaded, you can see the shape of the river from a bigger scale, where this is going to start going up through here and then this one's going to go here. So we have a lot left to do, but it's starting to look pretty cool. And so I'm going to have to continue with the river going this way, but this is probably going to be the easiest stretch of the river, as a lot of this land is already pretty shallow. Guess what, guys? It's more terraforming, and right now I'm just pushing the river towards the farming district of the starter region, and I also filled in the section that I just created with water. And now it looks like real progress is being made on the river, as we are filling most of it up with water now. Don't mind that. That looks bad. But other than that, this looks really cool right now. Now this area is going to have a lot of rocks over here, as I want to put a custom forest here as well. So I'm also going to need materials to build the custom rock face right here. So that's what I'm going to be doing right now, is collecting materials to complete the river edge in this area, as I think it's going to look really, really cool in the end. I haven't textured any of the rocks or cliffs that I've made in this episode, but this section is going to be different. I needed sand for light gray concrete powder, and I also needed some acacia logs because I wanted to bring in a lot of texture for these custom rocks and cliffs that I'm going to make. Now these are the current materials I have for these cliff faces right here, but I do need some deep slate and tuff, so it's time to go over to the mine and get some more of that. I know I've mentioned it before, but eventually I do want to turn this little trashy mine entrance that I have into an actual mine entrance in a later video, because I want to make like a nice mining town right here. But right now this is all it is just this really ugly cave. So I went down to the bottom of the world and got some tuff and deep slate. But to start out this section of the river, I want to extend the river base using the same blocks we've been using, so I can start bringing in some of the rocks. These first few rocks on the left side of the river are just made out of stone for now, as I didn't focus too much on the texturing. I'm going to revisit this section of the river next episode, and most of the detailing with the rocks for now is just kind of an idea and less of a finished product, if that makes any sense. This section of the river is going to be a custom forest at some point, so I'm definitely going to revisit this section anyways. And between these 3 shulker boxes, I should have enough materials to do this little cliff face right here. There's going to be like a little overhang that goes over the river a little bit. So for this little like cliff face right here, there's a bird chirping out my window. I can't record right now. So for this cliff face, I want to start off with deep slate and continue working through with a little bit of dark tones like this, but the deep slate is a great shadow block. So I'm just going to continue working through with the deep slate like this, and then I actually want to work in some tuff right here. And when you work up this texturing and then go up to the light tones, it's going to make a really, really nice shape and shadow for the rocks. So I'm just going to continue doing that. For these rocks, I do bring in some texturing though, because this is where the thumbnail shot is, and I also think it's a pretty unique and pivotal part of the river, and the extra bit of time spent on texturing is very much worth it for this specific cliff face. but I'm going around using the deep slate, tuff, and acacia for the dark shadowy tones, and the light gray blocks, stone, and andesite for the light parts of the cliff, and I connected all at the top with grass. As you can see, I now have this cliff face in, and then another rock there. And I also started placing in some grass to connect this little land right here and make it more extreme and less flat. And I'll be honest, I have not done a good job of lighting up any parts of this world so far. If I die, it's probably going to be falling into one of my terraforming creations like this. And the lack of lighting underneath all the terraforming creations might be an issue at some point, but for now I'm just going to ignore it and continue the terraforming for this section of the river. This area looks completely different now. But after I fill this area with water, there's really not much left to do over here. Just make the river kind of, I think it's going to go through here like this, and then it's going to be pretty much done on this side, and then all there's left to do after that is fill that up. But right now I'm just going to fill in the edges and then fill it up with water, which is still going to take forever. And so I began extending the edge of the river throughout the area that I just cleared out with our mud and other dirt blocks, and then I filled that entire area up with water. And there is more of the river expanded all the way up to here, but I think it's already starting to look very cool over here in this region. And this might be the thumbnail. This area right here with the rock, that's probably going to be the thumbnail. You can never be too excited about progress with something of this scale because there's more digging to do. Yay. But before I could continue digging, I needed to mend up all of my shovels as they were low durability, and no shovel means no digging. And then I headed over to the mangrove swamp again for some more materials so I can continue the river edge, but there was a surprise visitor once I arrived. Oh my god, I found my dog. I didn't even show it in the video, but I tamed a dog, and I think I flew back home, and he just was sat in a chunk for like 50 days alone. I'm sorry. But now he's back, and I think I'm gonna actually take him home now. Yeah, there we go. Got the beacon dog. And now I have all the materials I need to complete the river edge, probably for the entire rest of the river. And right now I am just going to do the final push to complete this section of the river as I slowly curve the river away from the village and back towards the mountain where it abruptly ends, but eventually this will be extended. And you guys get a cool view from the clouds of me filling up the river with water, and you can see just how different this area looks with the river finally completed for this section. But that doesn't mean I'm completely finished, because there's an entire section of the river that needs to be cleared out still, as I have to go back to the city area and clear out the bottom of the river and add in some custom cliffs, while also digging out many layers of stone and placing dirt over top of all of it so we can actually have a river for this section and not just a stone path. But I think the effort spent on expanding the river through this section will be worth it once the city is expanded. I think this area will look really, really cool. And I've also been speaking for close to a minute, but this has been over 3 hours of additional terraforming work. And this is the progress that has been made on the river, but all of my pickaxes are broken, so that's going to have to be another trip over to the end. And before I jump into the end portal, I completely forgot to record me hitting day 1000. I'm on day 1003. I'm so stupid. I didn't record it. I was grinding too much on the river, and I just forgot to record me hitting day 1000. But we've officially made it to day 1000 in this episode, which is the goal I set out in episode 1. And there's still hopefully many more thousands of days left, as long as I don't die. I honestly can't believe I forgot to clip me hitting 1000 days. I actually feel like such a degenerate for that, but here we are over day 1000, and it feels so nice to finally hit that milestone in this world. But here I am filling up the rest of the section that I've created with water, which took a good 56 minutes and 50 seconds. And now I'm all caught up to this point in the river, filled it all up with water. As you can see on the map, the river looks pretty nice. Now over here it gets a little thin, but there's going to be buildings here, so it won't really matter too much. As you can see though, by this wall, there's still a lot left to do. This will be the final terraforming push. Just going to grind it out, see how quickly I can get this done, but it's still going to be so much work. Now this is really the last terraforming push for the river, as I'm just smoothing out this hill and lowering it down a few layers so it matches the other section of the river that we created to the left of it. This creates a pretty giant hill in front of the castle that I'm not sure what to do with. I was thinking maybe a giant wheat field with some oak trees sprinkled around, but let me know what you guys think about this area or what I could do right here. The river also kind of just stops again, but this area will require a bit more planning, so for now I just hold off on expanding the river downhill past the castle. Now I finally have the river shape done, and I've terraformed this hill a little bit with some rocks and stuff, and I think it looks fine for now. But as you can see, it doesn't look great. Well, you can't really see much right now, but you can see it doesn't look great right here. Like, this ending does not look good. It might look better once there's actually water in here, but it doesn't look that good. And I think the main reason is because I don't have this area planned out just yet, as I haven't really revisited it since I built the castle, as you can see. So this is like another project in itself, just this area, and I have to figure it out. But right now I'm going to figure out how I'm going to find the mental capacity to fill in the rest of the river with water. I want to be done. Oh my god. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Oh, that's a golden apple, not a rocket. The river, it doesn't look that great over here because there's no base. I'm going to have to put that in. And a bed that needs to be removed. But the actual river, after many weeks, is complete. And this side looks so much better. I'm going to have to put the edge on this side. That'll be... But oh my, that felt so good. Now that I have the river filled in, finally, it's time to do some touching up and make it look a little bit better. Especially on this side of the river, the mud and dirt for the river edge is just much needed to make this area feel complete. And there was also some touching up I had to do for the shape of this section, as it got a little bit too shallow in some sections. But it feels so good to finally have this project coming to an end. I mean, this project took me over a month when you factor in the creative planning and also the time it spent actually making the river. And now, after a little bit of touching up, I extended the mud and everything around. I do have some detailing that I want to do for the river. I have a really, really cool and unique tree design that I want to put in that little grass space right there. I know it's not really attached to the river or the river project that we made today, but that tree design is something that I just came up with in a creative world, but I'm going to need something specific for it. And that is actually pale moss, the carpet version of pale moss, like the actual moss block. And so I'm going to have to find a pale forest thingy. I think I'm just gonna look it up on a seed website so I don't have to like fly around for an hour to find one of these things, because they seem to be pretty rare. And I'm hopping over to chunk base, and there is some pale garden biomes pretty close by, just about 2,500 blocks away from spawn. It should just be in this direction for maybe a couple thousand blocks, and then we should be able to find it. This will be the first time I've ever explored this biome. And there it is. This is the first time I've ever seen this biome in the game. And because this is a rare biome, it's pretty much just going to be used for destroying. Anyways, I'm just going to collect a little bit more of this, and I should be good. And now I actually have all of the materials I need to make this tree. Pretty small tree, but I think it fits the space perfectly. When I was creative planning the city on a stream, someone suggested I put a tree on this little section of grass, and I thought it was a great idea, but I have been holding that off. Once this tree is finished though, it's going to make this area feel so much more natural. And something I wanted to try and do is bring in some mossy cobblestone like this, and then actually bring in the pale moss carpet like that. And I think that just creates a very cool look, as it's almost like an inverted texture of the mossy cobblestone, and from a distance it just looks like a rock. And then you can always mix in some grass like I'm gonna do in this area. But I like the use of the pale moss block with other like mossy type blocks because of this thing right here that goes up walls. It just looks really, really cool. But the tree is in, and I love this tree design. And as you're going down here, I think it just feels really nice in this area. I wasn't finished with the custom trees though, as I have 3 more that I want to put on the river edge. So I went over to the oak forest and collected some logs and got some spruce wood from the mega taiga. And you cannot forget the azalea leaves because they look so good. But this first tree is a pretty big one, and it sits on the right side of the river where that cliff overhang is. It works up with a ton of different branches using pretty much every variant of spruce block, mixing in some birch, oak, and azalea leaves for texture. And this tree ended up being a little bit bigger than I wanted it to, but I think it'll be okay. But I didn't stop there with the decorating because I want this area to feel lush and full of life. I mentioned it earlier, but there's going to be a custom forest here very soon, and this is just the beginning of it. With the first tree out of the way, I'm just going to quickly go through and build these other trees, but the first one being a tree that grew in sideways. I looked up an image of a river edge and saw a tree that looked like this, so I wanted to make it myself, and I think it turned out pretty good. And the other tree is just a tree. And also continued that same overgrowth stuff that I did on the right side of the river to the left side, while also adding in a couple rocks. Definitely give your opinions on this, like, it's not a fallen tree, but the tree just kind of grew in sideways as if it's trying to find light away from this tree, and the only light is in the middle of the river. Just tell me what you guys think about it. I think it's okay. I think once there's actually a forest around here, it'll blend in more and look better, and especially if maybe we can add a couple more trees that are like this, or maybe just one more that's like that, it could look pretty cool. But I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I was holding this part of the river off because I wasn't sure if it was necessary, but after looking at it compared to this part of the river, I think it is necessary. Yeah, and I'm sure most of you guys watched Whip's river video, and yes, this is as loud as he made it out to be. This is very loud. So the final step of this river is just filling in the entire river with mud using a single glass bottle, and this took a couple hours. It was very loud. And I've added a lot more detail to the river, added in some like pale hanging moss, and also did a lot to the river floor. If I can get out of this boat, please. But I think it looks really, really cool. The immersion in this section of the river is very cool. Added in some nice texture to the custom rocks, added in some like dead sections. This forest is going to be dead at some point because there's going to be the nether portal entrance right here, and the nether portal is going to actually be underneath this river, so I want to actually put in a decent amount of dead stuff in here. But I'm going to go into full bright so you can actually see what's underneath the river. There's some basalt and deep slate for some texturing that I want to do through here as well. And I hope that I can actually catch enchanted books right here, because that's actually the next part of this video, is the end, the outro. We're gonna catch a book and name the book for this episode. And the book name for this episode is Bumbleflop by Quartz Warden. So thank you, Quartz Warden, for submitting the book name. It's gonna go right here next to J. Cole, so congratulations. But now I'm just gonna go fishing for a new book, and one of you guys can name it for this episode. Well, I caught the book, but it's dark and I want to get away from these mobs. Anyways, I'm cozy inside. The book is the Blast Protection 3 Unbreaking 3 book. So if you want to name the book for this episode, check out the form in the description and you can become a permanent part of the world. Eventually, I'm going to put it all into a library. I've said this every single episode, but if you're new here, become a part of the world, and I'll put you guys in a huge library. It's going to be one of the first mega projects that I'm going to do in this world. But this is the end of the episode. If you enjoyed, make sure to like and subscribe. If you've stayed this long, I'm sure you've already thought about it. Just do it. Just do it. But have a great day, everybody, and I hope you enjoyed the video.